To listen to the next episode, contact us directly via the description below to receive lifetime access to join our Telegram group and listen to the latest audio. The door to the pod room hissed open. Adam stepped out calmly, his expression relaxed, as if he hadn't just spent hours slaughtering digital monsters. He passed the counter where the attendant stood stiffly upright and gave him a small nod. The attendant immediately bowed his head in return. Over the past 2 days, Adam had given him nothing but sleepless nights, logging in early and playing until well after closing hours. Now that Adam had chosen not to extend his hours today, the attendant had no intention of annoying him in the slightest. Politeness was safer. Adam glanced at him one last time before heading for the exit. From the experience he'd had with Adam, the attendant silently swore he would never try that stunt again with any other martial artist. It was obvious that Adam could have paid for hours that didn't spill past closing time. The only reason he hadn't was because the attendant had tricked him first. Lesson learned. Adam stepped out of the arcade. It was midday. The sun hung directly overhead, blazing down on the street. Heat shimmered faintly off the pavement as Adam adjusted to the brightness. Then he stopped. Standing right in front of him was a group of martial artists. Adam recognized the martial artists the moment he saw them. There were 5 of them, but only one mattered. The other 4 were clearly just goons, ornaments meant to announce status rather than provide protection. The man had long black hair tied in a ponytail, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, possessing a fierce auburn stare. Adam had seen him in the hall when he first arrived in the sector. A clan heir. To be honest, Adam didn't even need to remember him to know that much. It wasn't the expensive silk attire draped over his body, nor the faint but unmistakable scent of high-grade herbal medicine, the kind used to temper the body over long periods that gave it away. It wasn't even the fact that he moved with an entourage wherever he went. It was the attitude, that effortless nonchalance, that quiet contempt, a presence that looked down on the world as if everything else existed merely to fill space. The way his gaze landed on Adam made it obvious. It wasn't hostility. It wasn't curiosity. It was the look one gave a speck of dust, something that could be flicked away without a second thought. At that moment, one of the goons stepped forward and barked, "Are you crippled? Make way for the young master this instant." Adam's eyes narrowed slightly. The other 3 goons watched him closely, uncertain, waiting to see what he would do. Adam did nothing. He just watched them for a breath before simply walking forward. He passed the speaking goon without even turning his head, slipping between the 3 at the back. Instinctively, and without realizing why, they parted to make room for him. Adam walked past the clan heir last, but he didn't spare him a single glance. Not one. He continued on his way, heading back toward the hotel as if none of them had existed in the first place. The goon who had spoken stood frozen, shock written across his face. He turned, about to speak, but a raised hand stopped him. The clan heir moved past, expression unchanged, and entered the arcade. The others followed immediately. The goon lingered for a moment, glancing back. Adam was already far away. He clicked his tongue softly and hurried after the others, falling in last. As Adam made his way back to the hotel, he found his thoughts circling back to the clan heir. That condescending look. Normally, he wouldn't have cared. He'd seen arrogance before, plenty of it. But this time, it lingered, scratching at the back of his mind. Because the heir wasn't even that strong. Don't get him wrong, by ordinary standards, the man was formidable. He would wipe the floor with the manager back in his sector without breaking a sweat. But Adam was certain of one thing. If they fought, I'd be the one standing at the end. That realization irritated him more than it should have. What do they even want to do at the arcade? Adam thought, irritation sharpening. The exploration starts tomorrow, and they're wasting the day playing games. Make that make sense. Of course, Adam's case was different. He hadn't played for entertainment. He was learning and extracting value. But a clan heir? Someone who'd been fed resources since the moment they were still in their mother's womb? Someone who had likely started killing monsters the moment they learned how to walk. What did they have to learn from an arcade? Adam scoffed quietly. Another man's food is another man's poison. He had gained a lot from Essence Online, insights he couldn't have obtained anywhere else. For him, it was invaluable. For the heir, it looked like nothing more than a waste of time. Adam shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. He reached the hotel at last. Tomorrow was the big day. Now was the time to relax. No distractions. Mr. Adam. The voice stopped him the moment he stepped into the hotel lobby. Adam halted and turned toward the source. It was the receptionist. She was looking at him with a polite, professional smile as he walked over. Is there an issue? She shook her head quickly. There's no issue, Mr. Adam. You have a package. Adam smiled faintly. It's finally here. The receptionist bent down and brought out a sleek briefcase. After Adam signed and confirmed ownership, she handed it over with both hands. Adam nodded in thanks and gave her a small wave before heading for the elevators. Back in his room, he closed and locked the door behind him. The briefcase rested heavily in his hand. Inside sat the armament he'd duped, or rather, that the mission hall had provided at a generous discount. Adam set the briefcase on the table and opened it without hesitation. Click. The latches snapped free. Emerald light reflected in Adam's eyes as they gleamed with anticipation, his focus sharpening the moment the contents were revealed. The next day arrived. It was finally time for the exploration of the Siren swamp. A dense silence filtered through the gathered heirs. However, the moment Adam stepped into the takeoff area, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Oh my stars! Who is that? Was he here when we arrived? I'm sure I wouldn't have missed him. I think I saw him earlier, but I thought he was just a worker. Well, you thought wrong. There's no way in hell a mere worker could afford a Type 2 armament. Adam walked forward, battle-ready, fully equipped. The armor clung to him naturally, as if it had been made with his body in mind. The Type 2, Tier 1 armament. Not ostentatious, but unmistakably refined. Deep brown leathers formed the base, flexible yet reinforced, accented by asymmetrical bronze pauldrons and splinted vambraces. The metal carried a faint greenish patina, echoing the mossy tones of the heavy linen tunic beneath. A rugged utility belt sat snug at his waist, crossed chest straps securing his gear with precision. Dull brass hardware bound everything together, glinting softly against the earth-toned hide. Every piece served a purpose: mobility, stealth, endurance. In simple terms, Adam looked completely ready. Yet as the clan heirs glanced his way, the initial shock quickly faded, as the interest drained from their eyes. Yes, they were surprised by his presence. Yes, the armament caught their attention. But that was all. Everything else about Adam, his aura, his bearing, his lack of ostentation, screamed below average to them, apart from the armor. And even that wasn't enough. They'd seen plenty of such armaments before. To their eyes, Adam was nothing more than a clan heir from some backwater sector in the low-tier region. Someone who'd scraped together decent gear but lacked pedigree. The clan heirs themselves were from the mid-tier region, and anyone outside that sphere simply wasn't worth prolonged attention. Adam noticed the disregard, yet he didn't care in the slightest. He preferred it this way. Better to be ignored than to draw the jealousy of some snobby brat who couldn't stand seeing attention diverted elsewhere. That kind of trouble was pointless. Adam calmly found a place to stand as he stood among the clan heirs, waiting alongside them. They all had to. The officials from the sector's mission hall were responsible for escorting them to the incursion site. It wasn't as if the location was unknown. Everyone present already knew where the Siren swamp lay. Officially, though, today was different. Today, access had to be granted. It was a strange format. They had already been approved to enter the incursion days ago. That was the whole reason they traveled to this sector in the first place. Yet, due to some bureaucratic nonsense Adam didn't even bother thinking about, they needed another permit. Physical one. With an expiry time. A clear reminder that the incursion belonged to the mission hall, and that whatever freedom they had inside it was borrowed and limited. Adam exhaled softly. At least they'll give us a ride, he muttered under his breath. That's the only good part about this waiting. The words had barely left him when a body flew toward him. Adam reacted instantly. He stepped aside effortlessly as the figure crashed into the ground where he'd been standing a moment earlier. The impact was brutal. The body skidded across the floor, leaving shallow marks before coming to a stop in a twisted heap. The man groaned as he remained motionless on the floor, clearly in need of medical attention. Adam raised an eyebrow and followed the trajectory back to its source. There, standing a short distance away, was a familiar figure, fist still outstretched, knuckles clenched from the punch they just delivered. That's what you get for trying to touch the lady. Adam's gaze lingered on the speaker for a second. His expression remained neutral, but a single thought surfaced, sharp and irreverent. Small dick? Adam quickly noticed the group behind Dixon. A woman with short blue hair stood there, sunglasses still on despite the setting, a black leather jacket hugging her frame. Her posture was relaxed, but the people beside her, clearly her cronies, weren't. They watched the surroundings with practiced alertness, hands never straying far from their weapons. In front of Dixon stood another familiar figure. Adam froze for a split second. He looked down at the unconscious body sprawled on the floor, really looked this time, and recognition hit him immediately. Isn't he? That oaf from yesterday. The memory surfaced clearly. The same face, the same build, the idiot who had blocked his way in front of the arcade and started spewing nonsense to him. Before Adam could think further, a cold voice cut through the air. How dare you touch one of my people? Are you courting death? Adam turned toward the speaker. It was the clan heir from yesterday. Sharp, golden eagle-like eyes stared down at Dixon with naked hostility. Adam felt a flicker of interest spark in his chest. This just got interesting. Dixon didn't reply. The clan heir's expression darkened. Are you deaf? He snapped. A faint apparition began to form behind him, a martial spirit starting to manifest, its presence pressing down on the area like a tightening vice. I'll cripple you, the heir continued coldly. And then I'll make you watch as your entire bloodline is tortured. Dixon's eyes narrowed. But before he could speak, another aura erupted. You will do no such thing. The blue-haired woman stepped forward, placing herself squarely in front of Dixon. Her sunglasses hid her eyes, but the pressure rolling off her body was anything but subtle. The golden-eyed heir's gaze sharpened. The air between them trembled. In the next moment, their auras collided, an invisible wave of condensed power crashing outward, making the ground hum as tension spiked and everyone nearby instinctively held their breath. But one of the gathered martial heirs spoke regardless. It's the Faraday and Kelvin heirs, Henry and Abigail. Another shook his head. Their families have been at each other's throats for the past century. You'd think they'd get over it by now. A third added, almost conversationally, well, the Kelvin ancestor did sleep with the wife of the Faraday ancestor. It only makes sense their descendants would still be after each other's blood. Adam remained silent. He turned his gaze back toward the two heirs, their auras grinding against each other, pressure thickening the air. It looked like they were about to act. As Adam watched them, he began to understand. The clan heirs were strong, very strong, especially those from the mid-tier regions. There wasn't a single clan heir from the low regions present to even compare, but Adam didn't need one to make the judgment. They wouldn't stand a chance. So this is the difference between a profound apprentice and a martial apprentice. The auras pouring off the two heirs were sharper, denser, more refined than anything Adam had felt from any martial apprentice. It wasn't just raw power, it was quality. A clear sign of superior talent and foundations. Adam continued watching as they braced to clash. A strange smile tugged at his lips as he watched. But I'll still win. The people standing nearby noticed the smile. They glanced at him, then at each other. Unease flashed across their faces as they subtly shifted away. Anyone smiling like that in the middle of rising violence had to be unstable. Adam didn't care. He welcomed the space. A voice suddenly rang out, snapping him from his thoughts. They're about to fight. The Faraday heir and the Kelvin heir moved at the same time, but before either could take a single step, a halberd fell from the sky. Boom! It slammed into the ground between them with a thunderous crash, followed by a voice that was calm yet carried undeniable authority. Move one more step, and you won't like what happens next. Adam turned toward the source of the voice. It was none other than the sector's mission hall manager, Vanessa. Her veiled hat still concealed her face, shadows obscuring her features, while a dark red power suit hugged her frame with sharp authority. The halberd she'd thrown moments ago was still embedded in the ground, radiating quiet menace. The two clan heirs looked at her, then at the line of acolytes standing behind her. For a brief breath, the air held, and then their auras withdrew. Henry clicked his tongue. This isn't over. With that, he turned and walked away. A few of his cronies hurried to lift the unconscious man from earlier, dragging him along as they followed. Abigail didn't say a word. She simply watched him go, her posture relaxed, her intentions completely unreadable behind those dark sunglasses. Adam frowned slightly. That was anticlimactic. A moment later, the halberd lodged in the ground shuddered, tore free from the ground it was lodged in, and flew back into Vanessa's hand as if pulled by an invisible thread. Adam's eyes narrowed. But I can see why they held back. This wasn't their territory. Other days they might have been able to throw their weight around, but today was different. No matter how powerful the heirs were, the people in charge here could decisively put them in their place. Adam could see that clearly now. Vanessa struck the pole end of the halberd against the ground. Thud! The sound echoed sharply through the area. We will not tolerate such behavior before we reach the incursion, she said calmly. Remember, you are still in our territory and such behaviors will be severely penalized. Adam's eyes narrowed further as he parsed her words. Before we enter the incursion, understanding dawned. Once the exploration began, no one would be there to stop them. If the heirs wanted to tear each other apart inside the incursion, so be it. Adam felt a chill crawl up his spine. A bad premonition settled deep in his gut. The manager's veiled gaze swept slowly through the gathered clan heirs. It passed over one face after another, measuring and weighing, until it paused on Adam, just for a second longer than necessary. Then she moved on, having taken in the sight of everyone present. The people present here, she said calmly, her voice carrying without effort, will be taken to the incursion. Those not present will be left behind. A few murmurs rippled through the crowd. Despite the clear date and time that had been given, some clan heirs had still failed to arrive. Either they were too used to being late without consequences, or they were paying the price for bad late-night habits. Vanessa didn't care. Get the vehicles ready. Yes, ma'am. The acolytes behind her replied in unison as they quickly dispersed. Minutes later, the sound of engines rumbled into the area. Large trucks rolled in first, heavy-duty and reinforced, followed by a single jeep. The trucks alone were more than enough to carry everyone present. Vanessa turned back to the group. We will proceed in an orderly manner, she said. Your names will be called. After confirmation, you will be assigned a seat in one of the trucks. An unmistakably overwhelming pressure rolled off her. And if any of you tries to cause trouble, she added coolly, you will be sent home with immediate effect. That was that. Her words were final. She turned to leave, then paused, as she looked back over her shoulder. Oh, Mr. Adam, she said lightly, I'd like for us to have a talk. Every head turned toward the unassuming youth. Adam felt the weight of dozens of gazes land on him at once. There goes not drawing attention to myself. He shrugged internally, unfazed, and stepped forward, following the manager toward the jeep as the murmurs behind him quietly intensified. The roll call for seating began, names being called out one after another as the martial heirs lined up. As it went on, murmurs spread quietly through the crowd. They're still not done talking? What could possibly be so important that they had to do it behind closed doors? It's possible he's her boy toy. He does have the look for that. Would explain how he's even allowed to be here in the first place. You're right, that might be the case. After all, my mother is the same. I remember. The whispers continued, growing more shameless by the second. Yet none of them were as shocked as a particular blonde-haired youth, the one involved in the earlier drama, whose name rhymed well with a good time. Dixon swore. The events from earlier had already faded from his mind. Someone had tried to touch the young lady, and he'd responded accordingly. Simple. He hadn't even considered the consequences. He knew there wouldn't be any. The Faradays were enemies after all. So the incident had been tossed into the back room of his thoughts. Now his attention was on the jeep. On Adam. Dixon stood in line, waiting for his name to be called, eyes narrowing slightly as he stared at the vehicle Adam had entered. Could it be that crazy bastard actually decided to become a gigolo just to get access to the incursion? A faint twitch ran through his expression. I knew he was crazy, but I didn't know he was this crazy. Just then, a voice beside him broke into his thoughts. That's the friend you said hi to the other day, isn't it? Dixon turned and found Abigail standing behind him. Her sunglasses reflected the light as her gaze stayed locked on the jeep Adam had entered. Dixon followed her line of sight for a moment before answering respectfully. Yes, my lady, he's the one. Abigail asked another question, this time turning her head slightly toward Dixon. Do you know what kind of relationship he has with the manager? Dixon scratched the back of his head. A little awkward. No, unfortunately, I don't. Abigail stared at him through her sunglasses for a brief moment. Then she exhaled, her attention finally drifting away from the jeep. You both aren't as close as I thought. Dixon looked at her, waiting and wondering what conclusion she'd reached. But she said nothing more. The roll call continued. One by one, the clan heirs were seated in the trucks. The cargo bays filled until they were packed tight, bodies pressed together like sardines. Yet Adam never emerged from the jeep. Not once. Murmurs rose again, this time sharper and more resentful. While they were crammed into the backs of trucks, he was clearly relaxing in an air-conditioned vehicle. More than a few silently swore to give him a piece of their mind when he came out of the jeep. Then something strange happened. The jeep's engine rumbled to life, and Adam still didn't step out. The vehicle began to move. Silence fell, as the clan heirs watched, stunned. As the trucks followed behind, rolling forward in formation, through the fortified gates of the sector. No one spoke. They simply stared as the convoy left the safety of the sector and headed straight toward the incursion, Siren Swamp. Inside the jeep, Adam and the manager sat opposite each other in silence. A small assortment of snacks rested on the table between them, neatly arranged, and clearly meant as refreshments. Yet Adam hadn't touched a single one. The quiet was too awkward for that. The manager had said she wanted to have a word with him. Yet from the moment Adam entered the jeep until it rolled out of the sector, neither of them had spoken. At this point, it was obvious she hadn't called him over to talk. She just wanted to offer him a ride. Adam shifted slightly, settling more comfortably into the seat, and let his gaze wander as he took in the interior of the jeep. From the outside, the vehicle looked rugged, almost brutish, something built for war zones and hostile terrain. Inside, it was a different story entirely. A steel frame sealed off the driver's seat, blacked out and isolated from the back. The rear compartment was spacious, with a large foot area and two cushioned seats facing each other. Above them was a sleek roof console hologram projector. Beneath the seats sat a compact storage fridge, the source of the snacks the manager had taken out earlier. Don't judge a book by its cover, indeed. As the jeep drove smoothly along the road, Adam relaxed further, enjoying the ride. There's really nothing like having connections. Then the manager finally spoke. Your armament fits you well. Adam, who had been sinking comfortably into the plush seat, straightened. At her comment, it was not stiff or awkward, just enough to acknowledge her properly. He met her gaze and replied evenly, I have you to thank for that. The manager smiled faintly. As long as I could help. Silence returned, as the jeep continued forward, its engines humming steadily as it carried them closer and closer to the Siren Swamp. It didn't take long for the convoy to reach the site of the Siren swamp incursion. Despite being deep within the wild zones, no monsters attacked along the way. The reason was simple. Constant clearing operations, combined with proper barricading around incursions close to the sector, had created a safe, well-maintained route. For security reasons, a clear path had been kept open at all times. As the vehicle slowed near the site, the jeep came to a smooth stop. The manager stepped out first. Acolytes positioned around the area straightened instantly, saluting her presence. She acknowledged them with a short nod. Adam stepped out next. The acolytes froze for a split second, clearly surprised. They hadn't expected anyone to ride with the manager. Judging by his age, they immediately assumed he was a clan heir. And the fact that he'd shared a vehicle with someone who famously disliked showing favoritism could only mean one thing. Highly important personnel. They saluted Adam as well. Adam mirrored the manager's demeanor, nodding calmly in return before turning his attention elsewhere. The incursion perimeter stretched out before him. Calling it a barricade would have been misleading. Unlike the sector itself, with its massive walls and heavily fortified gates, the Siren swamp was enclosed by a chain-wired fence. It formed a wide perimeter rather than a sealed enclosure. Adam wasn't shocked for long. He understood immediately. Building rigid fortifications around an incursion would be a massive waste of resources. Incursions expanded over time. Walls would need to be torn down and rebuilt repeatedly, bleeding funds dry. A flexible, cheap, and easily expandable chain-wire fence was far more practical, even if it looked lacking in safety. They must have other measures in place for the monsters. He didn't have time to dwell on it. The sound of engines grew louder as the trucks finally arrived, rolling in behind the jeep and lining up near the perimeter. The clan heirs stepped out of the trucks one after another. A few of them shot Adam looks of undisguised contempt, irritation still fresh from the ride over. But Adam didn't spare them a second glance. Children's games didn't interest him. The incursion did. A sharp clap cut through the noise. All eyes turned to the manager. As stated previously, she said evenly, your safety inside the incursion lies in your own hands. She raised an arm and pointed toward the chain-wired fence. As you can see, our acolytes will be fully occupied protecting the perimeter. We don't have any free hands to spare. Her veiled gaze swept across them. So try not to die, she added flatly. I don't want to bother my men with searching for your corpses. A wave of offended expressions rippled through the clan heirs. The manager didn't care. Open the gates. A small section of the fence was pulled aside. It was low enough to jump over easily, but the formality mattered. The clan heirs tensed, ready to rush in. Some of them glanced toward Adam, clearly planning to follow him inside, to teach him a lesson or two once they were beyond the manager's reach. However, their plans were cut short when a sudden gust of wind tore through the area. Dust exploded upward, momentarily blinding everyone. And when it cleared, Adam was gone. The heirs who had been watching him froze, eyes widened as they realized a single, undeniable fact. Adam moved with such incredible speed that, despite their pride as noble heirs, most doubted they could keep up. Some even outright accepted they were outclassed. However, as they stood rooted in shock, one of them voiced exactly what everyone was thinking. What the hell was that? The clan heirs remained where they were, frozen in place, each wearing a different expression. Henry of the Faraday clan stared at the open gate as his jaw tightened. What was that speed? He had noticed Adam the moment the manager called him out earlier. Back then, Henry had dismissed it as favoritism, some quiet relationship, fostered from background connections. That explanation had been convenient. Now it was impossible. Adam had been there one moment and gone the next. Not a blur, not a trace, just gone. And the most unsettling part was that Henry, a profound apprentice, hadn't been able to see how he moved. That made one thing painfully clear. Adam wasn't just close to the manager. He was strong. Nearby, Abigail was still staring at the spot Adam had vanished from. She turned her head slightly toward Dixon, who was standing beside her in a daze. What did you say his special and cultivation talent ranks were again? Dixon swallowed, eyes still fixed forward. A. G-rank cultivation talent, and a rankless special talent. Even as he said it, he struggled to believe his own words. Abigail didn't respond immediately. Her sunglasses hid her eyes, but her attention never left that empty space. A lot must have changed since you last saw him, she said at last. Movement began around them as the other clan heirs finally snapped out of their shock and started entering the incursion. Abigail straightened. Let's start moving as well. Dixon nodded, as did the rest of her followers, and they followed her through the gate into the Siren swamp. Behind them, the manager remained where she was. She watched the heirs rush into the incursion through her veiled gaze, expression unreadable. Did he really have to show off? She shook her head at the thought before she turned away. She headed toward the area prepared for her to stay in during the exploration. Despite all her talk about not caring what happened to the clan heirs, she still had a duty to supervise the perimeter. That, and one more reason. They were more than strong enough for this incursion. But Adam? He was the real variable. As she took her place, a faint smile tugged at her lips beneath the veil. I wonder what surprises you have in store for us. Adam finally came to a stop deep within the swamp. The terrain felt familiar thanks to Essence Online, so navigating this kind of environment posed no problem at all. Mud, stagnant water, uneven ground, obscured sightlines. He'd already dealt with all of it countless times in the game. At least this way, I won't have some fools getting in my way. Adam muttered quietly. He hadn't imagined it. Back at the gate, when he'd activated Connect out of habit, he'd sensed it clearly, hostile intent. Quite a few clan heirs had been watching him with thoughts that weren't exactly friendly. Adam wasn't worried about dealing with them. But, instead of waiting to be jumped just to show off his strength later, showing it now was the smarter and less stressful option. However, if anyone were to come after him despite that, Adam wouldn't hold back from knocking some sense into them. With that decision settled, Adam finally took in his surroundings properly. Just like in Essence Online, the Siren swamp was dominated by large, stagnant bodies of water. Murky pools stretched between clusters of twisted trees, their roots jutting out at odd angles, some half-submerged, others clawing into the air. Everything matched. The details he'd memorized from the tablets. The instincts he'd developed through countless virtual hunts. Together, they made the terrain feel almost readable. This place wouldn't slow him down. Adam exhaled slowly. Let's begin the hunt. And in the next moment, he vanished from the spot. Adam found the nearest siren gathering almost immediately. No difficulty at all. More than a dozen sirens surged toward him at once, water splashing violently as they emerged. Their naked, feminine forms might have distracted weaker minds, but to Adam they were nothing more than moving targets. Their silent voices rose in unison, lullaby G flooding the air, while their claws slashed forward, aiming to tear him apart. However, it was all useless. By now, this had become instinct. Adam knew their attack patterns, their timing, their weaknesses. With the common knife gripped firmly in his hand, he charged straight at them, pushing through the waves of silence without slowing down. The lullaby washed over his mind and broke apart like mist against stone. He reached the first siren. The blade plunged into its chest. The moment steel pierced flesh, a strange sensation coursed through him. It wasn't unpleasant. If anything, it felt familiar, like an alcoholic who'd stayed sober for a week, only to finally take that first sip again. That rush, that warmth, that unmistakable sense of rightness. Noth ing beats the real stuff. He ripped the knife free. Blood gushed as the siren collapsed, lifeless, into the murky water, but Adam was already gone. He flowed into the next one, and the next. Each kill came smoother than the last. Sirens fell before they could even process what was happening, their attacks missing empty air as Adam slipped through their ranks like a phantom. The more he killed, the wider his smile grew. White motes of light didn't rise into the swamp air this time. After all, this was the real deal. Only the stench of blood and stagnant water remained as Adam carved his way forward, completely in his element. Adam stood amid the scattered corpses of the sirens. Their bodies lay sprawled across the swamp floor, pale forms half submerged in mud and stagnant water. Despite the frenzy of the slaughter, and despite his own impulses, not a single drop of blood had touched his new armament. That alone felt like a victory. He'd already harvested the valuable organs with practiced efficiency. As for the granulite, he left it behind. Its only purpose was to serve as proof of a run in a rift, and this wasn't a rift. This was an incursion. Granulite was worthless here, which meant there was only one thing left: the soul pearls. Adam turned toward one of the stagnant pools nearby. The water was dark and opaque, its surface unnaturally still. As he watched, a single bubble swelled upward. Pop! It burst quietly. Adam stared at the spot for a moment, his expression completely blank. Here goes nothing. Adam took a breath and jumped. The water swallowed him whole. It was thick, grimy, and foul, clinging to his body as if it were alive, trying to crawl into every wrong place. The sensation was instantly unpleasant. How can anyone live here? Then it clicked. Of course, they're monsters. Once he adjusted to the suffocating filth, Adam began to swim downward. To obtain the soul pearls, he had to reach the very bottom of the stagnant body of water. There was no shortcut. He kept swimming and swimming. At some point, he realized just how deep the pool actually was. It was far deeper than he'd assumed from the surface. The darkness thickened around him, pressure building steadily against his body. Still, there were no monsters. All the sirens inhabiting this pool had all rushed to the surface earlier, only to be butchered by him before they could ever retreat back to their domain. As he descended further, a stray thought surfaced. It would have been nice to kill a few of them down here. The idea amused him. Fighting the sirens underwater, where they should naturally be superior, would have been interesting. No footing, limited movement, their true home turf. The euphoria would be worth it. Lost in his own thoughts, Adam suddenly noticed something. A faint glimmer. Light. It shimmered weakly through the murk, catching his eyes like a distant star. Adam focused and swam toward it, strokes growing more deliberate. He had reached the bed of the stagnant water. Adam finally reached the source of the glimmer. Holding his breath, he hovered just above the floor of the stagnant pool and stared. Soul pearls. They lay clustered together, faintly luminous, embedded in the silt like stars trapped beneath mud. This was the reason Adam was here in the first place. The reason he had left his home and traveled all the way to this sector. All of it. For this natural resource. Adam didn't bother scanning the rest of the pool. He didn't need to. Soul pearls always formed in a single location within a body of water. That meant the ones in front of him were the only soul pearls this pool held. No more, no less. He reached down and gathered them quickly. The moment his fingers closed around the pearls, he felt it. A tug. It was light, subtle, and almost imperceptible. But Adam noticed. He had developed an acute sensitivity to anything related to the soul, especially his own. The sensation wasn't painful. It was more like recognition, as if the pearls were brushing against something that already belonged to them. A smile tugged at his lips as he held his breath. It's good to reconfirm my journey here won't be in vain. With the pearls secured, Adam kicked off the pool bed and began swimming upward, pushing through the murky water as he made his way back toward the surface. Adam broke through the surface of the water. He hauled himself out and stepped onto dry land, the swamp air hitting his lungs as he took a deep breath. Mud slid off his boots as he straightened. Then he opened his hand. The soul pearls rested in his palm. Here, under the sunlight, the same light that hadn't reached the pool bed fully, he could finally examine them properly. There were 12 in total. Bead-shaped, smooth, each one containing something like pale blue mist swirling gently within, as if alive. Soul pearls were considered common-grade natural resources. But for someone like Adam, who hadn't even stepped into the official ranks of a martial artist yet, they were extremely effective. Still, I'll need more. Adam closed his hand and slipped the pearls into his storage ring without hesitation. With that done, he set off again. The details from the tablet were still fresh in his mind, layered neatly atop the instincts he'd already developed. He adjusted his direction and headed toward the nearest gathering, the one having both a high concentration of sirens. And more soul pearls waiting beneath the water. Adam moved from pool to pool. Each one was the same. He destroyed entire siren communities, their silent screams swallowed by the swamp as he carved through them without mercy. Death followed him from one stagnant body of water to the next, and beneath each pool, he collected the soul pearls waiting at the bottom. The rewards came in two forms: the pearls, and the satisfaction of watching the sirens die. As his exploration continued, Adam didn't encounter a single clan heir. That was understandable. He'd entered first and gained a massive head start. By the time the others made meaningful progress, he'd already cleared multiple areas. Still, a thought lingered. It still baffles me that heirs from mid-tier regions would come all the way to a low-tier region just for resources. At first, he'd found it strange. He'd initially assumed he was the only one who'd reserved the Siren Swamp. Discovering that Martial clan heirs had also reserved access had come as a surprise. Now, thinking about it more carefully, it felt off. A sudden thought crossed his mind as he headed toward the next pool. Could it be they're after something else? It was just a suspicion, nothing concrete. Adam had no proof, no confirmation. And rather than letting his attention drift toward speculation, he chose the smarter option. Focus. I came here for soul pearls. The heirs can play whatever games they want. A small smile curved his lips. But if my hands are forced, I'll have to join in and see what all the commotion is about. Still smiling faintly, Adam continued his search, vanishing once more into the depths of the swamp in pursuit of his goal. However, Adam had no idea just how close his speculation was to the truth. Every single clan heir who had come to the Siren Swamp incursion was here for one reason: an exquisite natural resource, the water lily. The news had surfaced barely a week ago, circulating quietly through the upper echelons of the mid-region's martial clans. It never reached public channels, and it never passed through official mission hall records. From the moment the information appeared, it was deliberately kept under wraps, sealed tight to prevent the mission hall from catching even a hint of it. Because once the mission hall knew, the resource would no longer belong to the heirs. It would become regulated. The information itself sounded almost too good to be true. A water lily appearing in a low-tier region's incursion was borderline absurd. But no matter how slim the chances were, not a single martial heir could afford to ignore it. Because the water lily wasn't just rare. It was priceless. For a martial heir, it represented the most important opportunity they could hope for, a massive boost to the chance of awakening a special talent. However, the water lily had a crucial limitation. It only worked on those below the expert rank. That alone explained everything. That was why it was the young heirs who had come in person. Elders, patriarchs, and true powerhouses had no use for it. For them, the resource was nothing more than a curiosity. But for heirs still standing at the threshold of their future, it was priceless. No one knew where the rumor had originated. Whether it was a leak, a coincidence, or deliberate bait didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that the information carried one terrifying implication: a high chance to awaken a special talent. For a martial heir, even a chance like that was worth crossing regions, swallowing pride, and coming to a backwater place like this. So they searched. Across the Siren Swamp, multiple clan heirs and their entourages spread out, scouring pools, marshlands, and deeper wetlands. They ignored the sirens outright, killing only those that attacked them directly. Monsters were nothing but obstacles. The water lily was the goal. And with that many ambitious heirs packed into the same incursion, conflict was inevitable. Clashes erupted. Auras collided. Martial spirits manifested. Old grudges resurfaced, and new ones formed. Small-scale battles broke out across the swamp, chaos spreading like wildfire as heirs tested each other's strength, sometimes intentionally, sometimes not. But Adam, Adam was blissfully unaware, or rather uninterested. He noticed the aftermath of a few skirmishes, broken trees, disturbed water, the lingering traces of martial power. But he didn't slow down. He didn't pry. He didn't care. He simply continued hunting sirens, continued diving into pools, continued collecting soul pearls. Adam was chill like that. He didn't stick his nose into other people's business unless his hand was forced. Meanwhile, outside the incursion, inside the command area, Manager Vanessa listened to the report from one of her acolytes, disbelief flashing through her veiled gaze. What? Vanessa's gaze snapped to the acolyte. Repeat what you just said. The acolyte, who had rushed into the command area the moment the intel reached him, didn't hesitate. He straightened and repeated himself clearly. It's a water lily. The clan heirs are here because of a water lily. Bollocks! The curse slipped out of Vanessa's mouth without restraint. The acolyte didn't react. He simply stood at attention in front of her, eyes forward, posture rigid. After a few seconds, Vanessa waved a hand. You're dismissed. Yes, ma'am. The acolyte turned and left, the door sliding shut behind him. Vanessa remained where she was, her fingers tapping lightly against the shaft of her halberd as she pieced everything together. So that's what this is all about, she muttered. A water lily. She understood why the clan heirs were after it. Even to her, a water lily was an extremely valuable resource. But that wasn't what made her curse. What unsettled her was the implication. The fact that a water lily had appeared in her sector felt too good to be true. Vanessa was no fool. The moment she saw multiple mid-tier region clan heirs reserving an incursion in her sector, she'd known something was wrong. That kind of interest didn't happen without a reason. The higher-ups hadn't told her anything. Either they truly didn't know, which she doubted, or they did know and had chosen to keep it under wraps, quietly playing games with the martial clans. Neither option sat well with her. That was why she'd acted on her own. She'd sent several acolytes into the incursion, instructing them to keep a close watch on the clan heirs, especially the hot-blooded ones. Tempers flared easily, and when heirs argued, they tended to let things slip. That was how the information had surfaced. Vanessa exhaled slowly. So this is the real prize. Her grip tightened slightly on the halberd. But what should I do with it? Adam was currently on his phone. I see, he said calmly as he tilted his head, and a clawed strike sliced through empty air where his neck had been a heartbeat earlier. He pivoted smoothly, stepped in, and drove his common knife through the siren's back. The blade punched cleanly through its chest, the tip bursting out the front. He pulled it free as the siren collapsed in a pool of its own blood. All around him lay countless corpses, some sprawled across the swamp floor, others floating lifelessly in stagnant water. Adam had let his intrusive thoughts win as he battled the sirens in the water like he said he would. But during the battle, Adam had briefly felt his storage ring vibrate. BZZZT. When he surfaced, a few sirens still pursuing him, he discovered that the storage ring had a built-in feature. It synced with communication devices to alert the wearer of incoming calls. So that's why it was so expensive. But that wasn't the point now. He continued the call as he stepped aside from another attack and ended a siren with a quick slash to the throat. Thank you for informing me, Adam said evenly. There's no issue, Vanessa's voice replied, as the call ended soon after. Adam glanced at his phone. Mild disappointment flickered across his face. So that's it, he muttered. Kind of a letdown. The reason Vanessa had called him was simple, to inform him about the water lily. And learning about it had been disappointing for several reasons. First, Adam already had special talents. The water lily's effects on him would be heavily diminished. Second, his special talent guaranteed that his future catalog of special talents would already be above average. The water lily, to him, was little more than a decorative plant. Adam exhaled softly. Another man's food really is another man's poison. The clan heirs were going mad over the water lily because they had no other choice. This was their only real chance, to awaken a special talent and catapult their already fantastic future to a brighter one. But Adam? He didn't need it. He was already fine the way he was. At that moment, an idea surfaced, and a slow smile spread across Adam's face. It might not be valuable to me, power-wise, but profit-wise? That was a completely different conversation. The smile he wore wasn't wide. It wasn't manic. But it was the kind of smile that made souls shiver. Vanessa stood in the command room, staring at her communication device. He didn't sound interested. As a manager, Vanessa had developed an above-average ability to read people. It came naturally with leadership, especially in a position where one mistake could cost lives. From Adam's tone alone, that low, nonchalant calm, she could tell he genuinely didn't care about the water lily. She exhaled softly. That shouldn't be surprising. After all, he already possesses a special talent, and not just any talent. Powerful one. Vanessa didn't know exactly what Adam's special talent did, but she knew he had one. It was obvious from the way he fought without having stepped into the official ranks of a martial artist. And beyond that, it was right there in his martial license. An open detail. It's still unbelievable what a reawakened talent can do. Just like the manager back in Adam's sector, Vanessa believed Adam had reawakened his talent. It was the only explanation she could come up with for his sudden and explosive rise in strength. She let that thought go. Even if he isn't after it, that doesn't mean the mission hall isn't. The water lily was an extremely important resource to anyone below the expert rank. And Vanessa herself was a martial warrior, well within the range of those who could use it. When she said the mission hall needed it, she was really referring to herself. After all, she was the mission hall. Vanessa turned sharply to the nearest acolyte. "Gather a group," she ordered. "We're heading in." The acolyte snapped to attention. "Yes, ma'am." He rushed off immediately to carry out her command. Vanessa walked to the small window of the command room and stared out at the steel-wired fence surrounding the incursion. The swamp beyond was hazy, alive with danger and opportunity. Her reflection stared back faintly in the glass. Her mind drifted, calculations forming one after another. Abigail, Dixon, and the remaining followers pushed deeper toward the center of the incursion, hoping the water lily would be there. They moved carefully. Stagnant bodies of water dotted their path, their dark surfaces unnervingly still. Swamp trees rose around them at irregular intervals, yet in this area they were strangely compact, their twisted trunks crowding close together as if closing in. Visibility was poor. Sound felt muted. Their guards were up. Hands hovered inches from their conduits. Every step measured, every breath controlled, ready for an ambush at the slightest disturbance. Dixon's eyes swept the area before he spoke, his voice low. "Is it just me? Or has it gotten a little too quiet?" Abigail raised a hand, immediately causing the rest to stop. She then slowly scanned the surroundings through her sunglasses, senses stretched thin. After a brief pause, she nodded. "You're right," she said. "It has." Clap. The sound cracked through the swamp like a gunshot. In an instant, the group reacted. Conduits were drawn. Abigail snapped her battle fan open with a sharp flick, essence stirring around her. Dixon slid into a battle stance, feet planted, breath steady. Then, figures emerged. One after another, people stepped out from behind the trees, their movements deliberately coordinated. They spread out quickly, forming a loose encirclement. Their numbers far exceeded Abigail's group. One of the newcomers stepped forward, clearly the leader. His gaze lingered on Abigail as a grin crept onto his face. "Well, look what we have here, another group to take out. I want. Leader. Can we have fun with the Kelvin heir first before we do anything?" A voice cut in from his side. The leader turned his head slowly to the speaker with a smile on his face. The follower who'd spoken smiled back, encouraged. Around them, the others began to grin as well, soft chuckles spreading, growing louder, until it turned into full-blown laughter. Then, splush! A dagger buried itself straight into the follower's head. The laughter died instantly. The man froze, eyes wide with shock. Blood trickled down from the wound, dripping slowly before his body toppled forward and hit the ground with a dull thud. Dead. The leader lowered his arm. The smile was gone. His expression twisted into a foul scowl as he looked at the rest of his men. "Don't interrupt me when I'm talking." The gulps of the man's followers were audible, one by one. As his gaze swept over them, none of them looked shocked, only afraid. That alone said everything. This wasn't the first time they'd witnessed one of his sudden outbursts. On a normal day, he might have laughed off what the now-dead follower had said. Today, however, wasn't a normal day, and the follower had paid for it. Seeing that none of his remaining followers dared to speak, the clan heir turned back to Abigail and her group. A smooth and practiced smile returned to his face. "No hard feelings. We simply need to eliminate every possible competitor for the water lily. Unfortunately, that means you're on the list." Abigail's expression didn't change. Her sunglasses hid her eyes, her battle fan already poised in her hand as her martial spirit began to partially manifest behind her. Dixon, on the other hand, didn't bother hiding his anger. "Are you brain dead? Instead of actually searching for the damn thing, you're wasting time picking fights? That's the stupidest thing I've heard all day, and that's coming from me." For the first time, Abigail's lips twitched upward slightly. Her remaining followers didn't even try to hide their amusement. A few laughed outright, mocking the clan heir to his face. A dagger suddenly flashed through the air, flying straight toward Dixon's head. Before he could even react, Abigail moved, her 5-star profound martial spirit fully manifested in an instant. A blue, feminine apparition appeared behind her, wielding twin fans identical to her own. With a sharp, fluid gesture, the spirit snapped its fans outward. Clang! The dagger was deflected mid-air, sent spinning harmlessly into the mud. The clan heir's face twisted with fury. "Bring me their heads." But before anyone could move, boom! An explosion tore across the sky. The shockwave rippled outward, the air trembling violently as everyone instinctively looked up, the sudden blast cutting the confrontation short in an instant. A few minutes before the explosion tore through the sky, Adam was already rushing toward the center of the incursion. He'd gathered enough soul pearls. More than enough, in fact. The amount he carried was already close to the limit of what his body could safely handle. Any more would be pointless, wasteful even. Besides, by this point, he'd practically ransacked most of the sirens' pools. There wasn't much left to gather, which meant it was time to shift focus to the water lily. Adam didn't want it because he planned to use it. He wanted it because he knew he would make an absurd amount of money selling it. Despite how it might look, Adam had always had a strong appreciation for money. Who didn't? He'd grown up in conditions that naturally fostered that mindset, and now that he was walking the martial path, a path infamous for draining resources at an alarming rate, money mattered more than ever. This wasn't about sudden luxury. It wasn't about him getting spoiled over the past few days and developing expensive tastes. No, this was about sustainability, improvement, survival. Sure, there would be moments when he indulged himself, but never excessively. He knew better than to let comfort dull his edge. As for why Adam believed the water lily would be at the center of the incursion, it wasn't a guess. Through Connect, he'd seen it. He'd sensed the flow of clan heirs, and their entourages, gravitating toward the same general direction. Even when they got distracted by sirens or clashed with one another, their initial heading had been the same. The middle. That told him everything. Instead of running around blindly, wasting time on a wild goose chase, Adam chose the smarter option. Follow the tide. If everyone was converging on the center, then that was where the water lily was most likely to appear. With that decision made, Adam increased his speed, cutting through the swamp like a shadow as he headed straight for the heart of the incursion. The heart of the incursion lay at the breached rift. That was the epicenter, the point where the rift's influence spilled into the real world and warped the surroundings. Everything abnormal radiated outward from that spot, which was exactly why it made sense. If a water lily had formed anywhere, it would be there. Adam could already feel it as he closed in, the thick, heavy essence leaking from the rift like heat from an open furnace. His instincts sharpened, and as he ran, he activated Connect, sweeping the area ahead of him before fully entering it. That was when he was shocked mid-stride. What he saw made him surge forward even faster. When Adam finally reached the epicenter, he came to a stop. What stood in front of the breached rift was not a water lily. "It's you." Floating before the rift was a dark gem, suspended in midair, pulsing faintly with warped essence. And standing directly in front of it was Henry, the Faraday heir. He wasn't alone. His goons were spread out around him, forming a loose perimeter. Adam's gaze flicked across the ground. Then his eyes narrowed. The earth nearby had been dug up poorly. It was amateurish, shallow, and rushed. Anyone with experience would have done a better job hiding it. A telltale sign of haste. So that's where they buried the bodies.
Adam realized.
That was why he'd rushed here faster than usual. Earlier, through Connect, he'd sensed corpses in the area. Considering the current situation, both dangerous and blatantly illegal, and the fact that Henry's men showed no exhaustion after the slaughter, it became obvious to whom the corpses belonged. The corpses weren't clan heirs. They were acolytes. Adam could tell because compared to martial heirs, a small group of acolytes, even if they held the advantage of numbers, would be no match for martial heirs. Adam knew the manager had sent acolytes into the incursion. That was how she'd uncovered the truth about the water lily in the first place. But now it was clear that the water lily wasn't the most urgent issue anymore. The dark gem floating in front of the breached rift radiated a twisted, unstable essence. It pulsed slowly, like a diseased heart, warping the air around it. Whatever that thing was, it was far more dangerous than a rare plant. Adam didn't bother asking questions. There was no room for misunderstanding here. No chance that this was some innocent mistake. Only one certainty. They were up to no good. Adam stepped forward and slid into a stance, his common knife held in a reverse grip, blade angled low and ready. Henry's expression hardened. "Don't drop your guard," he barked at his men. "He's strong, but don't let him interfere with the plan." The goons responded immediately. Conduits were drawn. Essence surged. 4-star and 3-star profound spirits manifested behind them, flickering into existence with hostile pressure. Among them was the same goon who'd gotten in Adam's face yesterday, and the same one Dixon had sent flying earlier that day. He was clearly healed, though faint bruises still marred his face. He grinned viciously. Attack! They moved as one. At the same instant, Adam activated Rapid E and Poison F. The world slowed, and Adam rushed forward to meet them head-on. Adam didn't hesitate as he moved. The followers rushing him might have had higher ranks, better conduits, even profound spirits at their backs, something Adam himself didn't possess. But none of that deterred him. There was one simple reason. He was absolutely certain, without the slightest shred of doubt, that he would wipe the floor with them. Still, there was a problem, a small one, but before he could fully dwell on it, the goon who had shouted attack reached him first. A sword came down in a brutal vertical arc, aimed to split Adam clean in two. Yet, the strike might as well have been mailed to him, as Adam sidestepped the attack effortlessly. The blade slammed into empty air. In the same motion, Adam drove forward and smashed the handle of his common knife into the man's head. The impact cracked sharply, the goon's eyes glazing as his balance shattered. Adam followed up instantly, his foot snapping out and crashing into the man's chest. Crack! Ribs broke, as the goon was launched backward, colliding hard with one of the other charging men and sending both tumbling across the ground. Adam didn't slow down. He surged toward the rest. And the problem finally surfaced clearly in his mind. I knew this would happen one day.
I'm hesitating.
Hesitating to kill them. Despite how ruthless Adam could be, there was still one thing he couldn't do. Take a human life. It wasn't morality. It wasn't ethics. It wasn't some self-imposed code about right and wrong. It was a psychological block. One he felt carved into him the day he watched his mother stab herself to death. Monsters were different. They were the objects and vessels into which his rage could be poured without resistance. Killing them felt natural, necessary, even cleansing. But humans? Whenever it came to killing another person, something inside his head flipped. Not a voice or fear, just an uncontrollable shutdown. His body would hesitate, lock up, or instinctively choose an alternative path. Adam could only attribute it to trauma. Deep down, he didn't believe killing a person was wrong. He wasn't naive. He understood the world. He understood the necessity. But understanding something and being able to do it were two entirely different things. Everyone had thought about killing someone at least once. The idiot who stepped on you. The bastard who cut in line. The neighbor who kept yelling when you were trying to sleep. The fool who ruined everything with their stupidity. It might sound extreme, but the thought itself was normal. Or at least Adam believed it was. And if it wasn't, then maybe he really was insane. The point was this. When those thoughts crossed his mind, Adam always felt resistance. Not from his conscience, but from his mind, and no matter how much he tried to confront it or brute force his way past, the block remained. That was until now. Why am I even hesitating? Adam thought mad at himself more than anything. All those other times, they were just impulsive thoughts. But this is the real deal. Looking at the man he'd just sent crashing into his colleague, Adam narrowed his eyes. I can't let a little trauma hold me back. The remaining goons, shaken but not broken, regained their footing. Anger and adrenaline replaced their shock as they charged at him again. Weapons raised, spirits flaring.
Adam ehalet şerpli.
I just have to see them like the vermins they are. He let out a cold breath, closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, a cold light shone within his icy gaze. And with that clarity, Adam surged forward once more, charging straight at the remaining goons with pure intent to kill. Henry stood before the floating dark gem, its warped light reflecting faintly in his eyes as he watched his followers struggle to hold Adam back. Why isn't he killing them? That thought vanished the next moment when Adam's knife buried itself in a goon's chest, killing him instantly. The way Adam was dismantling them, one after another, made it painfully clear Henry didn't have time to dwell on them. He turned back to the gem, irritation twisting his expression. This stupid thing, he muttered. Hurry up and activate. In truth, Henry didn't even know what it did. And that wasn't unusual. From the day he was born, his life had never been about understanding why. Only what? How he carried himself in public. The endless training. The hatred drilled into him for the Kelvins. Everything had been in order.
No explanations.
No context. Only consequences if he failed. That was how Henry's life worked. Orders and nothing more. Even now, this gem. Activating it in front of the breached rift. Spreading false news about a water lily to lure other heirs into the sector and divert attention. He hadn't known the reason for any of it. He still didn't. But he would do it anyway, because that was what he existed for, to serve the family. Nothing more. Why did it suddenly become quiet? The silence drew Henry's gaze back toward the fight, but he had no time to process it before a fist swung toward his face. Thump! The impact stopped short, as a translucent barrier flared into existence, absorbing the blow with a dull, heavy sound. Henry stared through the barrier. Adam stood there. All of Henry's men were already dead. Every single one. Henry met Adam's gaze, his eyes calm and devoid of fear. You operate fast. Adam's fist remained pressed against the barrier. I didn't take you for the type to hide behind a barrier. What happened to your martial pride? Henry simply stared at him through the translucent wall. Martial pride is one thing, Henry replied calmly. But foolishness is another. Adam's eyes narrowed. To be honest, Henry continued, I never expected to be shocked the way I was today. Someone as unassuming as you, yet possessing this level of power. A perfect example of someone favored by heaven. It actually makes me quite thrilled to. Shut it. Adam cut him off as his gaze turned cold. Don't try to stall me with pointless talk. Henry looked at him closely. Adam finally lowered his fist and took a step back from the barrier. "And the fact that you're trying to stall," he added evenly, "only tells me one thing." He paused. "This barrier isn't absolute." Henry's lips parted, about to respond, but Adam vanished. Henry's eyes snapped wide as he scanned around him. Thump! Henry's gaze whipped to one side of the barrier. No one was there. Thump! Another side. This time it was closer. Thump! The interval shortened. Thump! 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 The impacts began coming every second, then faster. Adam was moving at an astonishing speed. He didn't know exactly what generated the barrier, but he believed all barriers shared one weakness: durability. Drain it fast enough and it would hit zero. Adam attacked without restraint. With rapid E, he could strike dozens of times in a single moment. With his equipped talents not consuming stamina, exhaustion wasn't a concern. Every blow landed with maximum force, hammering the barrier from every possible angle. It was relentless and unyielding. And beyond stopping whatever Henry was trying to activate, there was another, far more personal motivation driving him. As Adam struck again and again, a thought surfaced in his mind. He still has that look. Adam didn't like the way Henry looked at him. At first, he couldn't put his finger on it. He had thought it was the usual arrogance or disdain a clan heir typically reserved for those beneath them. But the more Adam watched him, the more the feeling curdled into something else entirely. The best way to describe it was like staring at a corpse. Henry's gaze was empty and emotionless. There was no hatred in it, no fear, no excitement. Even the anger he'd shown earlier to Small Dick and his master felt rehearsed. Adam had initially assumed it was just another heir playing superiority games. But now, standing here, hammering at the barrier while watching Henry through Connect, he understood. All of it was fake. Perfectly acted, but fake nonetheless. And Adam was sure of this for one simple reason: Henry's soul flame. By now, it was obvious what Connect could really do. At first glance, its description was simple: the ability to connect to the mind and soul. Adam still hadn't fully grasped the mind aspect. That part remained vague and distant, like a door he hadn't yet figured out how to open. But the soul? That was a different matter entirely. If Adam was being honest with himself, the ability to perceive the soul was, in its own way, broken. Not broken in some absurd, world-ending sense. Not the kind of power that let you annihilate continents or collect every gorgeous woman under the heavens. No. On its own, Connect wasn't overwhelmingly destructive. But in terms of versatility, it was terrifying. Adam could sense living beings from extreme distances. He could gauge their power. He could detect malice through the intensity and distortion of their soul flames. And more than that, it allowed him to understand souls. If he observed long enough and studied carefully enough, patterns emerged. Intent surfaced. Truth leaked through the cracks. And what Adam had understood from Henry's soul didn't sit right with him. The steadiness, the artificial calm, the complete absence of fluctuation. It was wrong. Adam struck the barrier again and again. He ricocheted off surrounding trees, using their trunks as launch points to add momentum and angle to his attacks. Some of the trees cracked under the strain, essence infused with splintering loudly, but they held longer than normal. It didn't matter. He hit the barrier. Again, and again, and again, and again. No hesitation or rhythm, just relentless impact. Henry had already given up trying to track Adam's movements. At first, he acted tense and cautious. But as time passed and the barrier held, that false tension faded and false relief crept in. He raised his hand slightly, rubbing the ring on his middle finger. A Type 2, tier for armament, Henry thought calmly. There's no way. Crack. Henry's eyes snapped wide as a small, but unmistakable thin fracture spiderwebbed across the barrier. The impossible had just happened. Impossible. Henry said it out loud as he stared at the crack spreading across the barrier. A moment later, the fracture smoothed itself out, the surface returning to its pristine state. But Henry's expression didn't relax. That wasn't good. If anything, it was worse, because it meant the barrier's durability was dropping fast. This isn't supposed to be possible. Before the thought could settle, another sharp sound rang out. Crack. Henry's eyes snapped to the side. A new fracture had formed on a different section of the barrier. It repaired itself just as quickly, but this time Henry's gaze drifted downward, to the ring on his middle finger. Tiny fissures had begun to appear on its surface, barely visible, but real. Henry stared at it for a brief moment, as if weighing something internally. Then he turned back to the floating gem. Adam's attacks grew even more rampant. The cracks multiplied. This time, before one fracture could fully mend, another formed. And another. And another. Crack. 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 The barrier struggled to keep up. Adam didn't slow down. His feet slammed into the side of the only intact tree left in the area, bark exploding outward from repeated impacts. Steam poured off his body, friction-heated air curling around his armor as he coiled his leg. Essence, meager but focused, flooded into his legs. Rapid E surged to its absolute limit. Adam's eyes locked onto the barrier, now riddled with fractures that couldn't repair themselves fast enough. Time seemed to slow. His muscles tightened. Then, boom! The tree detonated into splinters as Adam launched forward like a rocket, fist drawn back. He collided head-on with the barrier as the barrier exploded into fragments of light. Adam twisted midair into a tight barrel roll, landed smoothly, and shifted into a low stance in one fluid motion. His gaze snapped to Henry as he dashed forward. But he was too late. The moment the barrier shattered, Henry didn't hesitate. Not for a second. He reached out and grasped the dark gem. Henry had been given clear instructions. If anything interfered with the plan when the gem took too long to activate, then the process was to be skipped entirely. By sacrifice. Henry had believed it would never come to that. His men. The barrier. A Type 2, Tier 4 armament. The manager. The sector's power. Even the other clan heirs. Everything had been accounted for. Everything. Except Adam. Adam had ruined the plan. Forced his hand. And there was only one valid sacrifice. Faraday blood. Normally, Henry wouldn't have hesitated. His life had never been his own to begin with. If dying for the family was required, he would have done it the moment he was ordered to. But the instructions had been clear. Only when there is no other option. And now, there was a furious lunatic charging straight toward him. Henry closed his fingers around the gem. The moment he did, every problem vanished, replaced by pain and agony beyond anything he had ever known. Violet lightning erupted from the gem, flooding into Henry's body, ripping through his veins, his nerves, his bones. Bolts lashed outward, striking the ground and the air itself. Adam skidded to a halt as his instinct screamed. Lightning exploded around him. He moved instantly, dodging and weaving, but no matter how fast he was, the strikes kept spreading. They were faster, denser, and more violent. The air howled under their force. Henry bore the full brunt of it. Ah! His scream tore through the swamp as the lightning intensified. Each strike hit with the force of thunder. Boom! 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 Adam pushed himself harder, but it wasn't enough. As a single bolt, as large as a bus, slammed into him. Boom! Adam was hurled through the swamp, crashing into the distance as the world spun violently around him. Henry's scream only grew louder. Blood poured from his eyes, from his ears, from his mouth, from every orifice. And deep in his mind, the code drilled into him since childhood echoed, over and over. The family is above all else. The family is above all else. Your life is not your own. Your life exists to serve the family. Henry let out one final, ragged scream, and his body exploded. Fire and lightning tore him apart in a grotesque display as his flesh vaporized. Organs and blood were flung in all directions as a massive lightning bolt shot straight into the sky. Boom! The thunderous detonation rolled across the entire Siren's swamp incursion, shaking water, trees, and earth alike. For a brief moment, the whole incursion went silent. The room was dark. Not dim or shadowed, just pure darkness, heavy and unmoving, with no sign of life within it. Then, two eyes opened. Golden pupils cut through the void, sharp and alert. The rest of the figure remained hidden, but that cold and calculating gaze alone carried weight. "What a waste," a voice said quietly. The dark seed didn't mature properly before activation. A disappointed sigh echoed in the darkness soon after. Useless to the very end. Fortunately, other plans were already prepared for this kind of failure. The eyes lingered for a moment longer. Then they closed, as the darkness reclaimed everything. Adam groaned. The sound came out rough as he tried to push himself up. His head rang violently, the world tilting and spinning as if it hadn't decided which way was up yet. "It's been a while since I felt like this." He stayed still for a second, forcing himself to breathe slowly. When the spinning dulled just enough, Adam slowly pushed himself up and stood. However, he staggered and nearly fell as his balance returned, piece by piece. Adam raised a hand to his head, pressing his palm against the ache. When the pain eased slightly, he lowered his hand, only to see his fingers coated in blood. His brows knit together as he touched his head again, more carefully this time as he noticed a cut. It wasn't deep enough to kill him, but deep enough to bleed freely. He looked down, checking the rest of his body, and froze. A large, charred hole gaped in the center of his newly acquired armament. The edges were warped and blackened, torn through by sheer force. Adam's heart dropped, not because the armor was ruined, but because of what that damage meant. His voice came out low, almost flat. "I would have died without the armament." Adam didn't know how to feel about that realization. The fact that his life had almost ended in a single moment forced something he'd been avoiding to the surface. It made him reassess where he actually stood in this world. Since obtaining Rapid E, Adam didn't feel unstoppable. He knew he still had a long way to go and needed to act with caution, which he believed he'd been doing. After all, monsters, people, and situations had never truly threatened him. Not until now. And the reason was suddenly obvious. He was a big fish, swimming in a small pond. Just because he had been the strongest there didn't mean anything beyond those borders. Lakes, seas, oceans, those were different worlds entirely. Even if the people weren't strong enough to kill him, their weapons were. That truth had never been clearer. Adam let out a slow breath and forced himself to calm down. Panic wouldn't help. Reflection could wait. Right now, he had to deal with what was in front of him. He looked around. The explosion had devastated the area. Adam stood several meters from the epicenter, having been blasted back by the lightning, yet even here the damage was severe. The ground was scorched black, smoke rising in lazy spirals. Trees burned where they stood, trunks split and charred. Nearby stagnant pools had completely evaporated, leaving behind cracked mud and mineral residue. As Adam moved closer, the destruction became worse. The goons he'd killed earlier hadn't been so lucky. Their dead bodies had taken the lightning head-on, that it blackened their bodies and extinguished their essence completely. Adam glanced over them and muttered quietly, "At least their bodies are still intact." He'd seen what happened to Henry. That explosion hadn't left anything recognizable behind. The memory lingered longer than he liked. What could make someone give up their life like that? The thought surfaced, then faded. Adam didn't linger on it. Answers wouldn't change anything now. His attention soon shifted to the rift and his eyes narrowed as he focused on it. It can't be. The people surrounding Abigail's group froze as the explosion thundered across the sky. The sound wasn't normal. It rolled through the swamp with weight, deep and violent, carrying pressure that made the air vibrate. The leader of the group looked up sharply, eyes widening. What was that? The worst part wasn't the noise itself. It was where it came from, the center of the swamp, right where the water lily was supposed to be. A chill crept up his spine. This wasn't right. I don't have a good feeling about this. Before he could think further, one of his men snapped his head back toward the clearing. "Boss, they're getting away." The leader turned just in time to see Abigail, Dixon, and the rest of their group already retreating, slipping between the trees. They'd used the moment of distraction perfectly. The man beside him hesitated. "Boss, what do we do?" The leader stayed silent for a few seconds, weighing his options. Then he shook his head. "First, we get out of this swamp." His men nodded without hesitation. They felt it too. Whatever had just happened wasn't something they wanted to be anywhere near. Water lily or not, their lives were more important. Because of that, chasing down a rival group suddenly felt meaningless. Abigail and her people no longer mattered. Without another word, the leader turned away, and his group followed, abandoning the area and heading for the edge of the swamp as fast as they could manage. Every clan heir in the swamp felt it. The ones fighting each other. The ones racing toward the center for the water lily. Even those lurking on the edges, waiting for an opening. The explosion rolled through the Siren's swamp with overwhelming force. The ground trembled. The air vibrated. Essence went wild. An instinct screamed. Years of combat training and real battle honed their senses enough to recognize one truth instantly. Something was very wrong. One after another, they stopped what they were doing. Fights were abandoned mid-strike. Plans were dropped without hesitation. Whatever prize they'd come for no longer mattered. Without discussion, the clan heirs turned and rushed out of the swamp in droves. No one wanted to be involved in something they didn't understand, especially when every fiber of their being warned them it was dangerous. But not everyone was retreating. A group was moving in the opposite direction. Fast. Straight toward the center. It was Manager Vanessa and the acolytes she had assembled earlier. They moved with purpose, formations tight, expressions grim. What had started as a hunt for the water lily had clearly changed. This was no longer a resource mission. It was an investigation. Vanessa led from the front, her pace relentless, the epicenter drawing closer with every step. Without slowing, she spoke through clenched teeth. "I knew it was too good to be true." The acolytes didn't reply. They just kept running. Vanessa and her group maneuvered steadily through the swamp, heading straight toward the location where the explosion had erupted earlier. They passed several fleeing heirs along the way, panic written clearly on their faces, but Vanessa didn't spare them a second glance. Neither did the acolytes behind her. Their objective was singular, focused, and purpose-driven. Thanks to the chaos the heirs had already caused, they didn't initially run into any sirens. Most of the weaker ones had either been slain or scattered. But the closer they drew to the center, the heavier the air became, and that was when they saw it. Their first siren. The creature rose from the murky water ahead, its slick blue skin glistening beneath the swamp's dim light. The acolytes tensed instinctively behind Vanessa. She didn't slow down. She didn't hesitate. Vanessa tightened her grip on the halberd, drawing it back with both hands. In the next instant, essence surged. A 7-star martial spirit materialized behind her, a tall figure clad in a flowing red dress, a wide crimson hat casting its face in shadow. A halberd identical to Vanessa's rested in its hands. Blood pierce. Vanessa thrust forward. A spray of condensed, blood-red essence erupted from the halberd's tip, punching through the air. The siren raised its arms to block, but the force was overwhelming. It was hurled backward, crashing violently into a tree as foul blood spilled from its mouth. Before it could recover, the halberd pierced through its body, and the siren went limp instantly. Vanessa didn't even glance at the corpse. She pressed forward, her pace unbroken, the acolytes following closely behind. Her eyes narrowed slightly. This wasn't the first time she'd killed sirens. But something felt off. Did it get stronger? She pushed the thought aside as they continued toward the center of the swamp. As they advanced deeper into the swamp, they encountered more sirens. Vanessa dealt with them efficiently. Each time a siren emerged, her halberd moved with ruthless precision. Thrusts clean, decisive, lethal. The acolytes assisted occasionally, stepping in to finish off wounded creatures or cover blind spots. But it was clear who carried the weight of the fighting. With every kill, her certainty grew. The sirens were getting stronger. She could feel it in the resistance of their bodies, the force behind their attacks, the density of essence they carried. She didn't yet know why, but she was confident she would find her answer at the center. And it didn't take long. They closed in. Despite the rush, the group eventually slowed to a halt. The area surrounding the center lay in utter ruin. The ground was charred black, smoke rising lazily from cracks and craters. Empty pools of swamp water steamed violently, the heat beneath them still lingering. The air itself felt heavier, thick with residual essence and pressure. One of the acolytes swallowed hard. "What in the world caused this level of destruction?" he asked. "Can anyone even survive something like this?" No one answered. Not even Vanessa. She stood still for a moment before finally speaking. "Stay alert." Then she stepped forward. The further they moved in, the worse it became. Upon reaching the center, they found corpses scattered across the ground. Burnt, twisted shapes that looked as if they'd been left to roast and then forgotten. Their faces were unrecognizable, flesh charred beyond identity. The destruction here was far greater than anywhere else they'd passed, and the air crackled faintly with lingering energy. Vanessa's gaze snapped toward the rift. Her eyes widened as she realized something crucial. But before she could speak, "Manager," an acolyte called out sharply, "there's a survivor." Vanessa tore her eyes away from the rift and followed the direction indicated. Sitting atop a charred, collapsed tree log was Adam. His posture was calm, almost casual, his gaze fixed on the rift as though he were waiting for something. For a moment, the rift vanished from Vanessa's thoughts entirely. Why is he still here? That question, along with a dozen others, surged through her all at once. She quickly steadied herself, and with that calm came an answer. He must have figured it out, too. There was only one reason someone like Adam would remain here despite everything. Vanessa shook her head lightly and began walking toward him. Adam had noticed when the manager arrived. He just didn't look at her. Not because he couldn't and not because he was trying to avoid her. His attention was locked on something far more unsettling. The rift, the breached rift that had created the Siren swamp had changed. It was no longer just a breached rift. It was mutating. That alone made Adam's stomach tighten. A mutant rift wasn't supposed to happen like this. Mutant rifts were natural disasters, rare distortions born from unstable convergence. They weren't controlled. They weren't triggered. They definitely weren't something people could force into existence. And yet, here it was. Something that shouldn't be possible. Adam stayed where he was, despite the ringing in his head and the blood running down his temple. And although the mutant rift held importance, it wasn't because of it that he stayed behind. It was for a reason only he knew, a reason he intended to keep to himself. Footsteps approached. Vanessa came to a stop a short distance from him. Her gaze swept over his condition. Blood matted his hair. His armor was blown open at the chest. Black soot clung to his clothes and skin, with smaller injuries scattered across his body. She took it all in. The question she planned to ask stalled for a more important one. "Are you okay?" Adam finally turned to look at her. "I'll manage." Vanessa nodded, and that was it. For a martial artist, these were nothing more than flesh wounds. She wouldn't have asked if it were anyone else. "So, Mr. Adam," she said, her voice steady and controlled, "what led to such a devastating scene?" Adam recounted everything to the manager. From the moment he learned about the water lily, he explained, he had rushed straight for the center of the swamp, because that was where such a resource would most likely form. But when he arrived, he wasn't alone. Henry was already there. Henry and his men. And Henry had been with a gem. Before Adam could intervene, Henry detonated it. The explosion was catastrophic. It killed Henry and his men instantly and reduced the surrounding area to ruins. And more importantly, it was most likely the trigger that pushed the incursion over the edge, forcibly mutating the rift. The manager listened to the entire account in silence. But it was that last detail that made her expression change. "The explosion," she said slowly, Was what caused the rift to mutate? Adam nodded. He understood why she asked, even though he'd already explained it. A rift mutation was not something that was supposed to be initiated by human hands. If that became possible, if it became repeatable, it would spell absolute chaos for the Alliance. The manager cursed under her breath. These clans will be the end of us. To most people, the tension between the martial clans and the Alliance wasn't obvious. But Vanessa knew better. The mission hall answered to the Alliance, and historically, the two sides had never truly trusted one another. After a moment, she exhaled slowly, forcing herself to calm down. Then she turned to Adam, who was still seated. "Don't worry, Mr. Adam," she said. "You don't need to stand watch here any longer. We'll handle things from this point." Adam blinked. "Stand watch?" Then he realized the misunderstanding. "It's no problem, manager," he said calmly. "I was about to leave anyway." He stood, brushing himself off, and walked away from the center. As he passed, he gave a small nod to the acolytes who had accompanied Vanessa. They straightened instinctively. Vanessa watched him go, a trace of admiration slipping into her gaze. "We need more warriors like that in the Alliance," she said quietly. "But people like him don't come around often." She shook her head once, then her expression hardened. Turning to the acolytes, she asked, "Are the others almost here?" "Yes, ma'am," one of them replied immediately. Vanessa nodded. "Good. I want a full perimeter established around this area. If this turns into a mutant rift breach, we need to be ready." She began issuing orders at once, her voice sharp and authoritative as the acolytes moved into action. Adam rubbed the storage ring on his finger as he walked away, his expression calm but his thoughts sharp. I hope they don't notice. What he didn't want the manager, or anyone else for that matter, to realize was simple. He had taken corpses. Not one. Two. That was the real reason Vanessa had found him at the center. It wasn't because he was standing watch, like she believed. It was because Adam had deliberately made it look as if Henry's body was obliterated along with the two corpses. Before he could leave, however, Vanessa and her group arrived. Luckily, he managed to slip away without issue. Adam was counting on two things in order not to be discovered. One, everyone would be too focused on the rift to notice his hasty work. And he was almost certain that would be the case. And two, animosity. The manager already dislikes the clan heirs. And once they uncover the acolytes Henry and his men killed and buried, she won't care what happens to their bodies. That certainty steadied him and strengthened the choice he'd made. As for why he'd taken two corpses, one reason mattered far more than the other. The first corpse belonged to the man who had blocked his path in front of the arcade the day before. The same man who'd been knocked out earlier that morning by Small Dick. That corpse carried a D-rank cultivation talent. And that had been Adam's problem since the day he awakened. 6 months of stagnation, limited by a G-rank talent. But now he finally had a way to change that. By equipping it, the second corpse mattered less. It was an experiment. Adam wanted to see how long a talent could persist inside a human corpse. Monsters and humans were different, but Adam believed the mechanics would be the same. After all, he could already use monsters' special talents without issue. That alone told him the system didn't discriminate. Talent is talent, regardless of origin. With that settled, Adam continued his trek out of the swamp, his pace unhurried. Back at the center of the swamp, the manager stood before 5 bodies. They were the corpses of the acolytes Henry and his men had killed and buried. Her gaze was emotionlessly flat. Around her, the acolytes who had arrived with her, as well as those who had rushed in after her orders, stood in heavy silence. No one spoke. No one moved. The swamp itself seemed subdued, as if even the air understood the gravity of the moment. Adam hadn't told her. He didn't need to. Vanessa already knew who was responsible. After a long moment, she finally spoke, her voice low and cold. "Clan bastards." These weren't nameless soldiers. They were people with families, parents, children, lives outside the mission hall. And all of that had been erased without hesitation. The thought made something twist in her chest. And yet, despite the bitterness, it pleased her that Henry and his men were dead. What pained her wasn't their deaths. It was that she hadn't been the one to deliver them. Vanessa shook her head, forcing those thoughts aside. There would be time to grieve later. Time to give these acolytes a proper farewell. Right now, they had a bigger problem. She turned sharply. Handle the bodies with care. The acolytes moved immediately, their actions gentle and respectful as they prepared the fallen for transport. In stark contrast, the remains of Henry's men lay piled off to the side, stacked like discarded cargo, barely given a glance. Vanessa didn't look at them. Instead, she walked toward the group of acolytes stationed near the rift. They couldn't enter since it was still mutating, but modern technology didn't require physical access to extract information. Even a locked rift could tell a story. And the most important question was simple. How fucked were they? She stopped beside one of the acolytes holding a reading device. Well? She asked. What did you find out? The acolyte holding the reading device looked up at Vanessa, as hesitation flickered across his face. Ma'am, he said carefully. The rift is giving off unstable readings. He paused, as his fingers tightened around the device. There's a high chance it might open before a week passes. Vanessa fell silent. Normally, when a rift entered its mutating phase, it sealed itself for a full week, no entry or interference. That rule had been absolute. But this one, Vanessa's eyes narrowed slightly. It must be because of how it was formed. Mutant rifts were supposed to be natural phenomena. This one wasn't. It had been forced, tampered with by human hands. It wasn't surprising that it refused to follow established standards. Did you find anything else? The acolyte hesitated. Well, Vanessa pressed. I'm not certain, he admitted. It could be an error on my part, but the mutation isn't following regular patterns. Vanessa frowned. Explain. The acolyte turned the device toward her. Displayed on the screen was a fluctuating graph. Numbers from 1 to 9 lined the side, while a jagged line rose and fell erratically, almost like an ECG. Normally, he said, the readings should climb from level 3 to 4, then plateau at 4 while the rift completes its mutation. Vanessa nodded. That much she knew. The numbers indicated the target level of the rift. But these readings, he continued, voice tightening, they've been acting haywire. Sometimes they spike to 5 or even 6 before dropping back down. Vanessa's eyes widened. Does that mean the rift might mutate into a level 5 or 6 rift? She asked grimly. The acolyte shook his head. That is precisely the problem. I can't be sure. Our experience is limited to first-generation mutant rifts. Vanessa exhaled slowly. All right, she said. Keep analyzing it. Try to find out as much as you can. Yes, ma'am. She turned and walked away, her expression hardening with every step. I need to contact the higher-ups. It was clear now. They had a catastrophe on their hands. Adam finally emerged from the swamp. The moment he stepped onto firmer ground, he felt it. Countless gazes locked onto him. He didn't need instinct to tell him, he could see it. Clan heirs stood scattered around the perimeter, their eyes fixed on him with naked hostility, glares sharp enough to cut. Adam was surprised, but not for the reason one might expect. He wasn't shocked that they were staring at him. What shocked him was that they were still here. I thought they'd have left the sector by now, with their tails tucked between their legs. Faint disbelief flickered through his mind at the thought. He hadn't expected to see a single heir lingering around after everything that had happened. Then a thought crossed his mind. Are they still waiting for the water lily? Adam almost laughed. He shook his head slowly. That would be stupid. By now, it should have been obvious to anyone with 2 functioning brain cells that the so-called water lily was a scam. The explosion, the chaos, the mutating rift, all of it screamed deception. Adam knew the heirs were arrogant. He knew many of them were foolish. But he didn't believe they were that foolish. Either way, he didn't care. Whether they stayed or left had nothing to do with him. He planned to ignore them and walk right past. until someone stepped directly into his path. Adam stopped. Abigail and Dixon, who stood off to the side, immediately recognized the person who had blocked him. Dixon's eyes narrowed. "Isn't that the idiot from earlier?" Abigail didn't respond. She simply watched. The heir standing before Adam was the same one who had ambushed them in the swamp. Compared to him, Adam looked rough, armor damaged, body marked with grime and dried blood, and yet, that only made his presence more oppressive. Adam lifted his gaze, eyes cold and flat. "Get out of my way." His voice was calm, but the threat behind it was unmistakable. The heir didn't budge. If anything, his expression darkened further. Right now, he was beyond pissed. His followers closed in behind him, forming a loose semicircle that hemmed Adam in. The air grew tense, heavy with poorly restrained hostility. Sebastian lifted his chin, eyes burning. "I'll say this once," he said coldly, "and I won't repeat myself." Adam was already preparing to move. He didn't have time for this kind of nonsense. Then Sebastian spoke again. "Tell your sugar mommy to let us out."
Adam froze.
For a split second, his thoughts stalled. Sugar mommy? Around them, the heirs who had been glaring earlier visibly relaxed. Some even looked pleased. One of them scoffed. "Good. Sebastian can handle it." Others nodded subtly. They had wanted to question Adam themselves, but fear had held them back. They'd seen his speed before they entered the incursion. They knew none of them would be able to get close to him, let alone pressure him. Sebastian was the perfect scapegoat. Seeing Adam silent, Sebastian smirked. "What? Have you become deaf all of a sudden?" he sneered. "Didn't you hear me? Tell your sug. It's obvious that you're incapable of understanding a simple instruction," Adam said flatly, cutting him off. Sebastian went quiet, as the smile on his face faltered. "But I'll humor you just this once. Explain what you meant by that." His eyes sharpened. "And it better be a good joke." A massive killing intent slammed outward. Unlike before, when Adam had restrained himself, this time there was no filter. The pressure hit Sebastian head-on. His breath caught. His pupils shrank. His body staggered back involuntarily, boots scraping against the ground as if the earth itself had rejected him. The surrounding air stiffened, as the air went deathly still. At that moment, the other heirs were silently grateful they hadn't stepped forward. Compared to Sebastian, who was bearing the full weight of Adam's killing intent, they had escaped a disaster. Even so, disbelief rippled through them. Killing intent this thick? From someone so young? Killing intent wasn't something that could be faked. It was forged through slaughter and deliberately repeated killing. No matter how talented someone was, age usually placed a hard limit on how dense that pressure could become. So it didn't make sense. And yet it was real. Adam's gaze remained fixed on Sebastian as he spoke again, his tone flat. "Well?" Sebastian was drenched in sweat. His legs trembled, muscles locked tight as if nailed to the ground. Every breath felt heavy, as though the air itself resisted entering his lungs. "I thought he was injured," Sebastian thought desperately. But looking at Adam now, there was no sign of weakness. None at all. Sebastian glanced at his followers, hoping, foolishly, that one of them might act. They didn't. Their eyes avoided his and their bodies were rigid with fear. Useless. Sebastian swallowed hard, then forced himself to straighten. Drawing in a slow, controlled breath, he spoke. "We can't leave the sector." The words had barely left his mouth when the pressure vanished. Just like that, killing intent worked differently on monsters than it did on humans. After all, killing intent was nothing more than one's intent to kill given form. When it came to monsters, Adam had no hesitation, moral weight, or resistance. His intent aligned perfectly with action, so against monsters his killing intent could push all the way to execution without friction. Humans were different initially. Adam could think about killing, but following through was another matter entirely. His past, his circumstances, and the internal line he was forbidden to cross created a physical resistance. That hesitation weakened his intent at its core. When action was required, the impulse would vanish. Fortunately, humans were far more sensitive to killing intent than monsters, so even a restrained aura was enough. But now that Adam was no longer held back by his trauma, the weight of his killing intent was more than any heir could handle. But that wasn't the issue right now. Adam looked at Sebastian, his voice calm but sharp. "What do you mean by can't leave the sector?" Sebastian, who could finally breathe properly now that the pressure had vanished, stared at Adam in confusion. "You don't know?" Adam's gaze hardened. That alone was enough. Sebastian immediately explained. "When I left the incursion after the explosion, I tried contacting my clan," he said quickly. "The signal wouldn't go through. At first I thought it was just interference. But it wasn't only me. It was the same for everyone." Adam cut in before he could continue. "Then how does your call not going through stop you from leaving the sector?" Sebastian answered immediately, his tone careful. He had no interest in provoking Adam again. "We couldn't tell at first," he said. "But once we confirmed the signal failure, we realized something far worse was happening."
Adam waited.
Sebastian hesitated, then said, "Look up." Adam frowned, but he did it anyway. Connect flared briefly. Sebastian's soul flame showed slight hostility but no deception. So Adam lifted his gaze. First, there was nothing. Just a clear sky, thin clouds drifting lazily overhead. Adam was about to question the point. Then he saw it. A faint shimmer, so subtle it almost felt imagined. A distortion in the air that should not exist in an open sky. Reality rippled. Understanding struck him instantly. A barrier. Back at the center of the swamp, Vanessa was still trying to get a call through to the higher-ups. But she only got static. She pulled the device away from her ear, frowned, and tried again. Nothing. Still static. "What's going on?" she muttered, irritation bleeding into her voice. She couldn't make sense of it. The line wasn't jammed. The device wasn't malfunctioning. Everything should have been working. "Ma'am," one of the acolytes called out from the temporary tent they had set up nearby. Vanessa turned sharply and walked toward him. Her frustration was already high, and the failed call had only made it worse. "What is it?" she asked, hoping against reason that this would be good news. It wasn't. The acolyte didn't answer immediately. Instead, he raised a finger and pointed upward. Vanessa followed the gesture, confused at first. Then she saw it. A faint shimmer stretched across the sky. It was barely visible, like a heat distortion, but it was unmistakably there. Something that shouldn't exist in a clear sky. Her eyes widened. A barrier? In that instant, everything clicked. No calls could leave the area, but internal communication still worked perfectly. That made sense. Modern communication no longer relied on satellites or towers like in the pre-Martial era. After the rifts appeared, space had become one of the most dangerous places in existence. Instead, devices communicated directly with each other point to point. No intermediaries.
No infrastructure.
This was why there had been no network issues throughout the sector, the surrounding area, or the entire alliance. But also why nothing could get out. Vanessa cursed under her breath. That damned Henry. Whatever he had done had trapped them all beneath a barrier. She forced herself to calm down, then turned to a group of nearby acolytes. "I want you to spread out. Find out how far the barrier extends. I need to know exactly what we're dealing with." "Yes, ma'am." They moved immediately, leaving the swamp to investigate. Vanessa remained where she was, staring up at the shimmering sky for a moment longer. "Please, don't let the worst come before we're ready." The thought was grim but sincere. Then she turned back to the center of the swamp, refocusing on her duties. Adam simply stared up at the barrier. By now, it was obvious, to Sebastian and to every heir present, that Adam had no idea what was happening either. That realization unsettled them. Before anyone could decide what to do next, movement erupted from the entrance of the incursion. The acolytes Vanessa had sent to investigate the barrier stepped back out of the swamp, their expressions tense and focused. The heirs noticed them instantly, and like water finding a crack, frustration surged toward the first targets they could reach. Compared to Adam, the acolytes were the perfect outlet for their frustrations. So they swarmed them. "What are you people planning? Trapping us here? You'd better let us go immediately, unless you want. Do you think your position gives you the right to act however you want? Let me tell you." Voices overlapped. Accusations flew. The heirs, still blind to the truth, latched onto the easiest conclusion, that the mission hall was behind it all. After all, who else could possibly seal the entire sector? Some went even further. A few began spinning ridiculous theories, claiming the sector itself had fabricated the rumor of the water lily, deliberately luring them here just to hold them hostage. It sounded absurd, yet somehow they believed it. Stupidity, it seemed, had no lower bound. The shouting grew louder. The crowd pressed closer. The acolytes were shoved back, hands tightening around their weapons as the situation teetered on the edge of escalation. Some heirs even began openly cursing the manager, blaming her for everything that had gone wrong. The tension spiked. Enough! With one word, Adam's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. The heirs froze mid-sentence. The paranoid accusations died in their throats, stopped before they could turn into something they would never be able to take back. All eyes were on Adam. His gaze swept across the gathered heirs before settling on the acolytes. Despite being the most wretched-looking person present, he still commanded the most attention. Respect followed power, and Adam had plenty of it. He let out a slow sigh. "You're blaming the wrong people." "Excuse me?" Adam's eyes shifted to the speaker. The heir who'd spoken immediately shrank back, slipping behind his followers, as if that alone could shield him from Adam's gaze. It reminded Adam of a child hiding under a blanket at night, terrified of monsters, believing thin fabric could somehow keep them safe. The thought almost made him laugh. He shook his head, the absurdity easing his irritation just a little, then spoke again. "As I was saying, you're blaming the wrong people." This time, no one interrupted.
Adam ape-lined.
He laid out what had happened. The gem, the explosion, Henry's actions, the unnatural rift mutation, and finally what he suspected about the barrier sealing the sector. He didn't embellish. He didn't soften it either. He simply told the truth. When he finished, silence fell for a heartbeat before shock rippled through the heirs. But none of them were as shaken as Abigail. What are those demons up to now? She thought grimly, her mind immediately going to the Faradays. With the heirs finally subdued and no longer provoking the acolytes, order slowly returned. Vanessa's people were finally able to resume the task she'd given them. One of the acolytes, clearly the leader of the group, stepped forward and stopped in front of Adam. He bowed his head respectfully. "Thank you for your assistance. We wouldn't have been able to investigate the barrier otherwise." He knew the truth. Even if the acolytes had explained everything exactly the way Adam had, the heirs wouldn't have listened. Authority mattered. Strength mattered. And the acolytes simply didn't have enough of either. Adam nodded. "It's no issue." He paused, eyes narrowing slightly as if weighing something. "I do have a request, though." The acolyte straightened, surprised. "A request?" Adam nodded once and calmly told him what he wanted. The acolyte blinked, then blurted out, "You want to follow us?" Surprise was written plainly across his face. Adam nodded. "Yes. Is there a problem?" The acolyte almost shook his head on instinct. Among the acolytes, it was no secret that their notoriously aloof manager held Adam in unusually high regard. If Adam wanted to tag along, Vanessa wouldn't object, not in the slightest. But then the acolyte really looked at him. Blood trickled from a cut on Adam's head. His armor was in tatters, the chest plate cracked and warped, clearly having taken the brunt of the explosion at the center. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke carefully. "Mr. Adam, no offense, but are you sure you're in the best shape to follow us?" Adam understood the concern. Anyone with eyes could see he wasn't exactly pristine. Although his injuries weren't fatal, he was still in bad shape. Even if he could shrug it off, others wouldn't feel the same. Not everyone was as understanding as the manager. But he had to go. There was something he needed to confirm during their investigation, something critical. If his suspicion was right, it would determine whether he could equip the cultivation talent without complications later. So no matter what, he needed to be there. Adam waved a hand dismissively. These injuries? Don't worry about them. A few healing pills and I'll be good as new. The acolyte stared at him, doubt plain on his face. Still, after a brief pause, he sighed. It was obvious Adam wouldn't take no for an answer. All right, he said at last. You can come. Just as they were about to move. Can we follow as well? The voice came from behind them. Adam and the acolyte turned at the same time. Standing there were Abigail, Dixon, and the rest of their group. The acolyte's expression tightened instantly. He was already preparing to shut them down outright. The mission hall and clan heirs rarely mixed well, and when they did, it usually ended in arguments, threats, or worse. But before he could open his mouth, Adam spoke first. What's the reason you want to follow us? The acolyte froze. Does Mr. Adam actually want the heirs to come along? He decided to hold his tongue and observe. Abigail stepped forward, her expression serious rather than arrogant, even through her sunglasses. You said Henry was responsible for all of this. Adam nodded, signaling for her to continue. I don't think the barrier is the only thing that explosion caused. The acolyte's eyes widened. Adam's gaze sharpened slightly, so she figured it out as well. The saying really was true. No one understood you better than your enemy. And in that moment, Abigail proved herself to be exactly that. Adam nodded again. All right, I don't have an issue with you following us. Relief flashed across Abigail's face. She was just about to speak. But the travel fee will be $70,000. The silence was absolute. Abigail stared at him as if she had misheard. Did you just say 70,000? Adam nodded. I accept transfers as well. Abigail almost laughed in disbelief. But one look at Adam's face told her everything. He wasn't joking, and he would not hesitate to turn them away. Grinding her teeth internally, she pulled out her device and made the transfer. Ding! Credit alert. $70,000 received. Adam glanced at the notification and smiled faintly. All right, now we can go. Without another word, he turned and headed toward the vehicle where the other acolytes were already boarding. Abigail, Dixon, and their group followed, still struggling to process what had just happened. The acolyte group leader watched Adam's back for a moment before shaking his head with a small smile. So this is why the manager likes him. With that thought, he turned and walked to the vehicle as well. The vehicle waiting for them was one of the armored transport trucks originally used to bring the clan heirs to the incursion site. Unlike earlier, when those same trucks had been packed to the brim, there was now more than enough space for the few people boarding. The acolytes were already seated inside, their expressions disciplined and alert. Adam climbed in first, followed by Abigail, Dixon, and the rest of their group. The acolyte leader boarded last, giving the interior a brief scan. Once satisfied, he gave a short nod toward the driver. The engine rumbled to life. Moments later, the truck pulled away from the incursion site, its heavy tires crunching against the ground as it left the swamp's edge behind. No one spared a glance for the remaining heirs who were still outside. As the truck gained speed and the incursion faded into the distance, the atmosphere inside the truck was anything but bright. Abigail sat stiffly, her expression dark. No matter how many times she replayed it in her head, she still couldn't believe she had just been extorted for money, by Adam of all people. The image she had formed of him before today didn't match the reality at all, and that mismatch irritated her more than she cared to admit. Adam, on the other hand, sat casually against the truck's interior despite his wretched state. Dried blood stained his armor, his injuries were obvious, and yet he looked completely at ease. He didn't spare the heir a second thought. As far as he was concerned, there was nothing wrong with what he had done. Abigail wasn't going to contribute anything meaningful by tagging along anyway. Adam already suspected what she suspected. Her presence only meant one thing: more people he'd have to look after if things went south. From his perspective, the money wasn't extortion at all. It was a traveler's fee. Or, put more accurately, an incentive for his permission. And his protection. Honestly, the one who should be upset is me. I charge too cheap. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Being a good guy doesn't always pay, he mused. But I guess it's the deeds that matter. Abigail caught that smirk from the corner of her eye. She didn't know why, but seeing that grin made her even more irritated. Her fingers tightened against her sleeve, as frustration simmered beneath her calm exterior. Still, there was nothing she could do about it. So she endured it in silence, waiting for the truck to reach its destination. Compared to Abigail's controlled politeness, S'more had an entirely different problem. He couldn't stop looking at Adam. The more he watched him, the harder it became to reconcile the man sitting across from him with the Adam he remembered. The way Adam had arrived. The way he had dismissed countless heirs without fear or courtesy. The way power clung to him so naturally, so unquestioningly. None of that belonged to crazy Adam. How does someone change this much? Earlier, his mind had erected a kind of mental barrier, a subconscious defense to shield itself from the shock. As long as Adam remained distant, half seen and half ignored, S'more could easily shield himself from reality through denial. But now Adam was right there, and that wall was cracking. Piece by piece, it fell apart until S'more found himself staring straight ahead, unblinking, his gaze empty, as if his thoughts had dragged him somewhere far away. Everyone in the back of the truck noticed it. Adam glanced at him with a questioning look. Yet S'more kept staring. Finally, Abigail, seated beside him, tapped his arm sharply. The contact jolted him out of his trance. Huh? S'more flinched, then quickly straightened. Is there a problem, my lady? One of the members of their group, an elf with long, pointed ears, clearly from one of the essential races, tilted his head and said, You spaced out for a moment. Looked like your head was in the clouds. S'more blinked, confused, then realization struck. He cleared his throat and composed himself, smoothing his expression back into place. Abigail studied him for a moment before asking, What were you even thinking about? S'more was silent for a while. Then his gaze shifted deliberately slowly, until it landed on Adam. How did you change so much? The truck went quiet the moment the words left S'more's mouth. Every curiously surprised gaze first settled on him before slowly shifting to Adam. Even the acolytes were pulled into the conversation now, listening intently, the leader included. Adam remained silent for a while. Change? He finally said, his tone uncertain. I had no idea. Stop playing with me. The sharp interruption cut through the air like a blade. S'more leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on Adam. You and I both know you've changed. There was no anger in his voice, only urgency. A raw, restless curiosity that refused to be ignored. S'more didn't even know why he needed the answer. He only knew that he did. Someone doesn't change like this overnight. Not someone you once stood above. Not someone you once pitied. Perhaps he already knew what he was looking for, and this was it. Adam, S'more continued, his voice steady but heavy. You and I both know this isn't how things were before. Back then, you were the one with the most motivation. You trained like you could reach anything if you just gave it everything you had. The truck stayed silent as he spoke. Even the acolyte leader began to realize that this wasn't a random exchange. There was history here. You made it seem like effort mattered more than talent. You made it seem that with enough dedication, people like us, people who weren't meant for greatness, could still reach for impossible heights. Abigail watched him quietly through her sunglasses. But then reality hit. No matter how hard you tried, you were still you. He searched for the right words, then let out a dry chuckle. At that moment, all those lofty dreams we borrowed from you died. The idea that effort alone could break every ceiling. It vanished. S'more leaned back slightly, exhaling. To be honest, I even appreciated it. You made me see early that everyone has limits, that everyone has a set path. Without that realization, I probably wouldn't be where I am today. He tapped his chest lightly. My path was decided. My special talent just placed me higher than most, but it was still a path. Then S'more straightened again, his eyes locking onto Adam. So why? Why did you have to change? Why did you have to make me realize that maybe, just maybe, if I had put in more effort I wouldn't just be a follower, but something more? Silence swallowed the truck. S'more leaned back into his seat, as if the weight he'd been carrying had finally been set down. He had said everything he needed to say. Abigail remained quiet, watching him carefully. Everyone else kept their eyes on Adam, waiting to see how he would answer. Adam just stared at S'more. He understood the young man's turmoil, more than S'more probably realized. And that was precisely the problem. Adam didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say the truth. I awakened a cheat ability. Now I'm strong. That kind of answer wouldn't just disappoint S'more. It would crush him. It would turn everything into something ugly and unfair, something impossible to accept. And staying silent would be even worse. Adam didn't owe S'more an explanation. He knew that. Yet, he still wanted to give one. There was no grand reason behind it. No moral obligation. Just a simple, almost stupid thought. I don't want to watch a grown man break over something like this. No matter how irrational it was, that was enough for Adam. All eyes were on him, but he didn't see them. His thoughts turned inward, circling the same question S'more had asked. Why did you change? Had he actually changed? Yes, he had awakened a special talent. Yes, that special talent had perfect synergy with what he already had. Yes, he had become absurdly strong because of it. But was that change? If you stripped away power, took away talents, rankings, numbers, would the Adam of the past be any different from the Adam of now? Would he train any less? Would he push himself any softer? Would he abandon the path he chose just because the world told him it was pointless? At that moment, the answer clicked. Adam finally lifted his gaze and looked directly at S'more. I didn't change. The words weren't loud, but they carried weight. I was always like this. He paused, choosing his words carefully. The only difference is that before, no one could see it. Not you. Not even me. Adam's eyes sharpened slightly. Back then, I trained because I believed, somewhere deep inside, that I was capable of much more, and that effort would eventually matter even if the world didn't reward it. Now that it finally does, I realize I had to hit rock bottom just to truly start climbing. He exhaled softly. That doesn't mean the past was wrong. And it doesn't mean the limits you saw were fake. Adam met S'more's gaze fully now. It just meant they weren't truly mine. The truck remained silent. S'more didn't respond immediately, but his expression shifted. Confusion, frustration, and something else slowly mixing together. Adam leaned back against his seat. That's all there is to it. Adam's answer was simple. He hadn't changed. He had always been like this. The limits that once seemed to bind him were never truly his to begin with. They were assumptions imposed by others, reinforced by circumstance, and accepted by the world as truth. But truth didn't care about perception. No matter how one looked at it, Adam's potential at this moment was effectively limitless. With equip and connect, the possibilities branching before him were countless. Trying to place a fixed ceiling on that was meaningless. A limit could not exist where the path itself kept expanding. The restrictions placed on him in the past had never belonged to him. That was the reality. And that was the answer S'more had been searching for. S'more thought Adam had changed, but Adam hadn't. He was still the same person, only now, his true capabilities had finally surfaced. In a way, he had simply uncovered his hidden potential, and judging him before that point had always been premature. Some might argue that awakening Connect itself was proof of change. Adam didn't see it that way. According to his panel, Connect existed because another soul had merged with his. But that soul wouldn't have merged if Adam hadn't been on the brink of death. He wouldn't have been on the brink of death if he hadn't entered the rift. And he wouldn't have entered the rift if he hadn't already awakened. In the end, everything circled back to the same point. Him. Adam could list 1,000 reasons explaining why he hadn't changed. But frankly, he wasn't interested in doing unpaid labor. S'more stared at him in silence for a long moment. Then he let out a slow breath, shook his head, and said, "You're still as crazy as ever." Adam wasn't offended. "I told you, I didn't change." S'more smiled faintly. "Yeah, I can see that now." He scratched the back of his neck, then added, "Sorry for the way I acted earlier." "It's fine," Adam said easily. "I have that effect on people." After that, the journey continued without interruption. The wild zone was vast, but it didn't take long to confirm what everyone already suspected. The barrier fully encapsulated both the sector and a large portion of the surrounding wild zone. The fact that Siren Swamp itself lay under its influence was proof enough. Whatever Henry had triggered hadn't been localized. Their task was clear: investigate the edges of the barrier. Thanks to Alliance technology, the rough boundaries had already been mapped. Even so, the results were grim. The barrier didn't just cover the sector, it extended far beyond it, swallowing a large stretch of the surrounding wild zones. Worse still, several of those wild zones contained active incursions. That alone was enough to make the situation volatile. Technology, however advanced, had its limits. This was where boots on the ground mattered. The group's assignment was to collect data from the 4 cardinal points of the barrier to determine whether there were inconsistencies or a focal weakness. So far, everything had gone smoothly. The northern edge had been calm. The eastern side yielded nothing unusual. The western boundary was just as quiet. As they gathered their data without any incident, Adam and Abigail exchanged glances more than once during the journey. Neither of them said it out loud, but they were thinking the same thing. By the time they reached the southern boundary, the air inside the truck felt heavier. Even before the vehicle slowed, Adam felt it. A pressure that didn't exist elsewhere. The truck rolled to a stop. The group had relied on a single cleared route to reach the northern, eastern, and western boundaries of the barrier. That path had been deliberately chosen, as it curved around known danger zones and allowed them to avoid every incursion along the way. Because of that, they'd moved efficiently, without unnecessary delays or confrontations. The southern boundary was different. There was no way around it. To reach it, they had to pass through an incursion. Fortunately, or so it seemed, it wasn't on the same level as Siren Swamp. This one was classified as an unranked level 2 incursion, Golem's Tundra. Dangerous, yes, but manageable under normal circumstances. Adam and Abigail stood side by side, staring at the wired fence that surrounded the incursion. Through the gaps in the metal mesh, they could already see the tundra beyond snow-dusted ground, jagged stone formations, and a pale, frost-heavy mist clinging low to the surface. Felt wrong. Outside the fence, the land was dry and temperate. Inside, it was an entirely different world. The contrast was so sharp it felt like reality itself had been cut cleanly in two. But the strange environment wasn't what occupied Adam's thoughts. Up until now, they hadn't been able to approach the other incursions they passed earlier. None of them lay directly on their route, and diverting would have cost time they couldn't afford. Because of that, Adam and Abigail hadn't been able to confirm their suspicions about Henry's actions, so they'd waited. Now finally, they had their chance. This incursion would tell them whether Henry's explosion had truly affected more than just Siren Swamp. Adam's gaze swept across the fence, and he frowned. There were no acolytes stationed here. That immediately felt off. A wired fence alone was never meant to be a true containment measure. It was a cost-saving solution, useful for marking boundaries, discouraging civilians, and easy expansion whenever the incursion increased in size. But it wasn't nearly enough to stop monsters if something went wrong. Adam knew that. Everyone in the mission hall knew that, which meant there had to be something else. Before Adam could think further, the acolyte leader stepped away from the group and moved toward a small, half-buried post near the fence. He stood in place, reached into his coat, and pulled out a device that looked like a compact remote and pressed a button. A sharp, mechanical sound echoed through the air. Beep beep. It was uncannily similar to the noise a car made when unlocked from a distance. Adam's eyes narrowed, and in the next moment, the world seemed to fall unnaturally silent. It wasn't as though there had been a loud sound before, but the sudden stillness felt heavy, like pressure settling over the air. Even the wind seemed to hesitate. Adam frowned. "What was that?" The words slipped out unconsciously. Abigail, standing beside him, turned her head slowly. Even behind her sunglasses, her confusion was obvious. "You don't know what a pulse container is?" Adam looked at her, his expression serious, eerily so, especially when contrasted with his battered, blood-stained state. "I was too focused on training to care about anything else," he said flatly. The way he phrased it made it sound less like a confession and more like an accusation, as if anyone who did know about such things had clearly been wasting their time. Abigail stared at him. Even with her eyes hidden, it was painfully clear she was giving him a "you cannot be serious" look. She took a slow breath, clearly preparing to disengage, if only to maintain her blood pressure. But before she could step away, Adam shamelessly added, "Since you know about it, why don't you tell me about it?" They locked eyes in silence for several long seconds. Finally, Abigail spoke. "I see why you don't have friends."
Adam briefcase instantly.
"Hey!" But before he could complain properly, Abigail cut him off, clearly deciding that explaining things would be faster than arguing. Abigail explained it to him in a calm, measured way, stripping away the technical jargon and leaving only what actually mattered. Despite his earlier bluntness, Adam listened. Every word was filed away, connected to things he had already seen and experienced. By the time she was done, the vague picture he had of how the mission hall handled incursions had finally become clear. A pulse container wasn't something that could be used just anywhere. For it to function, the environment itself had to be compatible. That compatibility only existed after an incursion formed. When an incursion appeared, it didn't just introduce monsters, it warped the environment at a fundamental level. Terrain, atmosphere, even the way essence flowed through the area was altered. This warped state was the only condition under which a pulse container could operate properly. The altered environment allowed the pulse to travel farther, propagate more evenly, and amplify its effects without rapidly losing power. Without that environmental distortion, the device would be useless. The second requirement was the device itself. Contrary to what Adam had expected, a pulse container wasn't just a machine, it was an armament. It was always buried directly in front of an incursion, driven into the ground at a precise 90-degree angle. When activated, it released a continuous high-frequency essence pulse. That pulse interfered with the coordination of living beings by subtly disrupting neural signaling, nothing lethal or immediately obvious, but enough to scramble instinctive movement. To monsters, the effect was overwhelming. Their neurons misfired, their sense of direction distorted, and their aggression reflexes pushed them away from the wired fence rather than toward it. The fence itself wasn't meant to restrain them physically. It acted as a conductor, spreading the pulse evenly around the incursion's perimeter. The frequency was so constant, so pervasive, that over time the senses adapted to it. That was why, when the device was shut off, the sudden absence of interference made the world feel unnaturally quiet, like pressure being lifted from the air. However, the design was deliberate. Outside the fence, the pulse weakened rapidly, ensuring civilians and personnel wouldn't suffer any disorienting side effects. Inside, though, it was absolute control. That also explained why the device had to be turned off before entry. If left active, the same neural distortion that confused monsters would interfere with martial artists' perception, reaction time, and decision-making, turning a controlled operation into a death sentence. Even with all that, the pulse container wasn't perfect. Monsters could adapt. Environments could destabilize. External interference could weaken the pulse. That was why incursions still required routine inspections. By the time Abigail finished, Adam understood it completely. He gave her a brief nod. "Thanks." She didn't reply, just stepped back as the final seconds of the waiting period ticked by. Once enough time had passed for the residual frequency to dissipate, the acolyte leader gave the signal. And one by one, they stepped through the fence and into the incursion. The sudden drop in temperature hit the group the moment they crossed the boundary. Cold air rushed into their lungs, frosting their breath almost instantly, but everyone had been prepared for it and no one panicked. The group moved forward smoothly, Leading them was the acolyte captain, Mark, as Adam had learned his name not long ago, followed by 3 acolytes. Behind them were Abigail, Dixon, and 3 of their people, including the long-eared elf. And bringing up the rear, unbothered by formation or hierarchy, was Adam. 10 people. Clean, efficient number. The rest had been left outside the incursion, and that was intentional. With the after effects of the pulse container, monsters wouldn't approach the perimeter for at least 72 hours. Those guarding the fence didn't need extra protection yet, and there was no point risking more lives than necessary. Besides, numbers weren't exactly required. Not when Adam was here. Despite his injuries, he was still the most reliable combatant in the group. His head was freshly bandaged, healing pills already doing their job. To anyone watching, he might have looked battered, but functionally, he was as dangerous as ever. Mark moved at the front, eyes sharp, steps measured. If we stay on this route without interruptions, we'll be out in under an hour. So let's keep the pace. The 3 acolytes nodded immediately. One was here to handle readings and investigation, the other 2 purely as backup. Adam and Abigail, however, weren't focused on Mark's words. Their gazes swept the tundra as they walked. Frozen ground crunched beneath their boots. Jagged ice formations rose from the earth like broken teeth, and a pale mist clung low to the surface, distorting depth and distance. It was too quiet, but both of them knew better than to relax. The epicenter was where the answers would be. Until then, everything else was noise. Adam kept Connect active the entire time. To his vision, the tundra was anything but empty. Dozens of slow, heavy, and hostile soul flames flickered beneath the surface and beyond the ice ridges. Frost golems. Lots of them. Suppressing a sigh, Adam subtly adjusted their route, shifting them just far enough to skirt around clusters of dormant monsters. It went against his instincts, against his pleasure, but this wasn't a hunt. It was an investigation. Even so, there was only so much one person could do because some monsters didn't wait to be avoided. Adam's steps slowed. His gaze narrowed, locking onto a group of soul flames that had begun moving fast. It seems we're about to receive some guests. The group reacted instantly. They spread out without needing orders, muscle memory taking over as battle formation snapped into place. One by one, martial spirits manifested behind them like guardian phantoms, beasts, and spectral warriors radiating essence and intent. Everyone, except S'more. Adam noticed immediately. "What's holding you up?" Adam asked, not turning his head. S'more glanced at him, then gave a wry smile. "I just broke through recently. Haven't had the time to manifest my martial spirit yet." Adam's eyes flickered with understanding. "I see." Essence surged. As Adam activated Rapid E and Poison F simultaneously, pressure rolled off him like a lightning storm. "Then I guess, the both of us will have to rely on our special talents." S'more's grin widened. In the next moment, a powerful wave of force burst from his body as he activated Enhancement F. His muscles tightened, veins faintly glowing as his physical presence doubled in intensity. He nodded at Adam. Adam returned the nod. Then, the ground trembled. At first it was subtle, barely noticeable beneath the crunch of frozen earth. Then it grew louder and heavier. Thud, thud, thud. A deep, rhythmic pounding that thundered through the tundra. The ice shook, frost cracked, and then they came into view. Frost golems. More than a dozen of them. Each stood nearly 15 feet tall. Massive bodies formed from compacted ice and frozen stone, resembling grotesque hybrids of snowmen and ancient constructs. Their hollow, glowing eyes locked onto the group, drawn by the warmth of living bodies like predators sensing prey. The golems radiated cold and menace. But something was wrong. They didn't understand why, but their instincts screamed that the group in front of them was different. They didn't have time to second-guess, though, as Adam stepped forward. One slow step at a time. His killing intent seeped outward, dense and oppressive, each footfall carrying murderous weight. Behind him, martial spirits flared brighter. S'more watched his back, enhancement F roaring through his veins. Adam stopped. "I'll take 1.5, he said casually. "You handle the rest." Then he vanished. The next thing anyone saw. Boom! The head of a frost golem detonated midair, ice and stone exploding outward like shrapnel. For a split second, the battlefield froze. Then the remaining golems roared in fury, their thunderous bellows shaking the tundra as they charged. Martial spirits surged, essence clashed, and all hell broke loose. Despite Adam's wretched state, with his armor shattered, small bruises lining his body and a blood-stained bandage wrapped around his head, Adam fought like a madman. The first frost golem's body crashed into the frozen ground, shattering into chunks of ice and stone, and that was all it took. As all hell broke loose, Adam didn't pause to admire the kill. He was already moving. He shot toward the next golem in a blur of motion. The towering construct barely had time to register his presence before it swung its massive right arm down in a crushing swat meant to turn him into paste. Adam slipped past it effortlessly. He leapt onto the descending arm, boots running across ice as if it were an ascending ramp, and in one smooth motion he drove his blade through the creature's neck. The head tore free and exploded into shards before the body could even react. 2 down. The frost golems numbered 24 in total. Adam had claimed 1.5's worth, 18. With 2 already destroyed, that left 16 still bearing down on him. Behind him, the others were dealing with the remaining 6, but this was no longer a casual skirmish. This was a real fight. Adam launched himself at the next golem. And then it happened. A sudden, crushing weight slammed down on him from above. In that instant, his speed vanished. It was as if gravity itself had multiplied, dragging at his limbs, pinning him in place. His boots cracked the ice beneath him as his knees bent under the pressure. What? He didn't have time to finish the thought, as a massive fist descended from the sky, blotting out his vision as it crashed toward him with enough force to pulverize steel. The massive hand was a breath away from crushing Adam. At the very last instant, Adam snapped fully back to himself. His focus sharpened, his will flared, and he forced the pressure away, peeling it off his body just enough to get out the way. Boom! The golem's hand slammed into the ground where Adam had been, leaving behind a colossal handprint carved into the frozen earth. Ice splintered outward in a violent shockwave. The frost golem lifted its arm again and stared at Adam, its hollow eyes burning with cold malice. And then, the same crushing pressure descended once more. But this time Adam was ready. He grit his teeth and bit down on the effect, pushing against the golem's special talent with raw force and control. The slowing sensation washed over him, and stopped there. The golem froze. For the first time, something close to shock flickered across its expressionless face. Adam smiled back at it. A heartbeat later, a giant frost fist slammed down onto the spot where Adam stood. But as the fist withdrew, Adam was no longer there. A sharp whoosh cut through the air, and as the golem looked up, it was already too late. Adam dropped from above in a rapid, spinning descent. His blade flashed once, clean and precise, severing the golem's head in a single motion. The massive body collapsed as the head crashed into the tundra, shattering apart. Adam landed lightly atop the corpse. He straightened and looked up. 15 frost golems remained. They stared back at him, unmoving and stunned that their special talent had barely slowed him down. The frost golem's special talent, Freeze G, cast a debuff that hindered movement by inducing extreme cold and neural delay. For Adam, who had been moving at extreme speed, the first hit had felt like an abrupt increase in gravity, catching him off guard for a split second. That moment was gone. Now that he understood the effect, it wouldn't work on him again. Adam had the high ground, in star power, in grit, in sheer brutality. The 15 golems roared as one and charged, activating Freeze G, waves of suppressive cold slamming into Adam from multiple directions. Adam didn't slow. He shrugged it off and surged forward, meeting all 15 with the same overwhelming force and momentum. Adam met the oncoming golems head-on. The first one tried to grab him, its massive hands closed in as it crouched low, but the moment its fingers got close to Adam, they were gone. Ice-coated digits flew apart in shards before Adam's blade flashed upward, taking the golem's head clean off. 14 left. 3 golems rushed him together, trying to overwhelm him with sheer size and numbers. Their fists crashed down in overlapping arcs, frost exploding with every miss. Adam weaved through them. Left, right, under. Their attacks never touched him. A moment later, 3 heads hit the ground in rapid succession, bodies collapsing behind them like falling towers. 11 left. At that point, it stopped being a fight. Adam carved through them methodically, each kill ending the same way: decapitation. He had started with it. It only felt right to finish with it. One by one, the frost golems fell until there was only one left. That last golem turned and ran. However, the moment Adam took a step forward to pursue, a razor-sharp wind blade tore through the golem's waist. The momentum of its escape carried the upper half forward a few more steps before gravity reclaimed it. But before the torso could hit the ground, a second wind blade sliced through its neck, severing the head mid-fall and ending it instantly. Adam stopped. Did my kill just get stolen? He turned toward the source of the attack. Abigail stood there calmly, folding her battle fan and sliding it back into its holster, as if she hadn't just executed a perfect double strike. Adam didn't look at her for long. Instead, his gaze shifted to the 6 golem corpses he had left for the others. Most of them bore deep, clean marks from wind slashes. At that moment, the expected thought, "she's strong," never came. Instead, Adam thought, what a show-off. The irony was completely lost on him. He was still faintly annoyed about having his kill stolen, but he let it go. Soon after, the group began harvesting monster parts. Adam claimed 17 golems for himself. The remaining 6 were split among the others, with Abigail keeping the one she had borrowed from him. Adam could have sworn she was grinning at him, but he couldn't prove it, so he let it go. With the harvesting done, the group regrouped and continued deeper into the tundra. As they advanced toward the southern boundary, Adam found his gaze drifting again and again toward Abigail. He didn't want to admit it, but she was stronger than she looked. Not just competent or well-trained, but strong in the actual sense. She moved with the ease of someone who had fought real battles, reacted without hesitation, and trusted her own power completely. She didn't rely on others to cover for her, and she didn't overextend either. Adam clicked his tongue softly. Is this the normal strength for clan heirs? Or is she just special? He already knew the answer wasn't that she was stronger than him. Connect didn't lie. His senses were precise enough to gauge relative power, and Abigail was still clearly below him. But knowing someone was strong and seeing it were 2 entirely different things, and the latter carried far more weight. Adam pushed the thought aside. Letting it linger would only distract him. They encountered a few more frost golems along the way, but nothing worth noting. The group handled them efficiently, their coordination smooth after the earlier fight. Within minutes, the terrain began to change. The southern boundary came into view, and with it, the rift breach. Unlike most incursions, Golem's tundra was structured differently. Its rift wasn't centered deep within the territory. Instead, its epicenter sat right at the edge, pressed against the edge of the incursion itself. The faint shimmer of the barrier was visible here, distorting the air where it overlapped with the warped environment. Essence currents felt heavier and more turbulent. As soon as they arrived, the acolytes moved into action, unpacking devices and beginning their scans. Adam and Abigail exchanged a glance. No words were needed. They nodded once and stepped forward, focusing on the area around the breach. Adam's eyes sharpened. All right, let's see if our suspicions are right. Adam and Abigail had chosen to follow the acolytes for a single, shared reason. Neither of them believed that whatever Henry had planned ended with turning Siren's swamp into a mutant rift. That outcome alone felt insufficient. Adam was certain of it. He had read Henry's soul flame. Even stripped of emotion and reduced to something almost mechanical, it still carried intent, clear, directed, and far-reaching. That kind of resolve didn't align with a plan that affected only one rift. It was too small and inefficient. More importantly, the scale simply didn't justify the means. Erecting a barrier across an entire incursion, one that bled into the surrounding wild zones and even included the sector, just to interfere with a single rift made no sense. A far smaller area would have sufficed. The scope alone implied that multiple points of influence were involved. Multiple rifts. That was Adam's suspicion. And the fact that Abigail had arrived at the same conclusion independently only reinforced it. Still, suspicion wasn't proof. Checking a single rift wouldn't confirm anything. Within the barrier's range, there were 21 rifts in total, 15 scattered throughout the wild zones, including Siren's swamp and Golem's Tundra, and 6 more embedded within the sector itself, where martial artists worked relentlessly to keep them in check. One anomaly, if they found one, could be a coincidence. Pattern would not be. That was why during the journey Adam had informed Vanessa of his concerns. She needed to know that if Henry's actions extended beyond Siren's swamp, then what they were dealing with wasn't an isolated disaster. It was the beginning of something far worse. Adam scanned the area thoroughly, his eyes moving slowly across the warped terrain. So, what exactly am I looking for? That was the problem. He was certain Henry's actions hadn't stopped at Siren's swamp, and equally certain that this rift had been affected in some way. But the question was how? There was no obvious distortion, no violent fluctuation like the one at the swamp, nothing that clearly screamed interference. Adam glanced at Abigail. She looked just as lost. Her group was spread out, checking the ground, the air, even the ice formations, but their expressions mirrored his own confusion. Whatever they were searching for, none of them could define it clearly enough to recognize it. Footsteps crunched behind him. Mark approached, his expression serious. Found anything yet? Mark already knew about Adam's suspicions, and he was determined to help in whatever way he could. Adam shook his head. Nothing so far. Mark studied him for a moment, then nodded. Don't worry. Once we're done mapping the barrier, we'll give you a hand. Adam returned the nod as Mark turned and headed back toward the acolytes examining the barrier's edge. As Mark walked away, Adam exhaled softly and returned his attention to the surroundings. For a brief moment, he thought about the group they'd left outside. More people meant more eyes, maybe that would have helped. But the thought died just as quickly as it formed. It wouldn't have mattered. They didn't even know what they were searching for. For all they knew, there might be nothing here at all. Or the change could be subtle, something buried deeper in the incursion. Could be tied to a monster, a formation, an object. Or something far worse. Could be anything. Adam stood still, mind turning over possibilities, eyes continuing their quiet search. And just like before, nothing revealed itself. And before he knew it, the acolytes had already finished mapping the barrier. Once their readings were complete, they immediately shifted gears and joined Adam and Abigail in the search. With trained efficiency, they expanded the sweep radius, ran additional scans, and even tested the rift itself for abnormalities. But they got nothing. They took their time, far longer than strictly necessary. But as the minutes stretched on into hours, it became clear that their suspicions were turning into a wild goose chase. Whatever Henry had done, if it had touched this rift at all, it left no obvious footprint behind. And time inside an incursion was never something to waste lightly. Eventually, Mark gave the order to pull back. As they regrouped on their way to the exit, Mark walked up to Adam and spoke quietly. Don't worry, we'll make sure the other rifts and this one get checked properly after this. Adam nodded in acknowledgement. He understood the situation. Even though he had informed the manager of his suspicions, their immediate priority was still the barrier and the mutating Siren's swamp. After all, they were clear, present dangers that they could see and respond to. As much as they valued Adam, they couldn't divert resources based purely on intuition. Not yet. Once the immediate crisis was handled, then they could afford to look deeper. As Adam walked back toward the path to the exit with the others, a faint unease settled in his chest. But why does it feel like we're missing something? That feeling had been there since the beginning. It was the same reason he had held off on equipping the D-rank cultivation talent. He couldn't explain it logically, There was no concrete evidence, no warning sign, but his instincts kept telling him that something would go wrong. Yet now, they had checked the rift and scanned the barrier, yet they had found nothing. Adam frowned slightly. Am I just being paranoid? He didn't have an answer. Just as they were nearing the exit, an elite frost golem emerged from the tundra, its massive body radiating cold far denser than the others they had faced inside. The acolytes tensed, instinctively shifting formation, but Adam stepped forward before anyone else could react. The fight was brief. A blur of motion, a sharp crack of force, and the elite golem collapsed into fragments of ice and stone before it could even properly engage. Adam didn't linger on the kill. Too tired to harvest the valuables, he simply stored the entire corpse in his ring, turned, and continued walking as if nothing had happened. The moment they crossed out of the incursion, Mark reactivated the pulse container, and a familiar, almost imperceptible pressure spread through the air as the high-frequency pulse reasserted itself. The tundra fell silent again, the wired fence humming faintly as the incursion returned under containment. Mark let out a breath and turned to Adam and Abigail. I'll put a call through to the manager and report what we found. After that, we head back to the sector. They both nodded. Mark stepped aside to make the call, leaving Adam and Abigail standing a short distance away from the others. They exchanged a look. They had come here confident and certain that they would uncover something more about Henry's plan. Instead, they were leaving with nothing but unanswered questions. Adam broke the silence. By any chance, do you have any idea what he might have done? Abigail shook her head slowly. No, I'm just as lost as you are. She exhaled, the tension finally slipping from her shoulders. Sorry, I couldn't be of any help. Adam looked at her for a moment. He hadn't viewed her presence as helpful, but it seemed she felt otherwise. It's okay, he said simply. Abigail nodded and walked back to rejoin her group. Dixon paused briefly, giving Adam a small nod before following after her. Adam watched them go, then turned toward Mark, who was still in the middle of his video call with the manager. After a moment's hesitation, Adam walked over. So, the manager said through the holographic video call, her voice calm but heavy with authority, what did you find? Adam stood silently to the side, arms relaxed but posture attentive. He was just as curious as Vanessa, maybe even more so. If the acolytes had uncovered something concrete about the barrier, it might finally explain the unease that had been clawing at the back of his mind. Mark had placed the device, something between a tablet and a compact laptop, on the open tail of the truck. The holographic screen projected upward, showing the manager's veiled figure clearly. Her eyes flicked briefly to Adam standing behind Mark, lingering for half a second before returning to her subordinate. I'll go straight to the point, ma'am, Mark said. The manager gave a slight nod. Go on. Mark inhaled and spoke with practiced clarity. The barrier isn't self-sustaining. Our readings confirm it's being powered by an external generator. Adam's gaze sharpened. Vanessa on the screen remained silent. Explain everything. Mark nodded and launched into the details: energy fluctuations along the barrier's edge, directional flow patterns, stabilization nodes, and the way the power source compensated whenever pressure was applied from within. Adam listened carefully, mentally stitching the information together while watching the manager's expression for any reaction. When Mark finished, he concluded, in short, if we locate and destroy the generator, the barrier should collapse. Alternatively, he hesitated briefly, we could wait for the higher-ups to send reinforcements. There's no way they won't notice a barrier this large covering not just an incursion but a sector Oswell. Adam agreed with that assessment. A phenomenon of this scale couldn't possibly go unnoticed for long. But the manager didn't respond immediately. The silence stretched. Then she spoke. That won't work. Mark blinked. Adam's brows knit together slightly. Before either of them could ask why, the manager continued, her tone tightening. Express 67 didn't arrive at its station today. Their expressions varied, yet both conveyed the same thing, shock. And no, Vanessa added, anticipating their thoughts. It wasn't stopped by the barrier. There was no trace of the train anywhere. No wreckage or emergency signal, just an empty track. For a moment, no one spoke. If what she was saying was true, and Adam had no reason to doubt her, then this wasn't an isolated incident. Adam's heartbeat quickened, loud enough that he was sure he could hear it. His thoughts immediately drifted elsewhere, far beyond this sector to his own sector. A cold realization crept in. There was every chance other low-tier, outer-zone sectors were already facing the same fate. And if that was true, this situation was far bigger than any of them had imagined. Adam felt a strange sense of clarity settle over him. Is that why I've been feeling tense all this while? The unease he'd been brushing off, the constant feeling that something was wrong. It finally had a shape, albeit not a complete one. Adam didn't know how Henry could have influenced other sectors, not in detail, but it didn't take much imagination to fill in the gaps. Henry had never been acting alone. This was a martial clan they were dealing with, one that operated in shadows and contingencies. Who knew how many agents they had scattered across the alliance, quietly setting things in motion long before anyone noticed. Vanessa's voice came through the call again, steady despite the weight of the situation. But we shouldn't lose complete hope yet. Could still just be a delay. Adam didn't react. Optimism had never been his strong suit. Hope without information was just another way to get blindsided. After a brief pause, the manager turned her attention back to Mark. Good work, you can return to the sector. We'll be convening a strategy meeting there shortly to determine our next course of action. Mark straightened slightly. Understood, ma'am. The manager's gaze shifted, landing on Adam. She nodded once, her acknowledgement of Adam loaded with unspoken meaning, before the screen flickered and the call cut off. The silence that followed felt heavier than before. Mark turned to Adam. It's time to head back.
Adam nodded.
There was nothing more to do here. One by one, they climbed back into the truck. The engine rumbled to life, and soon the vehicle rolled forward, carrying them away from the incursion and back toward the sector. It was already evening when the truck rolled back into the sector, and by the time they reached the inner districts, night had fully fallen. The difference was immediate and jarring. The streets were empty. All citizens had already been informed about the barrier sealing the sector, and in response, everything had ground to a halt. No work, no school, no training sessions, no businesses operating. Even the hookers Adam was used to seeing loitering under neon lights at night were nowhere to be found. Adam stared out the window as the truck moved through streets that should have been alive. This sector was supposed to be a hub of commerce for the low-tier regions, thriving because of its proximity to the mid-tier zone. Instead, it felt like a city holding its breath. They were the only vehicle on the road. Lights were on in apartments, and as the truck passed, Adam could see faces watching from behind glass windows. Men, women, families. Some hid behind curtains, others stood openly at their windows. But every expression carried the same thing. Fear. Fear of what the barrier meant. Fear of what was coming next. The truck continued on in silence before finally stopping in front of the hotel where both Adam and Abigail's group were staying. As they disembarked, Mark stepped down as well. The meeting will be held in an hour, he said, looking between them. Your presence would be greatly appreciated. After a brief exchange of nods, Mark waved them off and the truck pulled away, disappearing into the empty streets. Adam adjusted his posture and turned away, joining Abigail and her group as they headed into the hotel. The lobby was quiet, stripped of its earlier bustle, its atmosphere subdued, just like the rest of the sector. Adam made his way to his room after separating from Abigail and her group. They would all be meeting again soon anyway, so there was no need for extended conversations. Lingering would only have made things awkward. Their parting was casual, and the only real interaction was Abigail handing him a small container of herbal ointment for his injuries before turning away. Adam accepted it with a nod, and they went their separate ways without another word. Once inside his room, Adam locked the door behind him and finally allowed himself to relax. The first thing he did was remove Battle Ready. He had been wearing the damaged armament the entire time, and now that he was alone, he could properly inspect it. The sight made his heart ache. Cracks ran along the surface, while parts of the structure were warped and scorched. However, the most glaring damage was the hole in the chest plate. Adam had paid good money for the armament, and yet it hadn't even lasted a full day. He let out a quiet sigh and placed it into his storage ring. I can either repair it, or just sell the scraps. At the moment, he leaned toward the second option. Adam then stripped off his inner clothing, the garments worn beneath the armor, and stood in front of the mirror mounted on the wall. He examined his reflection. His body was covered in small scratches, bruises, and lingering marks from the explosion. It really did a number on me. The sight was enough to make him mentally note one thing clearly. He needed to be more careful in the future. He had come frighteningly close to death today. Luck had saved him, but luck wasn't something he wanted to rely on again. Reaching into his storage ring, Adam retrieved the ointment Abigail had given him and began rubbing it over his injuries. A soothing sensation spread across his skin, easing the soreness almost instantly. After that, he removed the bandage wrapped around his head and carefully applied the ointment there as well. The wound closed almost immediately, the flesh knitting together as if it had never been injured. "It's really effective," Adam said quietly, impressed. With that done, he headed into the bathroom to clean himself up properly. After all, there was a meeting in an hour, and he had already used up a good chunk of that time. Adam finished washing up and changed into a set of casual clothes before leaving the room. He deliberately left the bathtub filled with water, making sure it would be ready when he returned. It wasn't because he had hit his head too hard and suddenly developed a habit of getting wet every 5 hours, though the thought almost made him laugh. The real reason was far more practical. The soul pearls. To use them properly, Adam needed to bathe with them submerged in water. He had prepared everything in advance so that once the meeting ended, he could return, slip straight into the bath, and begin the process without delay. Adam was done being paranoid. He didn't know what was coming, but it was better to be prepared than to hesitate endlessly out of fear. If he let paranoia dictate every decision, he wouldn't get very far in life, and Adam had already decided to live on his own terms. A few unknowns weren't going to stop him. He could have started the process right now, but absorbing the soul pearls would take more than an hour. With the meeting approaching, it was better to wait. With that settled, Adam left his room and walked down the hotel corridor. His footsteps echoed softly against the polished floor. Soon, he arrived at the hall where the meeting was to be held. It was the same hall where they had been welcomed, at least officially. What had happened that day, with the manager openly antagonizing the young heirs, was already in the past. Or so Adam thought. The moment he stepped into the hall after the acolytes stepped aside to let him in, a furious voice screamed from within, "You fucking bitch!" Adam was taken aback by the foul language. His brows knit together as he looked toward the source of the outburst, and his gaze landed on Sebastian. All the other heirs were present as well. It seemed that after Adam and the others had left the incursion, the heirs had returned to the hotel, and the moment they heard that a meeting was being held to discuss plans regarding the barrier, they had rushed here in haste. And now, in the middle of it all, Sebastian was openly calling the manager a bitch. The hall was tense. Most of the heirs had their attention fixed on Sebastian, watching the confrontation unfold. Only a few noticed Adam's entrance, and those who did immediately averted their eyes, pretending he wasn't there. Curious about what had happened, he walked toward one of the heirs who was very clearly avoiding eye contact. The young man noticed Adam approaching and nearly bolted out of the hall on instinct. Unfortunately for him, this meeting required only the heirs to be present, and his followers weren't here for him to hide behind. Adam casually stepped into his path, positioning himself just enough to block any possible escape. The heirs' eyes darted around the hall, desperately looking for help from the others who had noticed Adam's arrival, but none of them responded. Adam felt a strange twinge in his chest at that reaction. What did I even do to him? Of course, Adam knew the truth and was just acting oblivious. If it wasn't the killing intent he had released back at the entrance of the incursion, then it was the simple fact that everyone here knew he could kill them without them even realizing what had happened. Either reason alone was enough to terrify anyone, heir or not. Adam raised his hand and lightly slapped the young heir on the shoulder. The man flinched violently. "Tell me what happened here." The heir didn't hesitate as he told Adam everything. Adam listened, but in between he began to suspect the young heir might have been a messenger in a past life, given how practiced he was with his mouth. Eventually, Adam had to raise a hand to stop him before the man ran out of breath. When Adam finally pieced everything together, his gaze shifted toward the front of the hall. The manager and Sebastian were locked in a death stare, tension thick enough to choke the air. Adam exhaled softly. So that's what's happening. The reason Sebastian and manager Vanessa were locked in a standoff quickly became clear to Adam. Vanessa had proposed that the clan heirs assist in holding back the monsters that would pour out of the mutant rift in Siren Swamp, buying the mission hall time while they searched for and neutralized the generator sustaining the barrier. The pulse container should have been enough to suppress the monsters. So the suggestion confused Adam at first. But the answer came almost immediately. A pulse container only functions properly in an environment stabilized by an incursion. Adam had just learned that in detail. The pulse relied on a warped but stable incursion field to amplify and spread its frequency. A mutant rift, however, was the opposite of stability. Its environment was in constant violent, volatile, and unpredictable fluctuations. And the pulse container was never 100% effective to begin with. Environmental instability was one of its greatest weaknesses. And there was no greater instability than a rift actively mutating. If the mutant rift destabilized the environment enough, the pulse container's influence would weaken, allowing monsters to slip through. Vanessa's proposal wasn't reckless. It was pragmatic. But that didn't make it acceptable to the heirs. To them, her words sounded like a death sentence wrapped in official language. Asking them to hold back monsters, while the mission hall searched for the generator, felt less like a tactical request and more like being volunteered as disposable shields. Meat shields, to be exact. The already furious heirs exploded. Their dislike for Vanessa only deepened, and the idea that someone from a so-called backwater sector would even dare suggest such a thing was enough to ignite their pride. In their minds, this wasn't strategy, it was humiliation. Adam could see it clearly, and, in a way, he understood them. They were arrogant, entitled, insufferable, but they were also being asked to risk their lives for a problem they hadn't created, in a sector that wasn't theirs, under leadership they didn't respect. Adam exhaled slowly. Anyone would lose their mind over that. Vanessa and Sebastian were still locked in their death stare. At this point, it was obvious to everyone in the hall that Sebastian had become the de facto spokesperson of the heirs, and he was the first to break the suffocating silence. "Why should we be the ones doing the hard part?" he said coldly, his voice carrying across the hall. "While you people get it easy, it's not our fault your security measures failed so badly." His lips curled into a sneer. "If anything, it's you Alliance dogs who should be throwing yourselves at the monsters while we go find the generator ourselves." The words ignited the room. Cheers erupted from the heirs behind him, loud and vindictive. The frustration they had been bottling up finally spilled over. Being sealed inside the sector, cut off from their clans, unable to call for reinforcements, and then being told they might have to fight monsters for an indefinite amount of time, had pushed them past reason. This wasn't fear speaking anymore. It was wounded pride. At this point, it was clear that any meaningful cooperation between the two sides was hanging by a thread. Vanessa remained silent throughout the outburst, her veil hiding her expression. When the noise finally died down, she spoke evenly. "You wouldn't be fighting alone," she said. "Most of our personnel will be on the front lines. All I'm asking is that you support them." Adam's eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. The manager was being too accommodating and eager. That alone set off alarm bells in his mind. Sebastian let out a low laugh. "Support?" he scoffed. "Maybe if you got on your knees and begged, we'd consider it." The heirs burst into laughter again, the sound sharp and mocking. Frustration had fully drowned out their judgment, withering their already dwindling brain cells. To them, a mutant level 3 rift was an inconvenience, not a catastrophe. In their minds, it was only a matter of time before their clans arrived to save them. But Adam's thoughts went elsewhere. What about the civilians? The acolytes could protect them for a while. But they weren't as strong as the heirs. Not even close. Time would bleed them dry. For a fleeting moment, it looked like Vanessa was actually considering Sebastian's demand, throwing away her pride to satisfy theirs. Adam saw it clearly, and something inside him snapped. That's enough. The words cut through the hall like a blade. In the next instant, Adam was standing behind Vanessa, having appeared there as if he'd stepped out of thin air. All eyes snapped toward him. The laughter died. The smugness vanished. The air itself seemed to tighten, the atmosphere of the hall shifting in an instant. Adam was the most underdressed person in the hall, and yet his presence carried the most weight. Anyone who judged by dressing alone would have dismissed him as irrelevant. But the moment he appeared, the entire atmosphere shifted, as if the hall itself had acknowledged him. Vanessa turned to look at him, and for the briefest moment, a crack appeared in her otherwise cold composure. It wasn't gratitude or pride. It was relief. Across the hall, Abigail watched him in silence. She wasn't standing with the heirs who were shouting and posturing, nor was she openly siding with the manager. She stood among the few heirs who still possessed something rare: reason. They understood humility, understood consequences, and understood that pride meant nothing when lives were at stake. Such heirs were rare, but they existed. The rest, however, changed the instant Adam appeared. The previously rowdy heirs grew quieter, their voices dying one after another. Some shifted uncomfortably. Others avoided eye contact entirely. The confidence they had been riding on moments ago deflated as if punctured. Adam's gaze swept across the hall. One by one, heirs who had been shouting earlier found the floor suddenly fascinating. His eyes lingered on faces that had laughed, sneered, and mocked. None of them could hold his stare. Then his gaze stopped in one particular person. Sebastian. The arrogant Sebastian had worn like armor cracked instantly. His posture stiffened, jaw tightening as reality caught up to him. Whatever bravado he had summoned earlier evaporated under Adam's calm, unreadable stare. Seeing that he had everyone's attention, Adam spoke, his voice steady, unraised, and utterly final. "You will all help." He paused as he let the silence marinate before breaking it. "And that's final." Adam had no intention of entertaining nonsense. He wasn't about to let attitude problems from a bunch of self-absorbed, overgrown NPCs turn something straightforward into a crisis. The task in front of them was simple: hold back the monsters. That was it. They wouldn't be doing it alone either. The mission hall was committing a large portion of its forces to the front lines as well. No one was being thrown away as disposable meat. And Adam knew something else just as well. These heirs were strong. Strip away the excessive bragging, the inflated egos, and the constant need to posture, and the truth remained: martial heirs were monsters compared to ordinary martial artists. They were trained the moment they could stand, whether they had awakened a cultivation talent or not. Resources were poured into them without restraint, elixirs, techniques, guidance, until their foundations were bloated with advantages others could only dream of. Abigail was living proof of that. Adam had seen her fight. He'd felt the precision behind her strikes, the confidence in her movements. She wasn't all talk, and neither were many of the heirs in this room, whether he liked to admit it or not. So yes, despite their complaints, Adam fully intended to drag them into the cause. Still, there was a hiccup. "And why should we listen to you?" The voice cut through the hall. Adam turned toward the speaker, mildly surprised. It wasn't Sebastian. It was one of the heirs who hadn't joined in mocking Vanessa earlier, one of the quieter ones who had watched the confrontation unfold without adding fuel to the fire. The question wasn't shouted or dripping with contempt. It was calm and measured. But that single line was enough. The other heirs straightened slightly, a spark of resistance igniting in their eyes. The room grew tense as they waited, watching Adam closely to see how he would respond. Adam looked at the heir who had spoken. The man was larger than most in the hall, broad-shouldered, with a low military haircut that spoke of discipline ingrained down to the bone. He radiated restraint, and beneath it, something fiercer, something forged rather than inherited. Adam studied him quietly. I thought force would be enough. He knew better now. Force worked on most heirs. They were raised in environments where might made right, where pressure and intimidation were the language of authority. But this one was different. Adam had already seen it when he glanced at the man's soul flame through Connect. There was no malice there or wounded pride lashing out. This wasn't defiance. It was disagreement with Adam's approach. Adam paused, adjusting his posture, then spoke. That's because I'll be at the forefront fighting. The hall went dead silent. Not the awkward kind of silence, but the heavy kind. The sort that pressed down on the chest and made every word echo long after it was spoken. Adam's answer wasn't arrogance. It was recalibration. Moments earlier, he'd sounded like a dictator, ordering others forward as if he intended to stand behind them. Even if that had never been his intention, perception mattered. What he'd said now made everything clear. I'm not asking you to die for me. I'm telling you I'll be in front of you. He was going to fight. And if someone like him, who was far stronger than all of them present, was willing to step forward first and fight, what excuse did they have to hold back? The heir stared at Adam for several seconds, measuring him. Then he nodded once. The Baki clan will partake in the operation. Adam was satisfied. Before he could speak again, another voice followed. So will the Kelvin clan. Abigail spoke soon after. More heirs, those who hadn't joined in mocking Vanessa earlier, those who still possessed a shred of restraint, began to voice their agreement one after another. The momentum shifted, quietly but decisively. Adam felt a flicker of relief. Then his expression hardened. He turned toward the remaining group. Well? His gaze settled on Sebastian. Sebastian swallowed visibly, the sound loud in the sudden quiet. Regret flickered across his face. I should have kept my mouth shut. Adam had persuaded the remaining heirs to partake in the operation, and just like that, the deadlock dissolved. Once the agreement was reached, tempers cooled quickly. Pride was still present, but it had been redirected into something more productive. A brief but serious meeting followed, where battle roles, response times, and fallback plans were discussed in detail. It was during this meeting that Adam finally understood why the manager had seemed so eager earlier. They were seated around a large conference table, its surface glowing faintly as projections hovered above it. Some of the heirs occupied the back seats, arms crossed, expressions grim rather than arrogant now. The atmosphere had shifted from confrontation to urgency. Bad news had a way of doing that. Vanessa stood at the head of the table, veil in place, posture straight. With a flick of her hand, the projection changed, showing a rapidly fluctuating model of Siren Swamp. After analyzing the data we collected from the rift, she said calmly, this is what our people have concluded. The room fell silent. First, due to the actions of Henry Faraday, the Siren Swamp incursion rift was forcefully sealed and pushed into a mutation state. No one interrupted her. Second, because this mutation was not caused by natural rift behavior, its characteristics differ significantly from what is commonly recorded. Adam's eyes narrowed slightly. Vanessa paused, letting the words sink in before delivering the real blow. Instead of the rift completing its mutation in 1 week, she said, it will finish mutating in 30 hours. The tension in the hall shifted, but nobody spoke as they digested the information the manager had just shared. Adam's gaze, on the other hand, remained fixed on the projection, watching the unstable rift pulse like a diseased heart. 30 hours wasn't just fast, it was catastrophic. That explained the manager's urgency and why she had been willing to swallow her pride. Plus, Vanessa said, her voice steady but heavy, the incursion is growing. Adam frowned. Growing? Vanessa nodded once. With a gesture, she drew everyone's attention back to the holographic projection of Siren Swamp. The image shifted, zooming outward. What it revealed made several people inhale sharply. The edges of the incursion were no longer stable. Its influence was already slipping past the wired fence, bleeding into the surrounding land. The spread was slow, almost subtle, but unmistakable. Areas outside the incursion boundary were discoloring, the terrain sagging and darkening as shallow waters pooled and vegetation twisted. Dry ground was becoming marsh. Worse still, the expansion curve on the projection was rising. Gradually, it was steadily accelerating. This, Vanessa said, is another deviation from normal mutating rifts. She let the image rotate, showing time-lapse projections of the spread. Based on current data, the swamp's influence will continue to expand. Our original plan was to eradicate all sirens within the incursion before the mutation completed. Her voice hardened. But if this continues, the swamp will spread across the entire area sealed by the barrier before the rift finishes mutating. Silence fell over the hall. Adam felt a chill crawl up his spine. If that happens, Vanessa continued, the rift's influence will blanket the entire barrier, releasing the mutant monsters into their natural element. The implications stacked rapidly. Originally, the sector walls could have served as a final line of defense. Mutant monsters always moved toward areas of dense human life, and the walls would have funneled them into predictable kill zones. But if the swamp consumes the land within the barrier, the walls become meaningless, as they won't be defending a city anymore. Instead, they'll be defending a swamp. And this is where the second problem comes in. There are currently 21 active rifts within the barrier, Vanessa said. Incursions and standard rifts combined. Adam's eyes narrowed. What happens when the influence of a foreign rift begins affecting other rifts? No one answered, because no one knew. Rifts were already unstable by nature. Their behaviors were governed by dangerous unnatural patterns, but patterns nonetheless. Introducing an external influence, especially one born from an artificial mutation, was like throwing a lit match into a room full of explosives. Adam leaned back slowly in his chair. Mutant rift influence, interacting with other rifts. The possibilities spiraled in his mind, and none of them were good. Vanessa finished quietly. We don't know what will happen, but we are certain of one thing. She looked around the room, her gaze passing over heirs, acolytes, and finally Adam. It won't end well if we let it continue. Adam studied the manager for a moment before finally speaking. Just for argument's sake, he said calmly, is there a way to stop the spread? Every heir in the hall turned to him, then almost in unison shifted their gaze to Vanessa. The situation was already dire. Too many unknowns, too many variables stacked on top of one another. That uncertainty was what made it truly dangerous. Adam's question wasn't naive. It was necessary. Even if they couldn't stop the disaster outright, slowing it down could mean the difference between survival and collapse. Vanessa looked at Adam through her veil for a brief moment before answering. I was just about to get there, Mr. Adam, she said, her tone respectful. The tension in the hall eased slightly and Adam noticed something immediately. Did she do that on purpose? Up until now, the way Vanessa had laid out the situation made it sound utterly hopeless, like they were already standing at the edge of annihilation. But now Adam could see the structure beneath her words. She had deliberately emphasized the danger first, forcing everyone present to truly grasp how bad things were. Only then did she offer a solution. It was a classic pressure tactic. Break morale, then rebuild it around a single objective. Impressive. Vanessa continued, the method to stop the spread is directly linked to our first problem. One of the heirs spoke up immediately. The barrier? Vanessa nodded. Yes. She tapped the holographic display, and the projection shifted again. After careful analysis, our researchers have confirmed that the barrier is not merely containing the incursion, the surrounding wild zones, and our sector, she said. It is also actively powering the spread of the Siren swamp incursion. Realization rippled through the room. The pieces snapped together in Adam's mind. So, if we find and destroy the generator. Vanessa met his gaze. Then the barrier collapses, she finished, and the incursion's expansion will stop. The manager's words echoed in the hall. For the first time since the meeting began, the situation no longer felt like an inevitable disaster. Felt like a mission. Sebastian was the one who spoke next. "So there's no way to locate where the generator is hidden?" he asked, his tone noticeably more restrained than before. Vanessa shook her head. "We've tried everything," she replied evenly. "But out sensors haven't picked up anything. The barrier itself gives no indication of the generator's location, and whatever facility it's housed in is masking its signal extremely well." She paused, letting the weight of that sink in. "And with the limited time we have," she continued, "a full, methodical search is impossible. The generator could be anywhere within the barrier." Abigail frowned as she asked, "Have you checked everywhere Henry might have been to?" Sebastian nodded in agreement. That makes sense. The simple act irritated Abigail more than she expected. But she swallowed the irritation. This wasn't the time. Vanessa looked at the two of them for a brief moment before nodding. "Yes, we did." Her gaze lingered on Sebastian just a fraction longer than necessary. "Despite this being a backwater region compared to where you all come from," she said coolly, "we know how to keep tabs on people, especially those who tend to cause trouble." Sebastian stiffened slightly. Vanessa continued as if nothing had happened. "Every known location Henry frequented has been checked. So far, nothing has yielded results." At that moment, Adam spoke. "Did you also check the arcade?" Vanessa blinked, clearly caught off guard. "The arcade?" she repeated, confusion slipping into her voice. Adam looked at the manager with a faint frown when she repeated his question. "Didn't you check the arcade?" he asked, genuine confusion creeping into his voice. Even with the veil obscuring most of her face, the manager's bewilderment was obvious. "We have no records of Henry or any of his people visiting an arcade." That answer only deepened Adam's confusion. Without wasting time, the manager quickly pulled up Henry's movement logs. A holographic display bloomed above the table, listing every location Henry had visited during his stay in the sector, each one accompanied by timestamps and video surveillance. The heirs leaned forward instinctively. The coverage was thorough, painfully so. Every street, every building, every stop Henry had made was accounted for. Nothing was missing. A few of the heirs shifted uncomfortably, clearly realizing that if the mission hall could monitor Henry this closely, the same level of scrutiny might have been applied to them as well. Still, no one voiced an objection. Now wasn't the time. Adam stepped closer to the table, eyes scanning the data again and again. Nothing. No arcade. When he found nothing amiss, Adam didn't question his memory. Instead, he looked up. "Do you have records of my own movements?" Vanessa nodded. "We deliberately kept less surveillance on you compared to the others," she said evenly. "But yes, we still have some." At this point, none of the heirs even bothered reacting to the blatant favoritism. Adam didn't care. "Do you have video footage of me from yesterday afternoon?" he asked. Vanessa nodded again. "Let me check." It didn't take long. With a flick of her fingers, the display shifted, and the footage began to play. The footage showed Adam stepping out of the arcade. He had ended his game session early that day, deciding it was better to rest since the incursion exploration was scheduled for the next morning. On the holographic screen, his figure emerged beneath the neon glow of the arcade sign, hands in his pockets, posture relaxed. Adam leaned closer. This was the moment. The point where one of Henry's men had blocked his path. But as the video played, something felt. A faint ripple of static flashed across the screen, so brief and subtle that anyone not actively searching for it would have missed it entirely. In the very instant the static appeared, the footage skipped forward. Adam was already walking down the arcade steps. Adam's eyes narrowed. He rewound the footage. Again and again. Each time, the same thing happened. Adam exiting the arcade, the brief flicker of static, then him descending the steps uninterrupted. No altercation, no presence of anyone else. It was as if that moment had been cleanly carved out of reality itself. The hall was silent. The heirs, the acolytes, even the manager stared at Adam as realization slowly settled in. The way Adam replayed the footage over and over wasn't the behavior of a confused man, it was the behavior of someone confirming a certainty. This time, he didn't rewind it again. He turned to the manager, his voice low and grim. "The generator has to be in the arcade." No one spoke. "I'm sure of it," Adam added. Vanessa's hand slammed down on the table with a sharp crack. "We've been played." Now everything made sense. Henry's erratic movements, the seemingly random locations, the deliberate mess of false trails meant to convince the mission hall that chaos itself was the plan, when in truth it had all been a smokescreen. Humanity had created countless technologies in the 500 years since the monster invasion. A method to tamper with high-level surveillance so cleanly, so seamlessly, was not only possible, it was inevitable. Vanessa clicked her tongue, then turned to Adam. "Thank you." She straightened, as authority flooded back into her posture. "This meeting is adjourned for the meantime." They had a direction now. If they could find and destroy the generator, the barrier would fall. The spread would halt. And all that would remain would be dealing with the mutant rift itself. As the manager strode out, the heirs began leaving as well, their earlier arrogance replaced with urgency. Finding the generator didn't stop the siren swamp from spilling monsters in the next 30 hours. Preparations still had to be made. Adam left the hall alongside them, his thoughts already elsewhere. As he stepped into the corridor, he murmured to himself, "Time to begin the process." Adam entered his room and immediately locked the door behind him. He didn't stop there. One by one, he closed the windows, drew the curtains tight, and ensured not a sliver of the city lights slipped through. He had learned enough by now. The mission hall kept surveillance on everyone of interest. Even if they were lenient with him, that didn't mean the eyes weren't there. Adam had no intention of letting anyone find out his special talent equip. But what he was about to do now didn't involve his special talent, so it didn't truly matter. The only real risk is my nudes getting leaked. That didn't bother him in the slightest. Adam stripped without ceremony and stepped into the bathroom. The bathtub was still filled, the water untouched since he'd left for the meeting. He lowered himself in, the cold biting into his skin at first before his body gradually adjusted. This was it, the reason he had come to this sector in the first place. To see if the soul pearls could do more than nourish, to see if they could change him. If it could increase his soul slots and lay the foundation for true growth. "So much depends on this," Adam murmured, sinking deeper into the water. "And strength is very much needed now." That unease he'd felt earlier, the persistent sense of something looming, had never truly left. It sat in the back of his mind, quiet but constant. Paranoia, maybe. Instinct, more likely. Either way, there was only one solution. Get stronger. Adam exhaled slowly and reached into his storage ring. The soul pearls emerged in his palm, smooth and faintly luminous. He didn't hesitate. One by one, he dropped them into the bath. The effect was immediate. The water began to glow, first faintly, then brighter, until it was suffused with a serene, tranquil blue. The light wasn't harsh. It was soothing, almost hypnotic. Adam felt the change seep into him, not just his flesh but deeper, brushing against his very soul. Calm washed over him. Then the water rippled. The surface disturbed again, and a head broke through. Black hair clung wetly to pale skin, draping over most of the face. Large, dark eyes emerged beneath the strands, wide and unblinking, innocent in a way that felt profoundly wrong. Slowly, a body followed. It was slender, naked, and unmistakably feminine, and it rose from the glowing water as if it had always belonged there. Adam didn't flinch, shout, or recoil. He simply stared. In the next instant, the woman lunged at him. Cold arms wrapped around him with sudden force, dragging him down as the water surged violently. The glow fractured into ripples as Adam was pulled beneath the surface, the calm shattering in a single heartbeat, as the bath swallowed them both. Adam was dragged under. The bathwater swallowed him whole, but it didn't feel like a bathtub anymore. It expanded. No, it became something else. The water stretched endlessly in every direction, cold and crushing, as if he were being hauled down into an ocean trench. Pressure wrapped around his body from all sides, immense and unrelenting. For an ordinary person, panic would have come instantly. But Adam remained calm. The deeper he was pulled, the clearer he felt. Not his mind, but his soul. Each passing moment, the soul pearls dissolved further, their essence flooding into him in violent excess. This wasn't normal absorption. This was an overdose. The kind that should have shattered a person's soul, the way too much of a hard drug would rip apart the body. But instead of euphoria, Adam was dragged toward an abyss. Water forced its way into his lungs. His mouth opened, filling without resistance. His body should have screamed for air, but it didn't. The woman pulling him changed the deeper they went. The illusion of humanity peeled away layer by layer. Her body remained female in shape, but something about her presence warped, as it became heavier, older, and more deliberate. Her smile widened, carrying a promise that whispered directly to the soul. Rest. Surrender. Let go. This was no ordinary siren. This one was crafted, its seduction refined, its presence overwhelming. Any other being would have dissolved in that smile alone, convinced that drowning in its embrace was the greatest bliss imaginable. The descent finally stopped as they hit solid ground. The seabed, or what passed for it, cracked slightly beneath the impact, silt rising in slow, dreamlike plumes. The siren still clung to Adam, arms wrapped tight, smile unbroken. Adam looked at her. Then he spoke. So this is as far as you can go. The smile froze. The siren's eyes widened, not in fear, but disbelief. Adam shook his head slowly. Water streamed from his hair and face, yet his expression was clear, focused, and almost disappointed. The pressure didn't bother him, because he knew from the beginning this wasn't real water. It was an illusion, an internal sea formed by excess soul energy, shaped by the overdose of soul pearls. Adam had allowed it to deepen without resistance because that was the only way to fully draw out their effect. But now, there was nowhere left to sink. The siren reacted instantly. Her mouth split open unnaturally, jaw widened far beyond human limits. Rows of jagged teeth unfolded as her skull distorted, the innocent facade collapsing into something monstrous. She lunged, attempting to bite straight through Adam's neck. But she failed, because Adam had never been trapped. He was the one holding back. His hand snapped up, fingers locking around her throat with absolute precision. In the next instant, he twisted his body, using her momentum against her. The world spun. Adam pivoted sharply and drove the siren into the ground beneath them. The impact sent a shock through the seabed, silt and fractured stone bursting upward even through the water. He didn't let go, as he drew his fist back and struck. Boom! The sound rippled through the abyss, a muted thunder that spread through the illusion itself as his blow crashed into her face. Adam didn't stop. His left hand stayed clamped around the siren's throat like a vice, fingers digging deep as if welded there. With his right hand, he pummeled her face again and again, using her skull like a striking post. There was no hesitation.
No guastid motion. No restraint.
Each punch was delivered with cold efficiency, calculated and absolute. Adam wasn't venting anger, he was simply executing a process. Her head snapped back and forth under the impacts. Bone cracked, teeth shattered and scattered into the water like broken glass. Her nose caved in, cartilage collapsed inward, while her eyes swelled grotesquely, one bursting under the relentless pounding. Adam didn't slow. He found a rhythm, perfect tempo. His strikes accelerated, blurring together as the distance between blows vanished. Boom, boom, boom. The sound echoed through the seabed, dull and thunderous, reverberating through the illusion like shockwaves. The siren couldn't scream. Her throat was locked shut, her jaw ruined, her body reduced to nothing more than a vessel reacting to punishment. She shuddered violently with each impact, muscles spasming uncontrollably as her form deteriorated under Adam's fists. Then came the final blow. Adam drew back his bloodied fist just a fraction more than before, and struck. Boom! Her face caved in completely. Blood burst outward, staining the water and splattering across Adam's body in a violent bloom of red. He released her throat without ceremony, letting the siren's ruined body float upward, limp and lifeless, drifting toward the surface like discarded debris. And in that exact moment, the illusion shattered. The vast ocean collapsed inward, the crushing pressure vanished, and the endless seabed dissolved into nothingness as reality snapped back into place. Adam shot upright out of the bathtub. Water exploded outward as his upper body broke the surface, his lungs spasming violently. He coughed hard, retching as bathwater and bile splashed onto the tiled floor beside the tub. His hands gripped the edges tightly while his body shuddered once, twice, before he finally sucked in a deep breath. After a few seconds, he slumped back down into the bathtub, the water sloshing around him. Despite everything, he smiled. It was a cruel realization. No matter how vivid the illusion had been, no matter how deep that false ocean felt, his physical body had been submerged the entire time. If he had truly lost himself in it, he might have drowned in a bathtub. Yet, everything still turned out good in the end. Adam wasn't worried about overdosing on the soul pearls for one simple reason: his star power. Adam's current star power was far beyond what a normal, unranked martial artist should possess. That overwhelming difference allowed him to shrug off the backlash of the soul pearls, a common-grade resource, while still absorbing their full benefits. What would have destroyed another martial artist had instead been reduced to a violent but manageable process for him. This was one of the many reasons martial artists with special talents were called cheaters. Adam looked down at the water. The soft blue glow was gone. The soul pearls, every single one of them, had completely dissolved, their essence fully absorbed. Adam let out a slow exhale. Let's see if it actually worked. He could feel it. His soul felt fuller, denser, reinforced in a way that was difficult to describe. But feeling alone wasn't enough. There was only one way to know for sure. Adam focused his thoughts. In the next moment, his panel surfaced before his eyes. Name Adam. Rank, none. Cultivation talent, G.
Spatial talent, Akip Kunakt.
Slot, soul 4 rapid E poison F. Body 6 empty. Star power, 14 plus.
Adam Froze.
Not physically, his body was still half submerged in the bathtub, but mentally, as if his thoughts had slammed into an invisible wall. His eyes moved slowly over the panel once, twice, then a third time. 4. He wasn't imagining it. The soul slots now read 4. Adam had expected one extra slot at best. That alone would have been worth the risk, the paranoia, the overdose of soul pearls. But instead he got 2. 2 extra soul slots. It didn't look like much on paper, just a number quietly sitting in brackets. But to Adam it was massive. Each soul slot wasn't just space, it was possibility, flexibility, growth, a wider foundation to build on. The feeling that came with it was even better. The kind of feeling where you brace yourself for something average, only to be rewarded beyond expectation. Adam leaned his head back against the edge of the tub and let out a short laugh. So my pounding really was that good, huh? He was referring, very shamelessly, to the brutal beating he'd given the siren in the illusion. If luck existed, then maybe he had punched it straight in the face. After the joke faded, Adam didn't immediately get out of the bathtub. His expression slowly shifted from amused to focused. This wasn't over yet. Extra slots meant nothing if he didn't fill them properly. Adam stared at the panel again, his mind already moving ahead. The real work was about to begin. Adam stayed in the bathtub, his body relaxed, his breathing steady, acting as though nothing out of the ordinary had happened. This wasn't caution born of fear. The sector's mission hall had surveillance everywhere. Even if they were lenient with him, even if Vanessa herself chose to look the other way, Adam wasn't naive enough to assume privacy where none was guaranteed. What he was about to do couldn't be witnessed by anyone. And no, this wasn't about equipping talents. It was about bringing out the corpse. Adam knew, rationally, that even if Vanessa saw him in possession of a human corpse, she likely wouldn't say anything. She had long since lost the luxury of moral absolutism, especially where he was involved. But Adam wasn't worried about official consequences. He was worried about rumors. Rumors didn't need evidence. Rumors didn't care about context. If word leaked that he possessed human corpses and did something with them, people wouldn't ask questions. They would draw conclusions.
Evil technique.
Demonic practitioner. That's where his strength comes from. And Adam wasn't strong enough yet to silence that kind of noise. More importantly, he didn't trust this sector to protect a secret, not when they couldn't even protect themselves. Barriers, mutant rifts, hidden generators. The sector was already a mess. Adding his own secret into that chaos was asking for trouble. Adam let out a slow exhale, his decision firm. He rose from the bathtub, water sliding off his body, and dried himself carefully. No rush or tension, just another martial artist finishing a bath. He wrapped himself in a robe, stepped out of the bathroom, and closed the door behind him. Adam already knew how to equip the cultivation talent without drawing suspicion. And now it was time to do exactly that. Adam had changed into a black sleeveless tank top that clung lightly to his frame and a faded gray cotton knicker that had clearly seen better days. After changing, he picked up the room phone and calmly called room service. Despite the sector being under a state of emergency, it didn't take long before there was a knock at his door. The staff were still diligent, trained well enough to understand that panic was contagious, and routine was one of the few things that kept people sane. What Adam had requested was unusual. A small stove, a pot, several ingredients, salt, oil, spices, vegetables, and a stack of plastic plates. The staff didn't ask questions. They never did. Once the door closed again, Adam locked it, double-checked the curtains, and set everything up with methodical precision. The stove was placed near the table, the pot set on top, ingredients arranged neatly to the side. Only then did he bring out one of the corpses. Not the entire corpse, but rather pieces of a fraction of it. Adam had cut them up before storing them in his storage ring, mostly removing the charred parts. Consequently, what now lay on the table was a segmented human corpse, reduced to portions no different in size from butchered meat. He felt nothing looking at them. Adam had already learned that a corpse didn't need to be whole for him to equip a talent. Damage didn't matter. Integrity didn't matter. As long as the soul imprint remained, that was enough. Adam activated Connect, as his vision shifted instantly. The world dulled at the edges as a strange state overtook him. Half awake, half asleep. Reality felt distant, like he was observing it through water. And then he saw it. The soul orb, a dim orb embedded within the corpse. Adam nodded. He then turned back to the stove and began prepping the sliced corpse as if it was nothing more than raw ingredients. Oil heated, vegetables chopped, meat portions seasoned. His hands moved with steady familiarity, no hesitation or disgust. As he worked, he confirmed the notification for equip, extracting the D-rank cultivation talent from the sliced remains. The moment it happened, there was no explosion or dramatic flare, just a quiet, decisive transfer. Adam continued cooking as if nothing had changed. To anyone watching, it would look mundane, almost domestic, and that was exactly the point. Adam finished cooking the meat and portioned it neatly into the plastic containers. They were sealed, clean and anonymous. If anyone saw it now, they would see nothing more than prepared food. No one would ever guess where it came from. The scent filled the room. It was rich, savory, and heavy with spices. It was the kind of smell that made the stomach tighten and the mouth water, the kind that promised warmth and satisfaction with a single bite. It did nothing for Adam. He had no intention of eating it. The reason he'd gone through all this trouble was simple. Adam had already told Vanessa that 2 of Henry's followers had been vaporized in the explosion. If rumors ever surfaced, rumors about him handling human corpses, about strange methods tied to his sudden rise in strength, they could spiral quickly. People loved simple explanations, and dark techniques was the simplest one of all. Leaving them in his storage ring was the safest option, but doing so would make it difficult to equip the cultivation talent. Instead, he cooked it to draw attention away from the fact that it was a corpse.
No ritual.
No symbolism.
No teatrix.
Just efficiency. Cooking the corpse erased suspicion and left behind something that looked entirely mundane. Even with surveillance in place, all anyone would see was Adam preparing food in his room. Overkill? Maybe. Effective? Absolutely. Adam placed the sealed containers back into his storage ring. To the outside world, it would look like he'd stored cooked meat for later. In reality, he would dispose of it properly when the opportunity came. Problem solved. But he wasn't done yet. His gaze lingered inwardly as it became thoughtful. The second corpse still has its cultivation talent. That alone was valuable information. Adam wanted to know how long a talent could persist after death, how decay, or lack of it, affected usability. Monsters or humans, the mechanics mattered. Talents degraded over time, and understanding the window of decay would prove invaluable in the long run. I'll test that later. For now, everything that needed to be hidden was hidden. Adam straightened, rolled his shoulders once, and let out a slow breath. Time to see what difference a D-rank cultivation talent actually makes. This was the real moment of truth. In the control room, an acolyte finished delivering his report. Vanessa listened without interruption, her posture straight, and her expression unreadable beneath the veil. When he was done, she gave a small nod. That will be all. The acolyte bowed slightly and left. Vanessa leaned back against the console, eyes drifting to one of the surveillance feeds. Her gaze lingered for half a second before she spoke aloud, more to herself than anyone else. I wonder what he needs all that meat for. She shook her head. Pointless thought. After the Henry incident, she had tightened security across the entire sector. Surveillance density increased. Patrols doubled. Nothing moved without being logged. Compared to now, her previous surveillance across the sector could be considered child's play. But even with that, there was nothing suspicious about a man cooking himself a meal. Paranoia wastes focus, she reminded herself. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed behind her. Boss! Vanessa turned as another acolyte approached, his expression tightly controlled, but barely masking urgency. The team just found something. Her eyes sharpened instantly. Show me. She didn't wait for further explanation. Vanessa exited the control room at a brisk pace, her coat fluttering slightly. The scene shifted quickly, and soon she was in front of the arcade. She had stepped out from the large tent that had been erected near the building, its edges secured and reinforced. The entire area was barricaded off despite the sector-wide lockdown. Procedure was procedure, especially now. Acolytes stood guard at strategic points, weapons ready, senses alert. Vanessa entered the arcade, following the reporting acolyte through silent halls that only hours ago had been filled with noise and laughter. They stopped in front of a door. Inside was the power room. The first thing Vanessa noticed was the hole. A massive one. The reinforced floor had been torn open, a clean-edged cavity descending into darkness. The slab that once sealed it had been violently thrown aside, cracked along its edges. Nearby, scattered but deliberately placed, were several compact, sleek and fairly humming devices. Vanessa recognized them immediately. Energy dampeners and signal cloaks. Devices designed to hide massive fluctuations. Her jaw tightened. One of the acolytes crouched near the hole, instruments glowing as they scanned the depths. He looked up as Vanessa approached. "Boss," he said, voice steady but grave. "We're getting extremely high energy readings from down there." For the first time since entering the room, Vanessa allowed herself a hint of satisfaction. So Adam had been right. But that feeling didn't last. The acolyte hesitated, then continued. "But we're also detecting the presence of life." Vanessa's fingers curled slowly at her side. "How many?" The acolyte swallowed. "Just one." The air in the room seemed to grow heavier. Vanessa stared into the dark hole, her thoughts racing. Back in his room, Adam sat on the edge of the bed, his tablet balanced loosely in one hand as he browsed the web with a clear objective in mind. He needed a new essence absorption technique. The one he was currently using was nothing more than a standard-grade technique, the cheapest option available to martial artists. It was the very first iteration ever created, dating back 500 years to the early days of essence cultivation. Back then, humanity had been experimenting blindly, and the result was a crude system filled with redundant movements, inefficient circulation paths, and practices that wasted more essence than they refined. It had served its purpose. But Adam had now outgrown it, and he wanted an upgraded cultivation technique, one that had been revised, optimized, and refined through generations of research. These newer techniques stripped away unnecessary steps, improved essence conversion efficiency, and maximized growth per cycle. Before, such a technique would have been pointless for him. A G-rank cultivation talent simply couldn't draw out the full potential of an upgraded technique. The strain alone would have outweighed the benefits, making the investment a complete waste. But that was no longer the case. With a D-rank cultivation talent, Adam finally had the foundation needed to use an upgraded technique properly and to reap its true benefits. His eyes narrowed slightly as listings scrolled past his screen. After a long stretch of searching, Adam finally found what he was looking for. The latest edition of the upgraded essence cultivation technique, or more accurately, the upgraded essence absorption technique. He paused for a moment, eyes lingering on the details. The difference between this and the standard technique he had used until now was almost laughable. The standard technique had only one edition, which has been unchanged since its creation. But the upgraded version? It was already in its 1024th edition. That number alone spoke volumes. Humanity had not relented. 500 years after the monster invasion, they were still refining, revising, and perfecting their methods, driven by an unending hunger for power and survival. Every flaw discovered led to another revision, every bottleneck another breakthrough. But innovation always came at a cost. The price was displayed boldly in front of him. 1024th edition, upgraded essence absorption technique. Price, $1,200,000. Adam didn't react. Not because the price was expensive, but because he could afford it. And that fact alone felt surreal. Back then, with just $15,000, he had bought everything he owned. A standard essence absorption technique, a dirty bronze conduit, and a yellow-grade martial technique he still hadn't used since he hadn't officially stepped into the martial ranks. Now, just the upgraded version of a cultivation technique cost nearly 100 times that amount. The contrast was staggering. So this is what growth looks like, Adam thought calmly. The realization that he could even consider buying something like this was proof of how far he'd come. Still, that didn't change the truth. It was painfully expensive. If only that discount applied to techniques, he mused briefly. That would have been nice. Unfortunately, luck didn't stretch that far, and apart from that, there was no way to get free copies, as the Alliance had used a secret technique to make copying the digital text impossible. Adam didn't hesitate. He confirmed the purchase. Ding. His phone chimed as the funds were deducted. Balance, $243,854. A large amount by any normal standard, yet small compared to what he'd had just moments ago. Adam wasn't worried. With the monster parts sitting in his storage ring, he could easily make most of it back. Almost immediately, a file was soon delivered to his device. It was the essence absorption technique. Adam didn't waste a second as he opened it. The moment Adam began skimming through the upgraded essence absorption technique, the effects of his newly equipped D-rank cultivation talent made themselves known. There was no resistance, no confusion, no pauses where he had to reread a line 3 or 4 times just to grasp its meaning. The information flowed into him smoothly, almost eagerly, as if his mind had been waiting for this kind of material all along. Compared to when he had first learned the standard essence absorption technique, where every section had felt clunky, inefficient, and needlessly convoluted, this was night and day. The movements made sense. The breathing cycles felt natural. Even the mental state required to guide essence no longer felt abstract or vague. Adam's eyes flicked across the screen at a terrifyingly fast pace. No, fast was an understatement. The rate at which he was learning was several times faster than anything he had experienced before. What once would have taken him hours or even days was being broken down, digested, and internalized almost instinctively. He glanced at the time. "I'll be generous," he thought calmly. 9 minutes should be enough. And just as predicted, when the 9th minute ticked by, Adam already had it. He had fully grasped the movements, the breathing patterns, and most importantly, the state of mind required to begin proper cultivation. There was no hesitation. Adam immediately set the file aside and prepared to begin. But before he started, his gaze shifted to his storage ring. One by one, he brought out every resource he had purchased to boost essence absorption. Pills, liquids, refined materials. They filled the room with a faint, sharp scent of concentrated essence. Adam studied them briefly. His soul had already been strengthened by the soul pearls, and their effect was still active, enhancing his absorption speed. For most martial artists, this would have been more than enough. But Adam wasn't aiming for enough. He didn't want to absorb essence in trickles. He didn't want buckets. He wanted a flood. No, he wanted to absorb an entire lake of essence and force it into submission. Because Adam wasn't planning something reasonable. He wasn't planning something safe. He wasn't even planning something sane. His eyes hardened as the thought fully formed. 30 hours. That was all he had, if not lesser. And within that time, Adam intended to do something absurd and reckless. Something that would make any sane martial artist laugh him out of the room. He intended to step into the apprentice rank. In a single night, Adam's plan to step into the apprentice rank was neither elegant nor safe. It was brute force. He intended to use the same principle he had applied with the soul pearls. Overdose. But this time it would be on a completely different level. Soul pearls were gentle by nature. They reinforced and nourished the soul in a stable manner, especially when compared to the volatility of essence-based resources. Raw essence did not nurture. It invaded. It flooded the body violently, tearing through meridians, muscles, organs, and anything too weak to withstand it. That was why so many martial artists advanced slowly. Their bodies simply couldn't endure more. So if Adam wanted to force advancement within a single night, there was only one solution. He had to make his body strong enough to survive being torn apart. And the way to do that was simple. Adam cleared the center of his room, pushing furniture aside without hesitation. In the next moment, he reached into his storage ring and brought out the upper half of the elite frost golem he had killed while leaving Golem Tundra. The massive corpse hit the floor with a heavy thud. Its icy blue stone flesh radiated a faint chill, and its sheer size nearly filled the room. Fortunately, Adam's hotel room was large enough to barely accommodate it. To any observer, it would look like routine behavior. A martial artist examining monster materials. Adam approached the corpse calmly and placed his hand on it, his expression neutral. But the moment his palm made contact, his eyes sharpened. Connect activated, and the familiar sensation of drifting between wakefulness and sleep washed over him as his vision shifted. Through the frost-hardened flesh, he saw it clearly. The monster's talent structure, cold and stable, still intact despite its death. Adam didn't hesitate. He equipped it. Freeze F. The moment the talent was absorbed, a faint chill coursed through his body, sinking into his muscles, bones, and blood. The feeling was grounding. Adam stepped away from the corpse as he stored it back into his ring and let out a slow breath. This was only the first layer. Now, with Freeze F reinforcing his body's resistance, he finally had the foundation he needed to endure what came next. Adam focused inward and summoned his panel, ready to see exactly how much stronger he had become. Adam's panel unfolded before his eyes. Name Adam. Rank, none. Cultivation talent, G.
Spatial talent, Akip Kunakt.
Slot, Soul 4 Rapid E Poison F. Cultivation D Freeze F. Body 5 Empty. Star Power 15. This was the first major change his panel had undergone since equipping Poison F. 2 new talents now occupied his soul slots, Cultivation D and Freeze F. But that wasn't what held Adam's attention. It was the number at the bottom. Star Power 15. The change from 14 plus to 15 might have looked insignificant to someone who didn't truly understand what star power represented, but to Adam and to anyone with real experience it was anything but small. This wasn't a step forward. It was a leap. Increasing star power was notoriously difficult. Many martial artists would spend years, even decades, stuck at the same value. Some would die before ever seeing it rise by even a fraction. Reaching 15 in such a short time placed Adam firmly above the vast majority of unranked martial artists and even pressured the lower end of true masters. As the panel faded, Adam felt it. A new wave of power flooded through his system. His senses sharpened, sounds became clearer and distances easier to judge. His body felt paradoxical. Lighter, as if gravity had loosened its grip, yet denser, as though every fiber had been compacted and reinforced. Quiet but undeniable strength rested beneath his skin. And for the second time in a while, Adam felt truly complete. He dismissed the panel and rolled his shoulders once. Let's see if all that was worth it. He didn't hesitate. Adam pulled out every remaining resource he had prepared, essence boosters, stabilizers, absorption aids, and consumed them without reserve, one after another. By the time he finished, a heavy, bloated sensation settled deep in his core, as if his body had been filled to the brink. Then, boom! Essence erupted inside him. Violent surges tore through his meridians, muscles, and organs like controlled detonations. For most unranked martial artists, this would have been suicide. Their bodies would rupture from the strain long before they could gain anything from it. Adam didn't even flinch. Freeze F stabilized his tissues. Cultivation D optimized absorption and circulation. His reinforced soul held everything together. The miniature explosions raged within him, but they couldn't slow him down. Adam sat down, straightened his posture, controlled his breathing, and began cultivating. The room fell silent, broken only by the faint hum of essence responding to his pull as the night truly began. The upgraded essence absorption technique was nothing like the crude standard version Adam had started with. The standard technique relied on fierce, exaggerated movements, twisting limbs, forceful stances, and repetitive exercises meant to force essence into the body. For close to 5 centuries, martial artists believed those motions were essential. But after countless revisions and refinements, humanity discovered the truth. Most of those movements were not only unnecessary, they were counterproductive. The upgraded technique didn't eliminate movement entirely. Instead, it shifted it inward. The true movement happened at the cellular level. Essence entered the body through microscopic pores spread across the skin and internal tissues. Opening these pores was a strenuous act, one that placed immense strain on the body. In the past, martial artists brute forced them open, exhausting themselves just to absorb a trickle of essence. The upgraded technique changed that. By discovering the perfect rhythmic pattern for pore activation, timing, breathing, and mental alignment, the strain was drastically reduced. The pores opened naturally and smoothly, pulling essence inward rather than fighting for it. Energy expenditure dropped, stamina loss plummeted, and absorption efficiency skyrocketed. As for the natural resources Adam had consumed, they served a different purpose altogether. Their essence couldn't be stored permanently. The body only accepted naturally ambient essence as a long-term reserve. Instead, the refined resources acted as a temporary engine, flooding Adam with short-lived energy that allowed his body to withstand extreme absorption without collapsing. It was like using refined fuel to power machines that dug deeper for raw materials. Adam's breathing slowed. Inhale, exhale. His pores opened in flawless patterns, synchronized across his body. Essence responded immediately, pouring toward him in visible streams, slipping into his bloodstream with almost greedy ease. His mind entered a perfectly balanced state, neither forceful nor passive, allowing his body to digest the influx without resistance. He entered a steady flow state. The amount of essence he was drawing became impossible to ignore. Martial artists in nearby rooms began to feel it, an unnatural pull in the air, a pressure that made their skin prickle. Inside Adam's room, essence surged without restraint. His body endured the strain, muscles trembling as sweat poured down his skin. Then the sweat darkened. Black impurities seeped out, expelled violently as his body purified itself under the overwhelming pressure. Adam could feel it, he was right there, standing before the invisible door that separated the unranked from the officially recognized. Just a little more. The room vibrated faintly, furniture rattling as the influx peaked. Then, boom! A massive wave of essence detonated within Adam's body, not tearing him apart but settling, spreading, and anchoring itself into his core. The chaos vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound, grounded stillness. Adam exhaled slowly. He had crossed the threshold. At last, he had stepped into the official ranks of martial artists. Adam was no longer unranked. He had finally attained the rank of apprentice. As compared to before, after practicing the essence absorption technique, Adam didn't feel tired at all. If anything, he felt invigorated. The exhaustion that should have followed such an insane cultivation session was completely gone, wiped away the moment he ranked up. It was as if his body had been rebooted from the inside out, muscles light, veins warm, essence flowing smoothly without resistance. Ranking up had taken everything that should have weighed him down and burned it away. That didn't mean everything was perfect. His body reeked. Blackened impurities still clung faintly to his skin, and his room looked like it had survived a minor disaster. Furniture was displaced, the floor cracked in places, and the lingering pressure from the breakthrough still hung in the air. But Adam didn't care about any of that. None of it mattered now, as with a thought, he pulled up his panel. Name Adam. Rank, Profound Apprentice. Cultivation talent, G.
Spatial talent, Akip Kunak.
Slot, Soul 5 Rapid E Poison F. Cultivation D Freeze F. Body 6 Empty. Star Power, 16. Existence, 0. Adam stared at the panel. In the span of just a few minutes, it had undergone massive changes. Changes that would normally take most martial artists years, sometimes an entire lifetime, to achieve. His gaze went to the first line that mattered. Rank, Profound Apprentice. Adam let the words sink in. He wasn't just an apprentice. He was a profound apprentice. Normally, the prefix attached to a martial artist's rank came from the grade of their martial spirit. But Adam hadn't even manifested a martial spirit yet, which meant this prefix wasn't describing something he already had. It was describing what he was destined to awaken. Adam understood that immediately. Cultivation talent dictated the upper ceiling of a martial spirit one could awaken. Cultivation F and G, his former category, were only capable of producing regular martial spirits at best. That had been the invisible wall pressing down on him ever since he awakened. But cultivation D and E were different. They could give birth to profound spirits. Adam's lips curved upward slightly. That was expected. With cultivation D equipped, anything lower than profound would have been an error. If the panel had labeled him otherwise, Adam would have questioned the legitimacy of the entire thing. The feeling that followed wasn't explosive. It was steadily grounding. A quiet elation. Not the thrill of luck, but the satisfaction of confirmation. Then another thought crossed his mind. When I eventually manifest my martial spirit, what happens if I equip a higher grade cultivation talent? The implication made his chest tighten. Would the prefix change? Would the system even allow it? Would the spirit evolve or shatter? Different scenarios flashed through his mind, each more dangerous and tempting than the last. Adam shook his head lightly, pushing the thoughts aside for later. There would be time to test that theory if he lived long enough. His attention then shifted downward. Star Power, 16. Adam exhaled softly. He had increased his star power by 2 full points in a single night. That alone was absurd. Most martial artists celebrated 1 point gained after months. Some stagnated for years without seeing their star power budge at all. Adam had done it in hours, and not through gradual refinement, but through sheer force and precision. Then his eyes moved again. Soul slots, 5. That was another massive gain. Slots weren't just capacity, they were possibilities. Each additional slot meant more room to grow, more combinations, more room for error and experimentation. It was a boon that would reshape his entire combat style in the future. But none of that held Adam's gaze for long. His eyes were drawn to the very bottom of the panel, a line that hadn't been there before.
Existence.
Adam's expression slowly sharpened.
Existence.
The word carried weight far heavier than rank, star power, or slots. Adam wasn't an uneducated bum. He knew exactly what existence was. It was one of the core subjects taught during the compulsory 1-month training for newly awakened martial artists. Luckily, the Alliance had long realized that sending ignorant martial artists into the world was a fast way to lose them to monsters or worse, to their own stupidity. So before anyone began official duties, they were taught the fundamentals. Ranks, star power, talents, rifts, existence, etc. The Alliance believed that proper foundational knowledge increased survival rates, and in that regard, they weren't wrong. That said, not everything was shared. There were still many things new martial artists were never told, secrets buried behind vague terminology and half-explanations. Most of that censorship came from the martial clans, who hoarded information like dragons guarding treasure. And even the Alliance, benevolent as it liked to present itself, was guilty of the same sin in subtler ways. After all, knowledge was power, and no one liked giving away power for free. But that wasn't relevant right now, because existence wasn't one of those hidden things. Couldn't be. Existence was too fundamental and critical to be kept secret. It directly affected a martial artist's growth, their stability, and most importantly, their ability to manifest a martial spirit. In order to manifest a martial spirit, one first had to gather existence. That was the prerequisite. Existence was the foundation upon which a martial spirit was brought into being. Without enough of it, no matter how talented someone was, manifestation simply wouldn't happen. That was the exact reason Small Dick hadn't manifested his martial spirit yet. He hadn't accumulated enough existence. And existence was obtained from only one source: life. To take a life was to strip that being of its right to exist, and that stolen existence was then used to give form to one's own martial spirit. It was a brutal but simple process in concept. However, not just any life would do. Only beings capable of wielding essence counted, martial artists. And Adam's personal favorites, monsters. Adam stared at the word on his panel and clicked his tongue lightly. It's a shame all my previous kills won't convert to existence. Existence only began to accumulate after a martial artist officially stepped into the apprentice rank. Everything before that, no matter how many monsters one slaughtered, didn't count. For most martial artists, existence wasn't something displayed neatly on a panel. Instead, it was something they felt. They kept track of it instinctively within their minds. After all, the mind was the reservoir and hub of existence. The soul powered life and revealed the truth of a living being, but it was the mind that defined what that being was, is, and would become. The mind shaped one's entire existence. That was why Adam wasn't particularly worried about the number reading 0. He had a gut feeling, a strong one, that for him, existence wouldn't be limited to just killing. If Adam could obtain existence through equip, it would be nothing short of a monumental advantage. Existence wasn't just a one-time requirement for manifesting a martial spirit. It was the currency of everything that came after. The evolution of a martial spirit through its tiers required existence. The refinement and advancement of martial techniques required existence. Unlike essence absorption techniques, which relied on comprehension, repetition, and discipline, martial techniques demanded payment. You didn't simply understand them and move on. You spent existence to engrave them into your being. In simple terms, essence fueled the body. Existence fueled progress. That was why martial clans were so terrifying. They monopolized information, orchestrated controlled hunts, and ensured their heirs had a constant and efficient supply of existence. It wasn't just talent that separated them from common martial artists. It was resources, planning, and ruthless efficiency. So if Adam truly had more than one way to acquire existence, then his growth curve wouldn't just be steep. It would be unnatural. Adam leaned back slightly, the corners of his lips lifting as his thoughts ran wild. The possibilities spiraled: faster spirit manifestation, accelerated evolution, techniques mastered far earlier than they should be. A future where bottlenecks simply didn't apply to him. But just as his imagination began to run ahead of reality, ding! A sharp notification sound echoed in his ears, snapping his focus back to the present. Notifications bloomed one after another before Adam's eyes. Each line pulsed faintly with authority, as if the panel itself was acknowledging his breakthrough. You have stepped into the apprentice realm. Criteria have been met. Awakening body's affinity. Awakening complete. Adam suddenly felt a sharp sting ripple through his body. It wasn't centered in his chest, so it wasn't his soul. Instead, the sensation spread through his flesh, his bones, his blood, as if something fundamental had been etched directly into his biological makeup. The pain wasn't intense, but it was absolute, the kind that left no room for resistance. Then, just as suddenly, it stopped. Adam didn't waste a second. His gaze went back to his panel and froze. Not because he didn't expect to awaken an affinity. That much was guaranteed. Any martial artist who wished to learn any martial technique needed an affinity. It was the deciding factor that determined what techniques they could even attempt to learn. Without one, progression beyond the basics was impossible. Adam had known this long ago. In fact, he already knew what his affinity should be. Before stepping into the official ranks, affinities existed like recessive traits, subtle, but still detectable through testing. Adam had gone through those tests. Without knowing his affinity, he wouldn't have been able to purchase the yellow-grade martial technique he acquired, along with his dirty bronze grade conduit and the standard essence absorption technique. He knew his affinity, or at least, he thought he did, because what stared back at him now was something else entirely. Name Adam. Rank, profound apprentice. Cultivation talent, G. Special talent, equip connect. Affinity, wind death. Slot, soul 5 rapid E poison F. Cultivation D freeze F. Body 6 empty. Star power, 16. Existence, 0. Adam stared at the second affinity, as shock unmistakably flashed in his eyes. He had expected the first affinity wind. There was never any doubt about it. That part of the panel was simply confirmation. But the second affinity, death, was a pleasant surprise. After all, it wasn't just any affinity, it was a primary one. Adam's breath slowed as the initial shock faded, before he let out a low chuckle, more disbelief than humor. It must be the second soul. The moment he had that thought, everything made sense. Ever since his panel had notified him of the existence of a second soul within his body, his life had been nothing but cascading abnormalities. That second soul had awakened his second special talent, connect. A talent with perfect, almost unfair synergy with equip. Together, they were the foundation of everything he had achieved so far. And now it had gone one step further. A second soul didn't just grant another talent. It granted another affinity. And not a regular one, but a primary affinity at that. Adam's eyes darkened slightly as he absorbed the implication. Primary affinities were fundamentally different from regular affinities. While regular affinities only truly manifested after awakening, a primary affinity could be felt even before that point, its influence subtle but persistent. That explained it. His abnormally dense killing intent. The ease with which death seemed to cling to him. The way monsters, and even humans, reacted to his presence. It wasn't just experience. It was death passively leaking through his existence. Primary affinities offered far more than mere compatibility with techniques. They provided raw power, dominance, and most importantly, aura, an intangible pressure that, with enough strength, could bend the battlefield before a single move was even made. That was the true difference. And that was why Adam felt a chill despite the strength flooding his body. For the second time since awakening, Adam felt genuine curiosity, not about power but about origin. Where did that second soul come from? What was it before it became part of him? The questions piled up instantly, branching into countless directions. And yet, just as quickly, Adam dismissed them. He exhaled slowly. I don't even know where to start if I want answers. Chasing the truth behind his second soul wasn't something he could do right now. Not with a sealed sector, a mutating rift, and an unknown enemy still pulling strings from the shadows. The present mattered more. And the present demanded power. Adam's gaze sharpened as it dropped to his special talents displayed on the panel. Equip. He might not know the origin of his second soul, but he knew exactly how to exploit the advantages it gave him. A faint smile tugged at his lips. There's more to equip than just equipping talents. So far, equip had manifested in the most obvious way. By making contact with the soul, he could extract and equip the talents of the fallen. That much was already proven. And connect was the key that made it possible, linking him directly to the mind and soul of another being. But Adam could see further than that now. Much further. Existence wasn't stored in the body. It wasn't stored in the soul either. It was stored in the mind. That realization made his pulse quicken. Normal martial artists could only gain existence by killing, and they could only use the existence they personally harvested, and even then only the portion granted at the moment of death. But Adam was not normal. If Connect allowed him to make contact with the mind, then that meant something terrifyingly simple. He wouldn't just be able to take the existence granted by a kill. He would be able to equip the existence a person had already accumulated. Something no ordinary martial artist could ever do. Adam exhaled slowly, his fingers curling slightly. And that wasn't even the end of it. Talents were only one layer of power. Affinities, bloodlines, rare traits, inherited characteristics. All of them were real. All of them existed as tangible properties within a being. And all of them could become fuel. Adam's gaze sharpened. Affinities, while initiated by the soul, were ultimately tied to genetics. Bloodlines and rare traits were even more deeply embedded, etched directly into the genes themselves. Which meant, to equip those, he wouldn't need contact with the soul. He would need contact with the genes. Adam felt a slow, dangerous excitement build in his chest. If he could find a way to use Connect to reach deeper and bridge into genetic information itself, then his avenues for growth wouldn't just double. They would more than triple. But that was the future. Plans layered on plans. Right now, his body was still filthy. His room still smelled of discarded body waste, and his head still felt heavy from everything that had happened in the last few hours. Adam let out a rough breath and shook his head, grounding himself. One step at a time. For now, there was something much simpler he needed to do. He stood up and headed toward the bathroom. It was finally time to take a proper bath. Adam stepped out of the spacious bathroom. Steam still clinged faintly to his skin. Water beaded down his shoulders as he dragged a towel across his hair, the mirror catching a version of himself that felt sharper than before. I wonder if the manager has found anything yet. 30 hours. That was all that remained before the Siren swamp rift completed its mutation. 30 hours while the incursion continued to spread, inch by inch, swallowing land that had never been swamp before. Vanessa was sitting on a ticking bomb, and Adam didn't envy her position in the slightest. At least he had pointed them in the right direction. As he finished drying himself, a sudden knock echoed through the hotel room. Adam paused, as activated Connect instinctively and looked at the door. He felt no hostility or malice, only one overwhelming impression: urgency. Adam walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was a young woman in an acolyte's uniform. She looked barely out of her teens, her posture straight, hair neatly tied back. But the moment her eyes landed on Adam, bare-chested and wrapped casually in a towel, her thoughts stalled completely. The impurities expelled during his breakthrough had left his skin clear and his presence sharply more alive. For a split second, her professional composure evaporated. As her gaze lingered a heartbeat too long, Adam raised an eyebrow slightly. "Excuse me," he said evenly. "Is there an issue?" His voice snapped her back to reality. Color rushed to her face as she straightened instantly, eyes locking back where they should have been. The fluster vanished, replaced by crisp discipline as if a switch had been flipped. "Yes, sir, there is," she said quickly. The manager is requesting your presence at the arcade. Adam's hand tightened subtly around the towel. At the arcade? Yes, the acolyte said, urgency bleeding back into her tone. It's of utmost importance. Adam's eyes narrowed just a fraction. So they found something. All right, he said calmly. Give me a moment. The acolyte nodded, already stepping back down the corridor. Adam closed the door and exhaled slowly. Looks like things are about to get moving. Adam didn't waste time. He changed into something simple and comfortable, black jeans, a clean white shirt, a blue denim jacket layered on top, and his black sneakers. It was practical, unassuming, and easy to move in, which was perfect. As he picked up his phone, he noticed several missed calls. All from the manager. She called while I was bathing, which explains why she sent someone to get me instead. He slipped the phone into his storage ring and stepped out of the room. The acolyte was still waiting in the corridor. When she saw him, she gave a short nod and immediately led the way. A vehicle was already waiting. Soon they were on the move, and in no time at all they reached their destination. Despite it being deep into the night, the entire area was lit up like day. Floodlights bathed the streets in white brilliance, casting long shadows beneath armored vehicles. Mission hall tents had been erected around the arcade, dozens of them, forming a controlled perimeter. Personnel were everywhere. Some acolytes stood guard at strategic points, weapons ready. Others hovered over floating displays, fingers moving rapidly as they analyzed incoming data. A few coordinated quietly, relaying information through communicators. The place felt less like an investigation site and more like the staging ground for a siege. The acolyte who had escorted Adam didn't linger. She gave him a brief bow and returned to her post, disappearing into the organized chaos. Adam didn't mind, because Vanessa was already approaching. The moment her gaze fell on him, she froze, just for an instant, her head tilted slightly beneath the veil. "You've reached the apprentice stage," she said, as genuine shock slipped into her voice. Adam wasn't surprised she noticed. He hadn't bothered suppressing his presence. There was no reason to. "I was lucky," he replied simply. Vanessa studied him through the veil for a heartbeat longer, then chose not to comment. Instead, she inclined her head. "Congratulations." He nodded in acknowledgement before getting straight to the point. "So, what did you call me here for?" Vanessa turned, gesturing for him to follow. "I'll have to show you in person to explain." Adam then followed the manager in silence as she led him deeper into the arcade. They passed through restricted corridors, sealed doors sliding open one after another. Adam was shocked by the sheer scale of the arcade, until they finally reached what was clearly the energy room. The moment Adam stepped inside, he felt it almost instantly as his gaze locked onto the center of the room. A large hole had been carved straight through the reinforced floor, its edges jagged. Darkness swallowed whatever lay beneath, but it wasn't empty. Adam stared into it for several seconds. Then his expression twisted. A foul presence seeped out of the hole, something thick and nauseating. Not a smell but a sensation, like rancid thoughts brushing against his mind. His face scrunched in open disgust. "That's vile." Vanessa stopped beside him, her posture stiff. "It's already gotten worse." Adam didn't take his eyes off the hole. "What is that?" Vanessa followed his gaze into the darkness. She was silent for a moment before answering. "A mindgeist." Adam frowned. The name meant nothing to him. "A monster?" he asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. He had read extensively about monsters, natural, rift-born, even mutated, but this was the first time he'd heard that term. Vanessa turned her veiled face toward him. "Yes," she said, "but not a natural one." Adam's brows knit together. "What?" Her next words hit him far harder than the foul aura ever could. "It's an experimental monster." For a brief moment, Adam felt as if something cracked inside his head. "Experimental?" he repeated slowly, disbelief heavy in his tone. Vanessa nodded once. "Yes." Adam couldn't believe what he was hearing. No, believe wasn't even the right word. He couldn't process it. An experimental monster? That phrase alone sounded wrong, like reality itself had stuttered. What do you mean by experimental? Adam asked, his voice slower now, as if saying the words too fast would make them real. Part of him still hoped he had misunderstood. That maybe this was some obscure classification, some rare variant he hadn't studied yet. Vanessa destroyed that hope with her next words. A mindgeist is not a naturally formed monster, she said evenly. It was created in a laboratory. Something in Adam snapped. Monsters were enemies, existential threats, things humanity was supposed to erase, not recreate. And yet people had looked at them and decided they could make more. The thought alone repulsed him. He didn't care what excuse they used. He didn't care what justification they hid behind. He didn't care if the one who ordered it claimed to be a savior or a god. Creating monsters was a line no one should ever cross. Things like this are exactly what will stop me from actualizing my vision. I clear 2 in front of me, and 3 more are engineered behind my back. For the first time, a thought crossed his mind only briefly, but the thought was defining. Eliminating monsters alone might never be enough. Vanessa's voice cut into his thoughts at that moment. The project was scrapped by the Alliance, as they deemed it too dangerous and unstable to control. Adam's jaw tightened as she continued. But it seems the Faradays managed to get their hands on one. Adam exhaled slowly as the manager concluded. He forced his anger down. Rage wouldn't help him understand what he was dealing with. Why was it difficult to control? Vanessa didn't look at him. Her veiled gaze turned to the hole, as if something down there might be listening. Because of its special talent. Her voice hardened. Mind control E. Adam's breath hitched. Eh? What rank and class is it? For the first time since this conversation began, Vanessa hesitated, only a fraction of a second. Then she answered, her tone brutally direct. It's a normal, level 1 monster. The words settled. Then it crushingly sank, as Adam slowly turned back to the hole. A normal level 1 monster, with mind control E, hidden beneath an arcade. Protecting the generator powering the sector-wide barrier and mutant rift rapid expansion. The situation hadn't just gotten bad. It had become catastrophic. At this point Adam didn't care how Henry had managed to smuggle a mindgeist into the sector. He didn't care how it was hidden beneath an arcade, or how long it had been sitting there, feeding on power and silence. By now, it was obvious this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment scheme. This was a plan layered with contingencies, something prepared long in advance by people with reach, resources, and patience. Maybe an entire organization. Maybe just one terrifyingly competent individual. He didn't have proof, but he didn't need it. Right now, what mattered was simple. The normal level 1 monster. The initial shock had already faded. Once emotions were stripped away, the problem became manageable. Difficult, yes, but not impossible. Especially not for him. With his current strength, his talents, and mission hall support, taking down a mindgeist was within reach. Which was when a thought slipped in. A wrong thought. Adam's eyes swept the energy room. It was deserted, with not a single acolyte, guard, or analyst in sight. It was just him and the manager. He hadn't noticed at first, as he was too focused on the hole and the foul presence leaking from below. But now the absence screamed at him. Why is it just us? Then a colder realization followed. How did they identify it as a mindgeist in the first place? The thought didn't even finish forming before his instincts exploded. Death intent slammed into his senses. As Adam twisted, and a halberd sliced through the space where his head had been a fraction of a second ago. He moved on pure reflex, body blurring sideways, as steel hissed past him. His feet hit the ground lightly, eyes already locking onto his attacker. Vanessa. She stood where she had been before, but something was wrong. Her posture was stiff. Her expression, empty. Her hand was still outstretched from the missed strike. Adam didn't hesitate. Connect. The world shifted. Soul flames bloomed into view, and the one burning inside Vanessa was violently wrong, twisted and hostile. Threads of foreign intent coiled around it like black veins, pulsing with command. Mind control. Before she could pull the halberd back, Adam vanished. He reappeared behind her in a blink, hand already raised. Chop. His strike landed cleanly against the side of her neck. As she crumpled instantly, her consciousness snuffed out before her body even hit the ground. Adam caught her before she fell, lowering her carefully to the floor. His eyes hardened as he looked back toward the hole. Adam exhaled slowly. That sickening feeling from earlier, the crawling disgust that had made his skin itch and his thoughts blur, it finally made sense. It wasn't intuition. It was an attack. A mental one. And it really messed me up, Adam muttered under his breath. Normally, the moment he approached anyone, Connect would already be active. It was instinct by now. But this time he hadn't done it. That brief disorientation, that sense of something being wrong without knowing why, had delayed him just enough. Enough for the mindgeist to slip its hooks in. His gaze flicked to Vanessa's unconscious body, then toward the hole again. The acolytes outside haven't been controlled, he said quietly, thinking aloud. At least the woman who brought me here wasn't. That narrowed it down. But the manager has clearly been controlled since I arrived. The fact that I didn't use Connect immediately means the attack started then too. Its influence should be limited to the arcade. Yet it's already reaching into the surrounding perimeter. That was both good news and bad. Good, because it meant the situation hadn't already spiraled beyond recovery. Bad, because it meant the creature below was strong, and confident enough to act directly once he entered its domain. Adam straightened, shoulders squaring. Asking for help will only complicate things. Anyone weaker than him would only be dead weight or worse, another weapon for the Geist to use. The fact that its mind control hadn't worked on him didn't mean he was immune. It only meant one thing. It's at least my equal. A normal level 1 monster would have a star power around 15. Adam's eyes sharpened. I can handle that, but I can't trust the details of the manager fully. Adam thought for a while before he nodded to himself. I'm going to need a proper conduit. Stepping into the apprentice realm had quietly removed one of the restrictions Adam had since awakening. He was no longer limited to dirty bronze conduits. His core being could now bind to black iron-grade conduits without any drawback whatsoever. These conduits were sturdier, cleaner, and far more reliable under pressure, and luckily for him, Vanessa was in possession of one. After going through her storage item, Adam found exactly what he needed. A black iron-grade conduit. Adam turned it over in his hand, feeling the denser essence pathways carved into its surface. It's not a knife, he muttered, gripping it firmly. But it'll have to do. He didn't waste time after that. Using an armament restraint taken from Vanessa's storage item, Adam secured her properly. He made sure it was tight enough that she wouldn't be able to move even if the mindgeist regained full control, and he positioned her far from the hole so she wouldn't be dragged in or used as leverage. Only when he was sure she was safe did he turn back to the hole. That vile sensation intensified the closer he got, like fingers brushing against the inside of his skull. Adam slowed his breathing, centering himself as he reached the hole. He planted his right foot at the edge and jumped. The ground vanished beneath him, as darkness swallowed him whole. He fell feet first, air roaring past his ears as the shaft stretched far deeper than it ever should have. The updraft from his descent tugged at his hair and clothes, his senses screaming warnings even though there was nothing to see. No walls, no light, just depth. Then, thud. His boots hit solid ground, knees bending instinctively to absorb the impact. Before the darkness could reclaim him completely, a sharp hum sounded overhead, and light bloomed. A small, drone-like light he'd scavenged from the manager-activated midair, hovering as it bathed the area in a pale white glow.
Adam streakten it slowly.
What it revealed made his jaw tighten. He had landed inside a vast, artificial, and wrong cavern. The walls weren't natural stone but something grown rather than carved, warped with vein-like structures pulsing faintly as if the place itself were alive. Cables and metal supports were half embedded into the rock, suggesting that this wasn't just a hiding place. It was a nest, and somewhere in the depths of it, Adam could feel a presence watching him. Adam let out a slow exhale, forcing the last trace of tension from his shoulders. His eyes locked onto the only path cutting through the cavern. Just a single passage leading deeper as he stepped forward. The moment he entered the path, his senses sharpened to a razor's edge. Every breath was measured, every footstep placed with intent. The walls on either side pulsed faintly as he passed, the vein-like structures brightening and dimming in a slow, nauseating rhythm, as if the cavern itself were aware of him. Adam moved carefully at first. Too carefully. Minutes passed and there was no ambush, pressure spike, or hostile intent slamming into his mind. Trying to make me lower my guard? Gradually, he picked up the pace, slow walk to brisk stride, stride to jog. His steps echoed softly through the passage, his body loose but coiled, ready to react. Then, something dropped from above. Adam twisted instinctively, the attack missing his head by inches and crashing into the ground where he had been a heartbeat earlier. Boom! He didn't stop moving as a second strike followed immediately, aimed at where he landed, but he was already gone. He skidded to a halt, turning just in time to see his attackers emerge from the shadows. Acolytes, mission hall uniforms torn and stained, eyes glazed, movements jerky and wrong. And behind the two who attacked first, more figures stepped forward, crawling out from alcoves and cracks Adam hadn't noticed before. He recognized every one of them. That didn't make it easier. Adam's jaw tightened. "I'm sorry," he said flatly, "but I'm running out of time and you're all in my way." They answered Adam's predicament with wet, distorted hisses that scraped against his nerves. One of them even stepped forward, their posture stiff, mouth twisting unnaturally as he spoke. "Go back, the master is giving you a chance to survive. Go further and you'll." Adam's fist slammed into his gut. The air exploded out of the man's lungs as his body folded, the impact launching him backward into the pulsing wall. Boom! "I told you," Adam said calmly, already moving. "I don't have time." A blade flashed toward his head. Adam leaned aside, the strike slicing through empty air. He spun on his heel and drove an uppercut straight into the attacker's jaw. Crack! The acolyte crumpled instantly. The rest rushed him. They didn't last long. Adam moved through them like a storm, precisely efficient, restrained only by the fact that he wasn't trying to kill them. Each blow landed where it needed to, joints locking, bodies dropping, consciousness snuffed out without mercy or hesitation. Before ranking up, these acolytes would never have been dangerous. Now, they weren't even a warm-up. Adam stepped over the unconscious bodies, not sparing them another glance, and continued down the path. More appeared as he went, acolytes dragged down into the hole, stripped of will, puppets dancing on the mindgeist strings. Each one fell the same way. Adam's march never slowed as he pressed deeper into the cavern, his presence alone pushing back against the unseen pressure ahead. After some time, Adam finally stopped encountering acolytes. That alone told him everything he needed to know. He slowed, then came to a complete halt, activating Connect fully. His perception expanded inward and outward at once, brushing against minds, scraping across soul signatures, and there it was. One twisted, dense presence. His speculation was correct. "I'm close." Adam stepped off the narrow path and into a wide, open chamber. What greeted him could only be described with a single word. Hideous. The cavern opened up like a diseased organ, its walls no longer merely pulsing but breathing, contracting and expanding as if alive. Veins of sickly light ran through the stone, converging toward the center of the chamber where the source of everything stood. The mindgeist. The mindgeist looked less like a creature and more like a mistake that had been allowed to grow. A gigantic mold of flesh had overtaken the cavern, swollen and cancerous, spreading from floor to ceiling like a grotesque infection. There was no clear boundary where its body ended and the cavern began. Walls, ground, and ceiling were all fused together by layers of pale, semi-translucent meat. Thick folds sagged downward, while others stretched upward, anchoring themselves like roots driven into stone. It didn't move in any conventional sense. Instead, it pulsed, slowly at first. Thump, thump. Each pulsation sent ripples through the flesh-lined cavern, the walls flexing as if the place itself were breathing. But the moment Adam stepped fully into the chamber, the rhythm changed. The pulsations became deliberate, frantic, as though the thing had finally found prey worth acknowledging. Veins lit up beneath its surface, glowing faintly as waves of psychic pressure rolled outward, washing over Adam again and again. Adam narrowed his eyes. Good thing I didn't take the manager's words at face value. He stared straight at the monstrosity, his voice calm despite the oppressive pressure gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. So you're not a normal level 1 after all, he said flatly. You're a normal level 2. The flesh rippled violently in response. The mindgeist reacted, not with sound, but with intent. Invisible tendrils of thought lashed out, trying to worm their way into Adam's consciousness. Memories were tugged at, emotions stirred, doubt whispered at the back of his mind. It barely worked. Adam only felt mild discomfort, like a pressure headache threatening to bloom, but nothing more. He exhaled slowly, steadying himself. Is that all? Through Connect, the truth was already clear to him. A mob unit. Normal level 2. Star power. 16. Exactly the same as his. That alone made this fight dangerous. Adam didn't rush in. He didn't underestimate it. Matching star power meant this wasn't a slaughter, it was a real fight, and he knew better than to charge blindly at something that specialized in mind-based attacks. His lips curled slightly. Henry was let off easy for all this nonsense, he said coldly. The thought of that man dying instantly now felt like mercy. Adam shifted his footing, muscles tightening as he entered a proper battle stance. With a smooth motion, he brought out the black iron grade conduit he had taken from Vanessa. The weapon hummed faintly as essence flowed into it, responding far more eagerly than any dirty bronze conduit ever had. The black iron grade conduit in Adam's hands felt nothing like the dirty bronze weapons he was used to. It was a scythe, forged from dull, matte black iron. It carried a brutal, utilitarian elegance, no ornamentation or ceremonial flair. The metal didn't gleam. It swallowed light, its surface covered in a rough, hammered texture that looked like it had been beaten into submission rather than refined. Along the spine of the curved blade ran a series of thick reinforcement ribs, adding mass and rigidity, clearly designed for bone-snapping power instead of finesse. The balance was unmistakably top-heavy. This wasn't a weapon meant for delicate cuts or graceful arcs. It was meant to tear, hook, and crush. The shaft was thick, wrapped in dark grip bindings worn smooth by use, and when Adam closed his hand around it, the sensation was immediate. It was like gripping a predator's claw. Adam exhaled slowly. He hadn't used a scythe much. During the 1-month training period, he'd only practiced a handful of movements, wide sweeps, short hooks, and leverage-based strikes. It was never his preferred weapon. But right now, it would have to do. He lowered into a battle stance, feet spread, knees bent, the scythe angled diagonally across his body. Essence flowed into the conduit, the black iron responding with a low, muted hum. The mindgeist reacted instantly. Its pulsations intensified, no longer rhythmic but frantic, the entire cavern shuddering as the walls flexed in unison. The fleshy surface rippled violently, and then exploded into motion. Fwish, fwish, fwish. From multiple points along the walls, ceiling, and floor, tendrils of meat shot out at once. Thick, rope-like strands lashed forward, each one pulsing with psychic pressure, the air distorting as they closed in on Adam from every direction. Shit! There was no time to reposition. The tendrils hit him head-on. It almost looked as if the tendrils had him. They wrapped tighter, constricting, layers of wet flesh closing in from every angle. But Adam burst out the next moment. Rapidity detonated through his legs and spine, his movement speed spiking violently as he tore free before the tendrils could fully enclose him. Essence screamed through his muscles, and in the same breath Poison F flooded the scythe, the black iron blade taking on a faint, sickly sheen. Adam didn't retreat. He charged. straight toward the pulsing mass of flesh at the center, reckless abandon replacing caution as he crossed distance in a blur, scythe drawn back for a killing arc. The mindgeist reacted instantly. More tendrils lashed out, faster this time, smarter. One snapped toward his head. Adam dipped under it by instinct, the wind from the strike grazing his hair as he spun and cleaved upward. The scythe bit deep, severing the tendril in a spray of viscous fluid. But two more replaced it. They slammed into his side, forcing him back mid-stride. Adam snarled and met them head-on. Steel and flesh collided as he hacked, hooked, and tore through the tendrils with brutal efficiency. He didn't fight like a scythe wielder, he fought like Adam, using momentum, leverage, and raw force. Rapidity didn't just make him faster. It gave him control, letting him adjust mid-swing, redirect strikes, and keep his balance even as the ground pulsed beneath him. Tendrils fell in chunks. Poison seeped into the severed flesh, the cut ends blackening unnaturally as the toxin spread. But the Geist didn't relent. A sudden headache detonated behind Adam's eyes. His thoughts staggered as something invasive and cold clawed at the edges of his mind. The mindgeist pushed harder, its psychic assault sharpening, trying to slip through the smallest crack. Adam gritted his teeth as he forced the intrusion back, but that split second was enough. One tendril slipped past his defense and struck him square in the torso. The impact was catastrophic. Adam was launched backward like a cannonball, his body smashing into the cavern wall with bone-rattling force. Boom! The fleshy surface rippled violently on impact as cracks spiderwebbed outward, and Adam dropped to one knee, coughing as the air was driven from his lungs. For a moment, the cavern went quiet. The mindgeist's pulsations slowed, as if savoring the moment. Adam pushed himself up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, scythe still clenched in his hand. His eyes lifted, and he smiled. The last hit didn't weaken Adam. It reinvigorated him. The impact, the pain, the reminder of what stood in front of him, it all snapped something into place. Adam felt it clearly, that familiar surge rising from deep inside his chest. Hatred. Pure, undiluted hatred for monsters. Images flashed through his mind. Every siren, every golem, and every twisted creature that had tried to tear his life apart. He remembered how he had made them suffer before ending them, and now, he pictured all the ways he could make this thing suffer, too. The thought alone drew a smile to his lips, and that smile became fuel. Adam charged forward again. The mindgeist reacted instantly, tendrils exploding outward in a frenzy. This time there was intent behind them, some lashed to strike, others curved and coiled, clearly trying to capture him instead of killing him outright. It didn't matter. Adam tore through them all the same. Rapidity turned him into a blur, his body moving faster than conscious thought. He dodged what he could, sliced through what he couldn't avoid, and tanked the rest, flesh slamming into him, scraping, tearing, bruising, but never stopping his advance. Blood ran down his arms. His clothes were shredded. Pain screamed from a dozen places at once. He didn't slow. Each step forward was bought with effort, each meter contested, each mistake threatening instant death. But Adam refused to give ground. Even when tendrils wrapped around his limbs, he tore free. Even when a psychic spike hammered into his skull, he pushed through it, teeth clenched, vision blurring. The mindgeist's mental assault intensified the closer he got. Whispers clawed at his thoughts. Pressure crushed down on his consciousness. His mind felt like it was being peeled open. And still, Adam moved forward. Then he reached it. The mass of flesh, pulsing violently, its surface writhing like a living organ. The psychic pressure peaked, slamming into him with everything the Geist had left. At the same time, every tendril in the cavern surged toward him. From above, from below, from behind. A final, desperate attempt to ensnare him. Adam looked at the storm of flesh closing in. And smiled coldly. Too slow. He activated Freeze F and the world stopped. The pulsing flesh locked mid-throb. The tendrils froze inches from his body and the psychic pressure vanished as if cut off at the source. It was as if ice had spread outward in a violent bloom, crawling across flesh, tendrils and walls, locking the entire cavern in a moment of absolute stillness. Adam stood at the center of it all, breath steady, scythe raised. And for the first time since the fight began, the mindgeist was completely helpless. This had always been Adam's plan. The mindgeist wasn't stronger than him, it was equal. That meant one simple truth. Just as its mind control failed to dominate him after initial exposure, his freeze F wouldn't hold it forever either. If he gave it time, it would adapt. So he didn't. That was why he endured the tendrils. Why he pushed forward under relentless psychic assault. It was only to get close and catch it off guard. Adam had never intended freeze F to be a finishing move. It was a window, a single, stolen instant. Now, frozen in place, it paid the price. Adam swung the scythe. There was no resistance, just a clean, merciless arc. The black iron blade carved through the mass of flesh, tearing into it again and again. Each swing was precise, efficient, and utterly devoid of hesitation. Frozen tendrils torn to shreds. Pulsing tissue split apart. The cavern echoed with wet, tearing sounds as Adam reduced the monstrosity piece by piece. He didn't stop until there was nothing left to cut. When the scythe finally came to rest, only a small lump of flesh remained on the cavern floor, detached, inert, and pitiful. The walls had stopped pulsing. The oppressive presence was gone. Adam could see it clearly. The mindgeist's soul flame flickered. Most of its power had been spent, and it was now on the verge of death. But before Adam could finish it, something else happened, as desperate memories flooded his mind. Adam saw a lab drenched in sterile white light, a room filled with chains, needles, and restraints. He felt pain not his own, from endless probing, tearing, and rebuilding. He felt fear, confusion, rage. The Geist showed him its creation, its torment, its refusal to submit, the cruelty inflicted on it again and again until it became what it was. Cry me a river. Adam's voice cut through the memory like a blade. I don't give a fuck about what you went through. The illusion shattered instantly. Adam stepped forward, emerald eye glowing with cold intensity. For all I care, you could go to hell and back and I still wouldn't care, because you're a monster. A stain on this world. He raised the scythe. Everywhere you go, you bring death. Your very existence steals the lives of people who matter. And in the end, it's all for things like you. Adam exhaled slowly, the anger settling into something far colder. Don't expect sympathy from me. His grip tightened. My sympathy for your kind died the day my mother did. The scythe fell. The last remnant of the mindgeist was cleaved apart, its soul flame snuffed out completely, as silence filled the cavern. Then, ding, +2 existence. Adam stood alone, scythe dripping, breath steady. The monster was gone. Adam pulled up his panel the moment the cavern fell silent. The familiar translucent interface unfolded before his eyes. Name Adam. Rank, profound apprentice. Cultivation talent, G.
Spatial talent, Akip Kunakt.
Affinity, wind death. Slot, soul 5 rapid E poison F. Cultivation D freeze F. Body 6 empty. Star power, 16.
Existence, 2.
Adam stared at the last line for a moment. Existence 2. TCH. Still a long way to go. 2 points of existence was nothing in the grand scheme of things, and it was nowhere near enough to manifest his martial spirit. I'll have to go on a run before I can gather enough to manifest it. The death of the mindgeist was already behind him, but its corpse, what little remained of it, was still useful. Adam's gaze flicked back to his panel. 1 free soul slot, and he could already feel it. An E-rank talent, begging to be equipped. The moment Adam laid his hand on what remained of the Geist's corpse, a familiar sensation rippled through his mind, as a translucent notification popped up before his eyes. Do you want to equip Mind Control E? Adam didn't hesitate. Yes. The confirmation barely left his lips before a sharp, Fleeting burn flared in his chest and vanished almost as soon as it appeared, leaving behind a strange clarity, like a new sense settling into place. Adam exhaled once. Then he pulled up his panel. Name Adam. Rank, Profound Apprentice. Cultivation talent, G.
Spatial talent, Akip Kunakt.
Affinity, Wind Death. Slot, Soul 5 Rapid E Poison F. Cultivation D Freeze F. Mind Control E. Body 6 Empty. Star Power, 18+.
Existence, 2.
Adam's eyes lingered on the new entry for a moment. Mind Control E. A slow smile crept onto his face. That'll make a good addition. Even without testing it, the applications flooded his mind. He could disrupt formations, force hesitation, or turn enemies against each other at the worst possible moments. Used right, it wasn't just a tool to win fights. It was a way to end them before they even started. It would also be perfect for extracting information. The possibilities were endless, and Adam knew he would discover more the more he used it. His gaze dropped to the bottom of the panel. Star Power, 18+. Adam nodded to himself. Just earlier today he'd been sitting at 14+. But after equipping Freeze F, breaking into the apprentice rank and equipping Mind Control E, he gained 4 full leaps in a single day, something that would take most martial artists years, if not decades, to achieve. The realization sent a sharp thrill through his chest, a quiet, dangerous satisfaction. This is what progress feels like. He dismissed the panel and made a mental note. I'll have to test Mind Control later. Right now, there were more pressing matters. Adam's eyes swept the cavern again, then settled on the spot where the mindgeist had been fused to the walls. With the monster gone, the pulsing flesh had receded, and there it was. The generator. Smaller than he'd expected. About the size of a portable cooler, its surface layered with compact modules, cables, and humming components that meant absolutely nothing to him. It sat embedded beneath the stone, quietly radiating power. Adam stared at it for a second. Yeah, definitely not my field. Without wasting another moment, he activated Rapid E. The world blurred as he vanished from the cavern, leaving the generator untouched and intact. This was something the professionals needed to handle. His job here was done. Now, it was time to make sure everyone else got the message. Outside the arcade, the acolytes were still moving with practiced efficiency, completely unaware that everything beneath their feet had nearly gone to hell. That ignorance shattered the moment Adam burst out of the arcade entrance. He was bloodied, torn up, his clothes slashed and stained, and in his arms was the unconscious body of the manager herself. For half a heartbeat, the entire area froze. Before anyone could even shout, Adam activated Connect. His vision shifted, soul flames blooming into view as he swept his gaze across everyone present. Fear, confusion, adrenaline, relief. A few flames flickered with unnecessary lust towards him, which he promptly ignored. Aside from that, everything was clean. No hijacked minds. Good. With that confirmed, Adam wasted no time finding the second-in-command for the operation and updating him on the situation. The more Adam spoke, the harder the story was to believe. However, once he finished, the officer got to work immediately. The area exploded into motion. Specialist acolytes rushed into the arcade without hesitation, equipment humming to life as they vanished inside. Others repositioned, setting up emergency protocols as if they'd been waiting their whole lives for this exact nightmare. The second-in-command turned back to Adam, his expression a mix of disbelief and respect. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Adam." Adam waved a hand dismissively. "Just fulfilling my duty." With that, he finally allowed himself to slow down. His body ached, cuts burned. Bruises throbbed in places he hadn't noticed during the fight. The adrenaline was wearing off, and now reality was collecting its debt. Adam turned and walked toward one of the medical tents without another word. Behind him, the operation continued at full speed. And above it all, the barrier still shimmered faintly in the sky, waiting for the generator beneath the arcade to finally be silenced. Vanessa's eyes snapped open, as she sucked in a sharp breath and immediately sat upright. her body moving on instinct before her mind had fully caught up. Her veiled hat was gone, and as she lifted a hand to her forehead, her fingers brushed against bare skin and scar tissue. Her burn mark was exposed now, running across her forehead and pushing her hairline back slightly. A reminder she never liked to show. Her gaze swept around. White fabric walls, medical equipment, the faint hum of generators, bed screens arranged in a semicircle, clearly meant to give her privacy. A tent. Confusion flickered across her face. Then everything came rushing back. The report, the arcade, the hole, the foul pressure gnawing at her thoughts. She remembered being called in by an acolyte after they'd confirmed the generator's location. And then, nothing. Just a blank gap, like someone had scooped the middle out of her memory. Vanessa clenched her jaw. What the hell happened? At that moment, one of the bed screens folded back with a soft scrape. Vanessa turned sharply and froze at the sight of Adam. He was shirtless, his upper body wrapped in layers of bandages that crossed his chest, shoulders, and ribs. Faint discolorations bled through the gauze in places, and his posture, while steady, carried the unmistakable weight of someone who had been pushed hard past their limits. Even so, his eyes were clearly alert and very much awake. Vanessa's gaze lingered for a second too long before she finally spoke, her voice slower now.
Adam.
He gave her a small nod. You're awake. Up close, the damage was obvious. The medic work was thorough, but it hadn't erased everything. The tendrils that had lashed him inside the cavern had carried venom that resisted ointments, resisted potions, and resisted the usual fixes. The medical staff had been baffled. He was even conscious. Adam hadn't explained much. He'd simply told them it was talent-related. Which, to be fair, it was. With Poison F and his 18+ star power, he'd managed to brute force his way through effects that should have put him down for hours. Vanessa exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing. You look like hell.
Adam şuruk kare fulli.
I've looked worse. That earned him a brief, curious stare before she caught herself. Can you please explain what happened? Her tone reminded Adam of a shy wife questioning her charismatic husband about lipstick on his collar. Adam smiled at the comparison as he briefed the manager on everything that had unfolded. Vanessa sat at the side of the medical bed, hands folded tightly in her lap, staring at Adam as if he might dissolve if she blinked. No matter how many times she replayed his explanation in her head, it still felt unreal. An experimental monster. A mindgeist. Mind control. Every piece fit too cleanly to be a lie, and the state of her own fractured memories was proof enough. She had felt that blankness and felt herself lose time. There was no denying it anymore. Slowly, Vanessa lowered her head. I'm truly sorry for what I did. Adam waved a hand dismissively. You don't need to blame yourself. There was no way to know something like that was down there. Don't beat yourself up over it. His words were calm, even gentle, but they didn't seem to reach her. Vanessa still looked troubled, her shoulders stiff, the guilt refusing to loosen its grip. Adam watched her for a moment, then sighed. Why don't you make it up to me? Vanessa looked up. Adam was standing, and from her seated position she had to tilt her head slightly to meet his gaze. He coughed once, clearly reconsidering his phrasing. You can just pay me, he said, to ease your conscience. Pay? Vanessa echoed, blinking.
Adam şuruk.
You feel bad about something that was beyond your control and want to make amends. I'm offering a practical solution. Silence stretched between them. Vanessa stared at him, processing his, as Adam opened his mouth again. Or you can let it go and... It's fine, she interrupted quickly. I'll pay. Adam paused, looked at her, then sighed. Okay, that's fine. He turned and started walking away from the bedside. Seeing him leave so casually only deepened her confusion. What about the payment? Adam didn't turn around. Don't worry. I already took it while you were unconscious. Vanessa froze. The scythe. She understood immediately. A strange feeling settled in her chest. Not relief exactly. Not discomfort either. She didn't feel good about the payment, but somehow it did ease the weight pressing down on her. That was the nature of responsibility. When things went wrong, even if it wasn't your fault, you still carried the burden. Adam couldn't take that away from her. That was something Vanessa would have to confront on her own. Adam slowed his steps and decided to give the manager some space. Whatever guilt she was wrestling with wasn't something he could punch, cut, or bargain away. So he slipped out of the tent for some fresh air. The moment he did, screams rang out. Adam tensed on instinct. But then he realized something was off. These weren't screams of panic or terror, the kind he had grown far too familiar with. These were loud, unrestrained, almost feral cries of joy. Adam blinked, caught off guard. His gaze shifted toward the arcade. Men began stepping out of the building, clad head to toe in hazard suits, their movements heavy and deliberate. A second later, several acolytes rushed toward them, clapping shoulders, shouting congratulations, some even laughing openly. Understanding clicked. They disabled the generator. A small smile tugged at Adam's lips, but as his eyes lifted toward the sky, that smile froze. The barrier was still there. Adam wasn't the only one who noticed. The acolytes celebrating moments ago slowed, their voices fading as confusion crept in. Those who had rushed to congratulate the hazard-suited men stopped short, their expressions turning grim, but not the hopeless kind of grim from before. This was different. Adam frowned. What's happening? He didn't have to wait long. The leader of the disabling squad stepped forward and pulled off his hazard mask. Sweat drenched his hair, his face pale but steady as he addressed everyone gathered. We were able to disable the generator. No one spoke, as they all waited for the man to continue. The man inhaled, then continued, his tone measured. But it seems the barrier had already reached a pseudo-stable state before we shut it down. A murmur rippled through the crowd. One of the acolytes stepped forward sharply. What does that mean? The man's jaw tightened. It means that even though the generator is no longer supplying power, the barrier won't collapse immediately. It's self-sustaining for now. Adam's eyes narrowed. The man finished grimly. It'll take time before it fully dissipates. Silence followed. The situation had improved, but it wasn't over. Not yet. Adam clicked his tongue softly. You can never have it too easy. The thought had barely settled when realization struck him like a cold splash of water. His eyes sharpened, and he spoke up before anyone else could drown the moment in confusion. Excuse me. All eyes turned to him. Bandages wrapped his torso, his clothes torn and stained. His condition screaming just came back from hell. A few acolytes straightened unconsciously. The man who had led the disabling squad recognized him immediately. "Oh-Mr. Adam," he said, respectful despite the chaos. "What seems to be the problem?" Adam didn't waste time. "What about Siren's swamp?" he asked bluntly. "We all know the generator wasn't a standalone measure. It was part of a two-way plan. The explosion at the rift was the initiator, and the generator was what powered and stabilized the process." The words hit like a delayed shockwave. Several acolytes stiffened. Of course, they all knew this, but their focus had been dragged toward the barrier's persistence, blinding them to the other half of the equation. Adam's words snapped everything back into alignment. The leader of the disabling squad inhaled sharply and started to respond. "Regarding that, why don't we discuss the details in a more proper setting?" The calm, firm voice cut cleanly through the space. Vanessa stepped out from between the tents. Her veil was back in place, her posture straight despite the exhaustion clinging to her. Whatever turmoil she had endured earlier was buried deep, or so it seemed, replaced by the cool authority of someone used to carrying the weight of disasters. She looked at Adam first, then turned her gaze toward the gathered acolytes. Vanessa, Adam, the second in command of the arcade operation, and the leader of the disabling unit sat inside the control room that had been hastily repurposed after the discovery beneath the arcade. They were seated around a round metal table, its surface still flickering faintly with residual holographic projections that had yet to be fully shut down. Outside the room, muted voices bled through the walls, acolytes speaking in hushed tones, some anxious, some outright panicked. The tension in the air was thick enough to taste. Vanessa was the first to speak. "It's better we get the full details straight before informing the others," she said calmly. "We don't need unnecessary panic spreading through the ranks." The leader of the disabling squad lowered his head slightly. "I apologize, manager. I should have relayed everything to you first before speaking outside." Vanessa shook her head. "It's fine," she replied. "Don't beat yourself up over it. They would have found out sooner or later anyway." The man nodded, visibly relieved. "Thank you, manager." Adam watched the exchange with a blank expression. His posture relaxed, but his attention razor-sharp. At one point, he subtly activated Connect, his perception brushing against Vanessa's soul flame. It was clear, and she wasn't being manipulated. Wasn't she blaming herself just minutes ago for getting brainwashed? Adam didn't voice the thought, but his eyes lingered on her longer than necessary. The second-in-command noticed. So did the disabling unit leader. But neither commented. This was clearly something between Adam and Vanessa, and neither man was foolish enough to step into that space. As the meeting continued, Adam's attention shifted from observation to information, and the question he had raised outside, about Siren's swamp, was finally addressed. The news was good in a way. At least it was better than their previous situation. The incursion's expansion had stopped. So had the mutation. Originally, the rift had been projected to evolve into a second-generation mutant rift, a catastrophe that would have escalated the situation beyond what this sector could realistically handle. But now, the mutation had stalled at the first generation. That alone changed everything. Its level would only increase by 1. More importantly, the swamp's expansion would no longer spread to engulf the entirety of the barrier's interior. That meant the sector walls, previously rendered useless by the creeping incursion, could once again serve their intended purpose. They could hold the line. They could funnel the monsters. They could defend the civilians. Casualties would drop drastically. All that remained was endurance. Hold back the incoming monsters, buy time, and let the barrier bleed out its remaining energy before it collapses on its own. As the implications settled in, Adam leaned back slightly in his chair and the meeting continued, as the conversation naturally shifted toward the heirs. The second-in-command broke the silence, glancing at the updated projections on the display. "Since the incursion is no longer spreading," he said, "and the rifts within the sector won't be affected anymore, that means we no longer need the heirs to help maintain the situation." Vanessa nodded slowly. "You're right," she said, then paused. "And that's exactly why it might become problematic." The disabling unit leader frowned. "Problematic? How so?" It was clear to Adam that the man's strengths lay in machines and energy readings, not people. Vanessa folded her hands on the table and explained calmly. "The heirs are a rowdy group, and they tend to act on impulse, especially when faced with situations they don't fully understand. Earlier, the threat of the incursion spreading into the sector and potentially destabilizing the other rifts gave them a clear external danger to focus on." She lifted her gaze slightly. "Now that threat is gone, which means their frustration no longer has a target." Adam had to admit, it was amusing the way she said it, as if she were describing the behavioral patterns of some rare, volatile species rather than privileged martial heirs. Vanessa continued, "If left unchecked, that frustration could turn inward. Arguments, reckless actions, defiance of orders, any number of unpredictable outcomes." The leader of the disabling squad nodded. "I see." Vanessa shifted her attention to Adam. "We may need your help with them again." Adam waved a hand dismissively. "No issue," he said casually. "I'll handle it." There was no bravado in his tone, just certainty. Vanessa nodded at Adam's gesture. He had helped her more than once since his arrival, making it clear that without him, the situation would have spiraled beyond her control. It was good to have someone like him around. "Only if I can make him stay." She pushed the idea aside for later and turned her attention back to the meeting. Other high-ranking acolytes were called in as the meeting shifted toward battle strategy. Despite the change in focus, the earlier tension remained as the discussion moved fully to the sirens. A projection hovered above the central table, layers of terrain and defensive lines rotating slowly. Voices overlapped as officials argued strategy. The conclusion, however, was grimly consistent. They could wear the sirens down at the walls, but only temporarily. The Alliance's outer zone was, by sheer landmass, the largest zone under the Alliance control. Yet it was also the least developed. Resources, infrastructure, and high-tier defensive measures were concentrated deeper inside the Alliance, leaving the outer zone stretched thin. Sector 418, despite being one of the more developed sectors in the lower regions of the outer zone, still wasn't built to withstand sustained monster pressure at its walls. One of the high-ranking acolytes pointed at a highlighted section of the barrier. The bigger issue is numbers. Once the sirens begin a full rampage, it won't just be them. That much was obvious. The siren's swamp influence was no longer as dangerous now that its expansion had ceased, neutralizing the unknown threat of it encroaching on other rifts within the barrier. However, it remained disruptive enough that their rampage could still trigger the release of other monsters from their own incursions. As if that weren't enough, the meeting circled back to an uncomfortable truth. The best they could realistically do was stall. Hold the monsters back. Buy time. Reinforce where possible. Anything beyond that was wishful thinking. Adam watched in silence as the high-ranking acolytes and the sector manager traded strategies across the table. They were careful, painfully so. Every proposal was weighed against projected casualties, and every countermeasure adjusted to shave off losses rather than secure a clean victory. Defensive rotations, resource rationing, controlled retreats. On paper, each plan was sound. Yet every one of them came up short. The problem wasn't the walls. It wasn't manpower. It wasn't even the sirens alone. It was the monster tide that was about to happen. So this is it, Adam thought. My first monster tide. A monster tide was often compared to a rift disaster, but that comparison was misleading. Rift disasters were violent, sudden, and catastrophic. Monster tides were worse. They were slower, heavier, and relentless. And all of it stemmed from the very system the Alliance had built to establish and control territory. A standard sector was encased in massive walls. Inside those walls lay order, infrastructure, and tightly regulated rifts. Outside was the wild zone, a lawless expanse filled with wild rifts and spreading incursions. The rifts closest to a sector were usually managed and cleared on a schedule, but beyond that buffer, control thinned rapidly. Inside a sector, rifts were managed to the letter. Their number was capped, their saturation monitored, breaches prevented before they could happen. Outside the walls, none of that certainty existed. Rifts were allowed to proliferate if they showed value. Resource-rich rifts were left active and farmed continuously. Some were pushed to saturation on purpose. When a rift hit 100% and breached, turning into an incursion, it was still considered manageable. After all, it was outside the sector, plus pulse containers kept those incursions contained, regulating monster output and ensuring the system remained stable. But that was the flaw. The entire structure relied on everything functioning perfectly. A malfunction in a pulse container, a sudden shift in a rift's environment, an external trigger like the explosion. Any one of those was enough to shatter the balance. And when that happened, it wasn't just one incursion failing. It was all of them. Every incursion clustered near the sector's perimeter would rupture in sequence, dumping their stored monsters in a single direction. Creatures didn't need strategy. They didn't need coordination. They only needed proximity. They would surge toward the closest sector like water through a broken dam. Adam exhaled slowly, his fingers tightening at his side. The meeting finally came to an end. One by one, the high-ranking acolytes gathered their materials and filed out of the control room, their footsteps fading into the corridor beyond. The massive displays dimmed, projections shutting down until only the ambient glow of the room remained. Soon, only two people were left. Adam remained seated for a moment, then looked toward the manager. "It's good that you finally got yourself together." Vanessa paused, then nodded. "I can't beat myself up when the situation hasn't been resolved yet." She let out a tired sigh, rubbing her temple. Fatigue clung to her in a way no uniform could hide. The day had made it feel like the world itself had turned against her. One problem stacked onto another, each more complicated than the last. Ever since she took the position of manager, crises had happened, but never like this. Never this layered. Never this relentless. It was almost as if fate had decided to test her all at once, dropping an impossible burden into her hands and watching to see if she would break.
Adam yaçet her kuvvetli.
Is this how someone with responsibilities lives? He wondered. If anything goes wrong, they take the blame, then use those same responsibilities to force themselves to keep moving. He felt no anger toward her, only a dull sense of sadness. The truth was, Adam didn't even know if he carried any real responsibilities himself. He had a goal to eradicate all monsters, a grand, absurdly impossible goal. And yet, he intended to see it through no matter the cost. He already knew where it began. Power. But power was only a means, a tool to fulfill the promise he had made to himself. Those weren't responsibilities. Not like this. Looking at the manager now, shoulders heavy with obligation and guilt, Adam realized something with unsettling clarity. I didn't think I want that. He wanted freedom, the kind that let him move as he wished, act as he saw fit, with nothing anchoring him down or demanding answers when things went wrong. I want to be free. The thought felt childish the moment it formed. Selfish, even. Adam didn't know if that mindset would change someday or if the future would force responsibility onto him whether he wanted it or not. But for now, he was fine with it. Adam rose from his seat. He nodded once toward Vanessa. She met his gaze and nodded back, understanding passing between them without words. Turning away, Adam walked out of the control room. Adam walked back toward the hotel alone. His body was still wounded, as every step sent a dull reminder through his muscles, but his posture remained steady and controlled. When a group of acolytes had offered him a ride, he'd refused without hesitation. He needed the walk. He needed the space. This time was his. The sector was quiet due to the state of emergency protocol, leaving the wide highway ahead of him empty. Streetlights cast long, pale reflections across the road as Adam walked straight down the center, his footsteps the only sound. It was there, in that silence, that a crazy thought crossed his mind. Isn't this tide the perfect opportunity to accumulate existence? Adam blinked, then let out a quiet breath of disbelief. He was surprised he hadn't thought of it sooner. But it made sense. The atmosphere of the meeting had been suffocating, grim projections, casualty estimates, failure piled on top of failure. It had forced his mind into seeing only the downside, not the opportunity. I'll have to use this well, he thought, as his pace unconsciously quickened. The monsters that would appear in the tide. That number was more than enough. More than enough to accumulate existence. More than enough to manifest his profound spirit. The danger hadn't changed. If anything, it had grown heavier. But to Adam, danger and opportunity had always been two sides of the same coin. By the time the hotel came into view, his goal had already solidified. For now, there was something else to take care of. Adam stepped through the entrance, his expression calm, his thoughts sharp. I have to give the Nepo babies the good news. The sharp sound of urine slamming into the toilet water echoed through the bathroom, lasting a few seconds before tapering off. A moment later, a final strain forced out the residue before the toilet flushed and water roared down the bowl. There was no sound from the sink. Dixon stepped out of the toilet and immediately reeled back, heart lurching. Holy void! Standing there was a figure in a long, flowy white gown, completely still. A black detox face mask covered her face, leaving only a pair of piercing blue eyes visible as they stared straight at him. In the dim lighting, she looked less like a person and more like some vengeful spirit waiting to claim a soul. Dixon froze. Then recognition hit. Abigail? His racing heart slowly settled as relief washed over him. I don't know why she still uses that, he thought, irritation creeping in where fear had been. As a martial artist, Abigail's body was far beyond ordinary. She didn't need the crude methods non-martial artists relied on. Worse, the mask wasn't even a resource item. It was just a normal detox mask. For acne. Something she'd suffered from before awakening her cultivation talent. And somehow, despite her body having long since surpassed such flaws, she'd grown so used to it that she could no longer sleep without wearing it. At the great expense of Dixon's sanity, he exhaled and finally spoke, forcing calm into his voice. "My lady, is there any problem?" Abigail's gaze dropped briefly to his hands, lingering for a second before she shook her head. "Adam is calling for us." "Oh, let me put on a shirt, Fi." Dixon paused mid-sentence. "Wait, did you say Adam?" Abigail didn't answer. She turned and walked out of the room as if the question had never been asked. Dixon stood there for half a second, stunned. Then he hurriedly grabbed a shirt, pulled it on, and followed after her. The grumbling of various heirs echoed through the hotel corridors as they were herded toward the hall Adam had designated. Desk phones had rung relentlessly in the dead of night, tearing them out of much-needed sleep that was precious during times as turbulent as these. Some had tried to calm their racing minds, reminding themselves that panic solved nothing. But since it was Adam who called, they had to answer, and it wasn't fear of him that roused them from their sleep. At least that was what they told themselves. Sebastian walked at the front of his group, jaw clenched hard enough to ache. "I'll make sure to give him a piece of my mind, if whatever he's calling us for isn't important." His followers exchanged brief side glances but wisely chose to stay silent. Similar complaints rippled through the crowd. But not all of them spoke, though. Abigail walked calmly, her expression unreadable, while the Baki clan heir said nothing at all. They weren't angry or annoyed. They were simply curious. What could possibly warrant Adam summoning them at a time like this? That question twisted sharply the moment they reached the doors of one of the hotel's larger halls. Before anyone could push it open, voices slipped through the gap. "Mr. Adam, should I go faster?" "No, be gentle. It'll only make it sore if you do." Every heir froze. For a brief, horrifying second, a series of obscene, deeply uncomfortable images flashed through their minds. Several of them stiffened, silently praying they hadn't just been invited to something profoundly inappropriate. Swallowing their collective dread, they pushed the doors open anyway. The hall was spacious, with a raised stage positioned near the entrance. Sitting at the edge of it was Adam. His torso was wrapped tightly in bandages, white layers stark against his skin. His right knee was propped up, his posture relaxed to the point of indifference, one hand resting casually atop it. Behind him stood a female member of the hotel staff, her hands pressed into his back as she worked carefully, massaging muscle and damaged tissue. It wasn't what they had imagined, and yet the shock still hit them hard. Not because of the woman, but because of Adam. He looked battered. This wasn't the first time they had seen him injured. He'd been hurt after the explosion at Siren's swamp as well. But seeing him like this again was deeply unsettling. Someone like Adam wasn't supposed to look like this. The most terrifying thought crept in uninvited. Something inside this barrier can hurt him. And if that was true, their own chances weren't looking good at all. Adam looked over the gathered heirs and spoke calmly. "It's good you came in time. You can all get comfortable. I've got some good news. And you'll need to sit for this." The hall was empty. There were no chairs nor any place for one to sit, so after a brief pause, the heirs settled for standing. A few leaned against the walls, while others crossed their arms. Adam didn't seem to mind. He turned slightly and glanced back. "Thank you. That'll be all for now." The female hotel staff, who had been fully absorbed in her work, flushed faintly at the sudden attention. She nodded quickly to Adam, then, after offering polite nods to the heirs, quietly left the hall, the doors closing behind her. Adam shifted his posture and turned back to them. "All right then. Where was I?" One of the heirs spoke up. "You said you had good news." Adam looked at him and recognized the face immediately. He was the heir who had previously fed him information about why Sebastian and the manager had nearly come to blows. He shook his head slightly at the memory before nodding. "Yes, that's right. Good news. A faint smile tugged at his lips. The kind I'm sure you'd all love to hear. Honestly, I don't even know how to say it. The heirs swallowed their pride and stayed silent, letting him drag it out. No one interrupted or complained. Adam waited a second longer. When no reaction came, he shrugged inwardly. I guess people over 30 don't know how to take a joke. Some female clan heirs suddenly felt offended, though they couldn't quite tell why. Adam's expression then shifted. The casual air vanished, replaced by something sharp and deliberate. Instantly, the hall fell completely silent as every heir focused on him. He spoke slowly. The generator has been disabled. The clan heirs were momentarily stunned by the news Adam had delivered. Then relief hit. Expressions shifted almost in unison. Tight shoulders loosened, clenched jaws eased, and the hall filled with audible breaths being let out. For a brief moment, hope bloomed where tension had ruled. Only a few noticed something was off. Despite delivering what was supposedly good news, Adam didn't look relieved. Not even slightly. Abigail caught it immediately, her eyes narrowing, while a handful of others sensed the same dissonance. The rest, however, began to celebrate. Finally, we can leave this backwater place. I'm never leaving my sector again for anything. Thank the void, we no longer need to face any monsters. Voices overlapped, laughter broke out, and the oppressive weight that had followed them for days lifted, if only a little. Adam let them have it. He didn't interrupt, didn't correct them. He allowed the moment to breathe, no matter how fleeting it would be. For a few heartbeats, the heirs enjoyed the illusion of safety. Then the noise began to die down. When the commotion finally settled, Adam spoke. Now that you've heard the good news, it's time for the bad news. His voice was normal and calmly unraised. Yet every heir in the hall heard it clearly. Bad news? One of them blurted out. Abigail's lips pressed into a thin line. I knew it was too good to be true. Dixon, on the other hand, simply stared at Adam, waiting silently. All eyes turned toward the stage. Adam rose slowly from where he sat, bandages pulling slightly as he stood upright. The heirs' gazes followed him, locked in place as he spoke again. The generator may be down, but the barrier is still up. A wave of confusion rippled through the room. Before anyone could speak, Adam continued. And a monster tide will also happen. Silence fell, complete and absolute. Then, chaos erupted, as the hall nearly tore itself apart from the heirs' outrage. Voices exploded all at once, frustration spilling over like a ruptured dam. I thought disabling the generator was the only thing required to let us out. Now that doesn't even work? I shouldn't have come here. Oh my stars, why did I come here? It's my fault for believing a mission hall could be relied on. The ones in the mid-regions are useless, let alone those in the lower regions. Complaints stacked on complaints, anger feeding anger. And yet, compared to how they would have acted if Adam weren't present, this was restrained. Adam let them vent. He understood it by now. Clan heirs always became anxious when things slipped beyond their control. They were powerful, but power and adaptability were not the same thing. When systems failed and guarantees vanished, their first response was panic wrapped in pride. I think they've poured out their frustration enough. He released a wisp of killing intent. Just a wisp. It flared for less than a heartbeat before being withdrawn completely, but it was more than enough. The hall went dead silent. Compared to the killing intent they had felt from him before, this was different. It felt heavier, sharper, colder, and it carried a finality that crawled along their spines. Death. An awakened death affinity. The heirs felt it instantly, and with that shock came another realization. He broke through. Adam had reached the apprentice rank. Despite the sealed barrier. Despite the chaos. Despite the unknowns piling up one after another. While they panicked, he had cultivated. While they complained, he had advanced, seeking solutions not through excuses or systems, but through power. Something tightened in their chests at that realization. They didn't know what to call the feeling, but it was the same weight they felt when standing before their clan elders. Adam looked around the hall, his gaze steady now that he had their full attention. "The reason I'm telling you this isn't to cause a riot," he said calmly. "I'm telling you so you won't have an excuse to cause trouble while the mission hall handles the situation." He paused, eyes sweeping across them. "Luckily, you won't need to assist with monster management again. The situation is manageable now." His voice hardened slightly. "So make sure you're on your best behavior." A beat of silence. "Is that clear?" "Yes, sir." The heirs responded instinctively, voices overlapping. "Good." Adam turned and walked out of the hall, leaving behind silence. Adam had handled the heirs exactly as the manager had asked. With that done, he returned to his room. The countdown had already begun, 30 hours until the rift breach. Once that threshold was crossed, the monster tide would officially begin. On the mission hall side, preparations were already in motion and Adam was included in those measures. After stepping into his room, Adam didn't go to sleep. No, sleep could wait. Things were different now. He had a proper cultivation talent at last, and that meant his routine needed to change. Rest was important, but progress was more important. It's really tiring when people keep calling me the one with the meager essence capacity. It wasn't entirely wrong. In a strange way, it even sounded like a flex sometimes. But no matter how others framed it, it was still embarrassing. A label that followed him everywhere, whispered or spoken outright. He didn't like it, and this was not the time to indulge it. There were 30 hours left. 30 hours where every increase in strength, no matter how small, would matter. Adam had no intention of wasting a single second. He moved to the center of the room and sat down cross-legged on the floor, his breathing steadying almost instantly. Without hesitation, he began practicing the upgraded essence absorption technique. The difference was immediate. Essence responded. Invisible currents stirred as ambient essence began to flow toward him, thin at first, then denser, drawn in by the refined pathways within his body. It seeped through his skin, poured into his meridians, and settled deep within him. Adam remained motionless as the process continued. While absorbing essence, time always seemed to lose its meaning. Breaths blended together. Cycles repeated without pause. What felt like a few hours passed in a blur, and then, just like that, the full 30 hours were gone. Adam stood in front of the mirror in his room, quietly studying his reflection. The injuries that had once wrapped his body in pain were gone. Continuous essence absorption had accelerated his recovery far beyond normal limits. Muscle knit cleanly, internal damage erased, fatigue washed away as if it had never existed. He looked whole. He was dressed simply. A black jacket layered over a white inner shirt, green combat trousers fitted for movement, and plain white canvases on his feet. Nothing special or reinforced. Unfortunately, the mission hall had nothing suitable for him. Any defensive armament they could provide was inferior to his own natural defenses. Moreover, since they were armaments and not conduits, they wouldn't scale with him or bolster his protection. If he wore one, he'd simply end up protecting the armor instead. So he settled for regular clothing. Battle-ready had been the only armament he owned that truly suited him. It didn't just match his defense, it surpassed it. And it had proven its worth, sacrificing itself to protect him from the explosion at Siren's swamp. Repairing it wouldn't be simple. Even if it were possible, it wouldn't be here. He'd only recently learned that it had been shipped from a mission hall in a higher sector, far beyond his reach now. Adam exhaled slowly. Then he straightened, meeting his own gaze in the mirror. "Just focus, Adam," he said quietly. "You can still do great without an armament. Maximum effort is all you need." He held his own eyes for a moment longer, as if daring them to doubt him. Then he let out a short chuckle. "I might be going insane." After one last look, Adam turned away from the mirror, stepped out of his room, and headed out. As Adam reached the lobby of the hotel, he was taken aback by what he saw. "Took you long enough?" Abigail said as she rose from a couch, stretching slightly. "I almost thought you were applying makeup."
Adam blinked.
He hadn't expected her to be here, but she wasn't alone. Other clan heirs were gathered across the lobby, their followers standing behind them. Even Sebastian was present. That alone was shocking. Stranger still was the fact that every one of them was fully equipped, armed and ready as if they were about to march straight into a battlefield. Adam's gaze swept over them, disbelief flickering through his eyes. Can't be. Rather than dwell on it, he decided to ask outright. What are you guys doing here? Abigail looked at him over the rim of her sunglasses. Her expression made her thoughts painfully obvious. Still, Adam remained silent. She sighed, finally voicing the reason they were all there. We're going with you. Adam stared at her, then slowly turned to the others. They met his gaze without hesitation. There was something strange in their eyes, an intensity that hadn't been there before. He turned back to Abigail. And why would you want to do that? He was genuinely curious. Before this, when the threat had been far more severe, getting even minimal cooperation from the heirs had been difficult. And even if they had agreed back then, most wouldn't have put in their all. Yet now, when the situation was supposedly more manageable, they were willingly choosing to fight. It didn't add up. And Adam was certain it wasn't because the danger had lessened. The answer came quickly. It's because of your potential. The voice didn't belong to Abigail. Adam turned and found the Baki clan heir, Kyle, stepping forward. My potential? Kyle nodded. You've shown that you're more than just your special talent. The words were simple, but Adam understood immediately. Since arriving in the sector, he had shown strength, overwhelming strength, power far beyond his anyone else. But that was all most of them had seen. An unranked martial artist relying on a special talent. Dangerous now, but limited in the long run. Special talents were cheats. But cheats alone didn't define true potential. Only when a special talent went hand in hand with a cultivation talent did it become something terrifying, something worthy of fear and respect. Even rumored reawakened special talents followed that rule. And Adam had just proven that he wasn't stagnant. He had grown. So just showing them my growth was enough to earn their respect? Felt bizarre, but he didn't complain. Before, the heirs hadn't been needed because their effort would have been half-hearted at best. The mission hall had been desperate enough to accept that. Now they weren't desperate, but free help and willing help? No one would reject that. Adam nodded once. All right then, let's give it our all. With that, he turned and walked out of the hotel. The heirs followed behind him. The walls surrounding the sector rose like artificial mountains. There were no shimmering barriers, no translucent shields humming with energy. Just raw mass, pure concrete, layered, reinforced, and compacted until it became something closer to a fortress than a wall. They towered high above the ground, thick enough to endure sustained punishment. Lined across the top were rows of Tier 1 artillery armaments, evenly spaced and angled outward toward the wild zone. Their barrels tracked slowly, calibrated and ready. Acolytes manned each installation with rigid focus, fingers resting near triggers, essence flowing steadily as they kept the weapons primed. More acolytes stood atop the walls themselves, spaced at intervals, weapons drawn and eyes fixed on the horizon. They were waiting. Beyond the walls lay the wild zone, an expanse choked with unstable terrain and corrupted land. Within the area covered by the barrier alone, 15 rifts had been identified. Under normal circumstances, that number would have spelled disaster. Luckily, not all of them were in play. The Siren swamp lay to the west of the sector, and the rifts positioned beyond that direction were excluded from the tide's flow. That still left 7 incursions directly in the sector's path. 7. Each one housed a different species of monster, creatures shaped by wildly different rift environments, instincts, and methods of attack. When the tide began, there would be no coordination, no tactics, no restraint. 6 types of monsters and 1 mutant variant would pour out simultaneously, driven by instinct alone, rushing the walls with reckless abandon. The concrete fortress stood ready. Whether it would be enough was another matter entirely. Adam and the heirs reached the walls just as final deployment was underway. The acolytes stationed at the foot of the sector wall stiffened in shock. Adam's presence alone would have been expected, but the line of clan heirs and their followers behind him drew immediate alarm. Hands tightened on weapons. Before anything could escalate, Adam stepped forward and vouched for them. That was enough. He didn't place his trust in words alone. He had already read each of their soul flames on the way here, and there was no malice, hidden intent or ulterior motive buried beneath bravado. Trusting Adam's judgment, the acolytes gave the signal, permitting him and the heirs to pass. A reinforced opening in the wall led inward to a long staircase spiraling upward. Beside it stood a heavy-duty elevator, its doors already open. They took it in batches, the platform rising steadily with a low mechanical hum. Adam chose the last batch. When the elevator doors slid open at the top of the wall, the atmosphere changed instantly. The air was tense and alive. Acolytes moved with purpose, checking formations, relaying updates, recalibrating positions. Some stood behind massive artillery armaments mounted directly into the wall, their frames thick and angular, radiating restrained firepower. Even at a glance, it was obvious these weapons were built to annihilate. Adam was impressed. The top of the wall itself was enormous, wide enough to fit two highways side by side. From there, most of the sector stretched out behind them, buildings and districts packed neatly within the circular defense. In the distance, the wall continued unbroken, enclosing the entire sector. On the opposite side lay the wild zone. By the time Adam stepped fully onto the wall, he found himself standing ahead of the heirs, his presence naturally drawing the line forward. Moments later, the manager arrived in a rush. She had received word that the heirs were present and, fearing disruption, had come personally. Her gaze moved from the heirs to Adam, stopping on him. "Mr. Adam, is there a reason there with you?" Adam didn't bother with half-truths. "They're here to help. Don't worry." The manager studied him skeptically, but Adam's confidence and certainty gave her pause. If he trusted them, she wouldn't interfere. She let it go, as her expression shifted, becoming grave. "It's good you're here. The tide is almost arriving." Adam's face hardened instantly. "We'll be counting on you, Mr. Adam." Adam nodded. He was the strongest person present, their practical trump card. His presence alone was the reason the operation had been classified as manageable. The true danger wasn't whether they could kill the monsters. It was that Adam couldn't be everywhere at once. And wherever he wasn't, casualties were inevitable. But luckily, the heirs were here to take on some of the load as well. Just as Adam had said, they were cooperative, almost unsettlingly so. Even the acolytes and the manager couldn't hide their surprise, as one question echoed quietly through their minds. How did Adam do this? Yet questions aside, it was good to see. The heirs, usually stubborn, prideful, and difficult, were actively lending a hand. Even Sebastian was fully engaged, listening intently as positions were assigned. He spoke up more than once, offering suggestions based on his own combat style and that of his followers, adjusting formations so they would integrate smoothly with the acolytes rather than clash with them. Similar scenes played out all along the wall. Orders were exchanged, positions refined, gaps closed. Watching it all, one truth became painfully obvious. The heirs had never been dumb. Their pride, stubbornness, and arrogance had simply buried what lay beneath. Strip those away, and what remained were warriors trained since childhood. Talented, disciplined, and frighteningly capable. Vanessa observed the scene for a moment before approaching Adam. "What did you do to make them this cooperative?" Adam didn't turn. His eyes remained fixed on the distant horizon as he answered, "I showed them my potential." The manager frowned, confusion clear on her face. Adam glanced at her from the corner of his eye and caught it instantly. "I guess it's a Marshall clan thing only." To the heirs, potential was everything. Growth, trajectory, what someone could become. That was what earned respect, even more than current raw power. But the manager didn't see it that way. She had already seen Adam's strength. Repeatedly, that baffled reaction revealed something important to him. Compared to the heirs who value potential, the mission hall values current power. Adam narrowed his eyes slightly. Or maybe it's just the low-tier regions that think like that. Before he could reflect further, hurried footsteps approached. An acolyte rushed up, breath tight. "Ma'am, the tide is 100 meters away." Vanessa opened her mouth to respond. And then the ground began to rumble. A deep, rolling vibration surged through the wall, shaking concrete and metal alike. Conversations died instantly. Every eye atop the wall snapped forward. Out there, beyond the edge of the wild zone, the tide was clearly visible now. It spread across the observable wild zone like a living flood, monsters covering the ground so completely that the earth beneath them vanished from sight. From a distance, it looked less like an army and more like an unstoppable disaster rolling forward, consuming everything in its path. The composition of the tide could be seen as it drew closer. Unranked level 2 giant rats surged at the front, a writhing mass of teeth and filth. Alongside them ran unranked level 2 saber wolves, their lean bodies eating up distance with terrifying speed. Above, unranked level 2 gargoyles beat their stone wings, while shrill laughter echoed from swarms of unranked level 2 evil pixies flitting chaotically through the air. On the ground, unranked level 2 kobolds charged in loose packs, crude weapons raised, weaving between the heavier frames of unranked level 2 wood tigers whose massive bodies crushed everything beneath their paws. And behind them, commanding the tide by sheer presence, the first-generation mutant unranked level 3 sirens. They moved in swarms, their numbers dense enough to blur together, their collective presence pressing forward like a suffocating wave. They were the core, the ruling force of the tide, the ones that made the entire mass feel capable of swallowing the walls whole. Vanessa reacted instantly. "Units, get in position now." The wall erupted into motion. Acolytes and heirs snapped into place behind the artillery armaments. Expressions hard, breaths controlled. Essence flared as the cannons were manned, mechanisms locking and aligning with practiced precision. The monsters closed in fast. Adam walked calmly through the controlled chaos and took position behind one of the armaments, his presence unervingly steady amid the rising tension. "Ready the cannons. Fire on my signal." A deep, resonant hum spread across the wall as essence was drawn into the artillery. The sound layered over itself, growing heavier and denser, as power coiled, waiting to be unleashed. The closer the tide came, the worse it became. Growls, screeches, wing beats, shrill cries. They crashed together into a deafening roar. It felt as if the monsters were already right next to their ears, as if the wall separating them was nothing more than an illusion. Still, Vanessa held her hand raised. No one moved. No one flinched. Then, "Fire!" At the manager's command, the acolytes manning the artillery armaments unleashed hell. Fire essence, infused energy blasts roared from the cannons, streaking across the field in incandescent arcs. The front of the tide collapsed instantly, monsters dying in droves. Gargoyles were torn from the sky, their stone bodies cracking apart as they hit the ground. Wood tigers were blown open by raw power, torsos erased by concentrated essence lasers. Giant rats, evil pixies, and saber wolves were caught in overlapping bombardments, roasted and scattered as the wall thundered non-stop. The acolytes didn't hold back. Yet even as bodies piled up, the tide kept coming. Their numbers were absurd, so dense that the dead became little more than a buffer, trampled underfoot as the mass surged forward in quick, reckless movements. Vanessa's eyes narrowed. "Fire the dreadhammer." Deep within the wall's control room, the signal flashed. 2 officers exchanged a single look, then nodded and flipped their switches at the same time. Behind the wall, sections of the floor split open. Missile-shaped armaments rose smoothly from hidden silos, engines igniting as they launched skyward. They arced high, slicing through the air, brushing past startled gargoyles before pitching down with terrifying speed. The monsters barely had time to react as the dreadhammer struck and detonated. Explosions ripped through the tide in multiple zones, carving enormous gaps where thousands of monsters had stood moments before. Shockwaves flattened everything nearby. Limbs, wings, and shattered bodies rained down as the artillery kept firing, exploiting the openings and shaving away the edges of the horde. For a brief moment it worked. The tide was pushed back. But it didn't last. The sheer volume of monsters revealed the grim truth. Countless incursions fed the field, as more spilled out as open rifts continued to vomit reinforcements. The tide replenished itself almost as fast as it was cut down. Manager, our artillery is losing power fast. Vanessa clicked her tongue in frustration. Second unit, get ready. Behind the cannons, acolytes and heirs stepped forward, weapons drawn, essence flaring. They already knew what was coming. The sector couldn't sustain that level of firepower for long. The energy drain was brutal. And then, one by one, the artillery armaments went dark. Silence fell for half a heartbeat, as the monsters surged and gained ground. As the monsters closed in on the walls, the martial artists stepped forward to face them head-on. Weapons were drawn, essence stirred. Yet beneath the readiness, fear crept in. For many of them, this was their first monster tide. It was not a skirmish or a controlled incursion. It was a tide. Their nerves were stretched tight, hearts pounding far louder than they wanted to admit, and Vanessa noticed. She exhaled slowly, steadying herself, then raised her halberd. Her voice rang out, sharp and commanding. Warriors! Almost every acolyte snapped to attention at once. Yes, manager. The heirs and Adam watched as she continued, her voice carrying effortlessly across the wall. Do not forget the reason you fight. Her words echoed along the battlements as the tide drew closer, the ground trembling beneath countless feet. We do not fight for ourselves, she said, unwavering. Nor do we fight only for honor, or for the people behind these walls. She leveled her halberd toward the oncoming horde. We fight because we choose to erase this monster scum from existence. We fight to reclaim a world that was rightfully ours. We fight to eradicate them, until nothing is left. The effect was immediate. Acolytes roared at the top of their lungs. Fear burned away by conviction. Essence surged. Even the heirs felt their blood boil, their grips tightening around their weapons. Adam smiled faintly from the side. Now you're speaking my language. The monsters reached the base of the wall. An instant later, a thunderous explosion tore through the front of the tide, annihilating a massive cluster of creatures in a violent burst of fire and debris. Vanessa flung her veiled hat aside, laughing as smoke billowed upward. This, she declared, eyes burning, is the power of humanity. The smoke rolled and churned. Then shapes burst through it. Monsters leapt out, claws digging into stone as they began to climb, screeching and howling as they swarmed the wall. Vanessa raised her halberd once more. Get ready for battle. The monsters scaled the walls as if their lives depended on it. Wood tigers dug their claws deep into the concrete, muscles bunching as they hauled their massive bodies upward. Giant rats swarmed in writhing clusters, scrabbling over one another without hesitation. Kobolds climbed with frightening coordination, crude claws and weapons finding every crack and edge. Saber wolves bounded and clung with raw power, while the sirens followed close behind, their movements frantic and feral. Above them, gargoyles beat their wings hard, stone bodies cutting through the air, while evil pixies swarmed like shrieking sparks of madness. Despite the different ways they climbed or flew, every monster shared the same thing. Hunger. It burned in their eyes, an unrestrained, mindless craving. Monsters were carnivorous by nature. Essence from rifts could sustain them in isolation, but in the presence of intelligent races, restraint vanished and instinct took over. The monsters reached the top of the wall almost instantly. The battlements, wide enough for 2 highways, became a battlefield in a heartbeat. Martial spirits flared to life. Monster special talents activated in flashes of light and distortion. 2 forces ready to slam into each other in a violent spectacle of steel, claws, essence, and blood. But before anyone could make the first move, Adam moved. His hand slipped into his storage ring, and a black iron grade scythe appeared in his grasp. The moment his feet touched the ground near the front line, the monsters nearest him faltered. Time seemed to stutter. Freeze F. Their movements slowed unnaturally, as if the world itself resisted them. In the same instant, Adam activated Rapid E, his body blurring forward. The scythe swept in a clean, ruthless arcs. As heads fell, bodies split and essence dispersed violently into the air. A large section of the wall was cleared in seconds. Seeing this, the martial artists didn't hesitate. They didn't pull back. They surged forward. With roars and flaring martial spirits, acolytes and heirs increased their speed, crashing into the monsters alongside Adam, joining the battle as the wall erupted into full-scale close combat.